The world's fastest man is due to enter the action in the course of day 9 at the 20th Commonwealth Games. Usain Bolt is part of Jamaica's 4x100 metres relay team. Stand by for a diving debut at Glasgow 2014 as well from England's Tom Daley. You'll see both on the Games channel and a whole lot more besides as we guide you through the best bits of the Games as they happen. We're available on YouTube. England have stretched further clear as leaders in the medal table. Their 44 gold total is 8 better than second placed Australia. Then it's Canada with 27. Host nation Scotland have 14 golds, 1 ahead of India and New Zealand. South Africa are in double figures for gold medals as well. Then come Nigeria, Jamaica, Kenya, Wales and Malaysia. Singapore, Cyprus, Cameroon, Papua New Guinea, Grenada, Botswana. Kiribati, Trinidad and Tobago, Pakistan, Samoa, Bahamas and Northern Ireland. Then it's Bangladesh, Isle of Man, Mozambique, Nauru have a silver, as do Sri Lanka and Namibia. Barbados, Fiji, Ghana, Mauritius, Uganda and Zambia. That silver for Nauru continued the little Pacific Islands' great tradition in weightlifting at the Games. The gold in that 105 kilos category went to Canada's George Kobaladze.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I want to say thank you very much for everyone, for my coach, for my family, for my little boy, and exclusively for this food, because it's giving me too much strength today. I was, I don't know. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for everyone.
I did broke the Commonwealth record, but I was aiming for gold. Doesn't matter what comes up. Doesn't matter.
January this year, hoping for more, but after the injuries, just to be on the podium is great. Yeah, so I knew it'd be tight and wanted to really secure a medal first and foremost, and then whatever I could do after that, I'll be happy with. But bronze is it.
Here's what's coming your way on the 9th day of Glasgow 2014. In lawn bowls, there are bronze and gold medal matches in men's singles and fours and women's pairs. 3 diving finals in Edinburgh, men's 3-metre synchronized springboard and 10-metre platform, and women's 1-metre springboard. The women's hockey semi-finals are coming up in table tennis bronze and gold medal matches in women's singles and men's doubles. Men's and women's semi-finals in the boxing ring, and on the squash courts we'll have men's doubles quarter-finals and women's doubles semi-finals. Olympic 800 metres champion and world record holder David Rudisha has been beaten to Commonwealth Games gold at Hampden by 20-year-old Nigel Amos from Botswana. Kenyan Rudisha's had injury problems and Amos had too much power for him in the home straight.
David, Commonwealth Games silver medal. How's your emotions? How do you feel after that?
Well, of course, I was expecting to do better than that, to win the gold medal, despite the crowd was really cheering and supporting, and not so bad. In the other hand, I'm happy, to win silver, despite the fact that I was coming from really a bad year. Last year I missed all the season due to the injury, struggling back to this year. I didn't start my preparation very well, and so far I'm happy because I have very limited time to prepare for this season, and where I am and my level, I think I'm satisfied with that. But of course I wish I could have done better than that, but now I realize it's all about the preparation that I didn't get it right.
Tell me about that preparation. I mean, how did you feel going into the race on the start line today?
Well, it's really difficult, I felt good, and of course the weather wasn't so perfect today for first race, and I thought maybe it's going to be a tactical race, but that's the way I took it, and I found the last 100 just something was not there. Of course, I was feeling really strong and good, but just a few meters is when I feel I really don't have that sharpness and power to finish.
And what was your tactic going into the race, and how do you feel that unfolded?
Well, it's tough because when you miss really training, then it affects your whole season and the competition. And it's very difficult, when I started the match, to start doing something that I should have done in December. On the other hand, I just tried to mix everything up and try to do something like a crash program to be able to be in the season in time and to start competition with the others and progress into the season. So this year it's like I didn't prepare, so I started the season halfway. I didn't really do a lot of work to make me be able to be in my form.
We've been speaking to a lot of fans in the build-up to this race. You're a very popular man here. How did you find the atmosphere out on track?
Well, it's really awesome and it's really great. The people here are really wonderful, and the crowd is fantastic. The track is full, and they are really supporting, and they cheer, and the noise is really great, and it's such a warm feeling, for athletes when you get there, and the way you see the atmosphere, it's lovely, and we enjoy that, and I enjoy that, and I say thank you very much for the crowd because they supported us, and that's why we are here.
There was a massive Hampden roar for the silver medal won in the women's 400-metre hurdles by Scotland poster girl Eilidh Child. She was well beaten by gold medal winner Khalees Spencer, but Child and her sizeable Scottish fan club were delighted with second prize.
Eilidh, how would you summarise that race for you?
I am just relieved that it's kind of over. It's been a hard couple of days. I've been pretty nervous. I've been trying to sort of control my nerves and just try and go out and execute the right race, and I just wanted to step off the track and be happy with my performance, and that's what I did, and to step off and I know I did my best, and to come away with a silver medal, I'm just delighted.
What was the atmosphere like on the start line there? It was some roar.
It was amazing. It was even louder than the heat was, and I'd kind of prepared myself after the heat to know what to expect, but that was something else again tonight, and I'm just so happy I could run well and give them something to cheer about after the race.
What was your plan for the race, and how did it unfold from your opinion?
It was just to go and execute the race well, get my stride pattern right, and I think I did that. It wasn't my fastest time of the year, but I think it was definitely one of my better races, and I definitely gave it everything there. That I'm just so happy that I could step off the track knowing that I've done what I wanted to do.
How have you found the overall experience? It's
been amazing. It's been such a great atmosphere, such a great kind of team that we've had here at the athletics, and the whole team in general has just done so well, and I'm just delighted to be part of it.
It was so a warm embrace for your family there. Was that just sheer relief, just an outburst of emotion?
It was a bit of both. None of them were there in Delhi when I won my silver, so it was just lovely to have had that moment with them and to share that moment with them, and they were all kind of dotted around different parts of the track, and I managed to see all of them, and it was just lovely to share that with them all.
As we've been saying, boxing semi-finals coming up later on. For the first time since 1984, male boxers competing in the Commonwealth Games without headgear. We've been getting the opinions on that of former champions Barry McGuigan and Jim Watt.
For the first time since 1984, the Commonwealth Games have featured men's boxing without headgear. The International Boxing Association took the decision, saying it would help reduce concussion.
It offers overall a better spectacle because it introduces more skill. You have better head movement when punches are coming at you, slipping and coming back with combinations, moving your upper body, getting in and out of punching distance, knowing where your head is. There has been the occasional head clash, and I think out of 100 odd bouts we've had 3 that have been terminated because of cut eyes. But I think for those 3 it's a much better spectacle.
In a Commonwealth Games, in a tournament that's spread over several days, I think maybe they should have the choice of wearing headguards, because there's nothing worse. You could win your first match, but have a cut eye and you can't proceed in the tournament. I think that would be a tragedy.
I agree that the women should wear the headguards, as this is the first introduction of women's boxing into the Commonwealth Games. I think it would be better not to see any blood where the women are concerned, but I think it's actually very beneficial. Yes, there's lots of head clashes and guys getting nipped and tucked and cuts and minor abrasions here and there, but they're allowed to use adrenaline. They use glue to keep those cuts together and put the steri strips on them. So I think all in all, it is a much better spectacle. It's much more exciting, and I think it is actually a good thing, definitely.
There have been some surveys, and it's found out there have been more damage with kids wearing headguards, because first of all it creates a bigger target, and secondly boys are more liable to take a punch, to land a punch, if they feel protected.
Our first live action of day 9 comes from Kelvin Grove. It's lawn bowls, and it's the women's pairs gold medal match between Tracy Lee Botha and Colleen Peaketh of South Africa against Jamie Lee Winch and Natalie Melmore of England. The commentary comes from David Cockhill and Sharon Renshaw.
Men's forced to follow this. Scotland against England. That's a bit tasty. The crowd are coming in at the moment. It's quite pleasant. We've managed to avoid the rain, which will be good. Evelyn enjoying a little bit of bacon butty, I think, there, and coffee. How nice. Great start. 15 degrees, which is quite good for us at this time of day. They are expecting some light rain, but hopefully that will disappear. The wind is virtually non-existent. They'll have no bearing whatsoever on the players at 6 kilometers per hour. Photographs being taken. A lot of people out with the wet weather gear just in case. Young players in this final. Tracy Lee Botha, 25. The experienced Colleen Peaketh at 43. Jamie Lee Winch, very young at 23. And Natalie Melmore, who broke onto the scene 4 years ago when she won the gold in the singles. And she's in for another gold this time in the pairs at 25 years of age. Very inclusive sport. Bowls, and that includes all countries. Tracy Lee Botha was also in Delhi. She's now 25, as I was saying. She won a gold there in the triples, and she was 21. So lots of experience for the players that are so young. It's quite amazing. There's this youth policy at the very top level in some of the countries, often balanced by experience, but Jamie Lee Winch and Natalie Melmore, there are more products coming out of the youth academies. The under 25 international players, under 18 international players before that, brought up in the culture of training. And only one lost there to Norfolk Island, which was more than a surprise, but done well since then, beating Scotland and Wales and Jersey. One tied match against Wales, but in the right-hand column, all the wins are there. Beat Northern Ireland in the semi-final, 1914. That was a close game for a long time, till the last two ends. Marker for today, Mary Watt. It's very important with the marker, because she is the one that will keep us informed during the match. That's Natalie Melmore. Not wise to sit there, Natalie. It's a little bit in the wet side. Tracy Lee Botha. And there's the hooter. We're off and running. Women's pairs, 3 bowls for each player, 18 ends, no time limit. But there are certain restrictions placed on the players regarding time wasting or delayed play, and they will be enforced by the marker and umpire if required. It hasn't been necessary that I've been aware of in the Commonwealth Games, so the players have been very good about keeping the games moving. And just to make things so happy for my co-commentator, Sharon Renshaw, there's Tracy Lee Botha, who you lost out to in the final in Delhi for the gold medal.
And you love reminding me about that. Oh no, we had a wonderful match. Came right down to the wire. So I know all these girls quite well, having played against them on numerous occasions.
England women's team in Delhi had a fantastic campaign. Picked up medals in all disciplines. The men not so successful, but just lost out in the pairs. Once again, they're doing well. They've got a silver in the singles and a silver in the pairs. Or sorry, silver in the triples, and now they're guaranteed a silver in the pairs, so they're still going well.
Come on, Jamie. Hurry, mate. Come on, a bit more. Run, run.
No doubt that youth policy has paid off in England.
Run down.
With many of them coming through juniors, they develop a very good culture. It's not only their bowl skills that they develop, but they have a lot of help with the psychology.
Yes, and it's very much welcomed by the young players. They have this passion to learn. I often find that players that have been playing for a long period of time don't really embrace some of all the modern or relatively modern techniques.
No, I certainly think that is the case, especially players that come into the sport not having played at a high level in any other sport.
So, steady stuff from both leads.
Colleen Picketh. A little bit tight into this, but giving it a chance.
Okay, no change. Come right here. Come on now. Try, mate. Wait, it's not bad.
Red ball's just dropping in the short side. Natalie Milmore, within a period of 4 years, she's established herself as the #1 singles player. International skip, of course. A chance here for South Africa if they drop the jack back a bit. Just missed the line.
Okay.
Turning the jack would make life very difficult for the England pair.
Yeah, that's better. Go on, Nat.
Natalie has a better line with this.
Plucked out her own ball.
Oh, she's certainly thrown it out a little wider. thought we'll let go in time.
Well, it's just giving it a chance to get to the jack. That's the right idea. So, England line 1, spare shot opportunity with the last delivery. It's a pretty thick cloud up there, so it's an overcast day, but the players will be quite happy. It's dry, temperature's pretty decent. Looking for her own ball here.
Oh, she's got the weight, she's played it well. Just a little bit on the short side.
Eilidh Winch. England's international team and the women's are a very young team generally. They have got experienced players blended in with the youth, which I think is always a good idea when you're picking 24 players.
Hurry, Jamie. All right, yard on way, next time.
Looking like a nice line here from Tracy Lee.
Very good.
Good opener.
Picked up a bronze in the triples. Jamie and Dilly.
Come on then. Put down now. Come on, Jamie. Drop now.
19
drop.
years of age, and
Very good. Well done.
often people say to me, oh, bowls, it's a game for old people. It certainly is not. A lot of young players in both sides, women's and the men's. And at the very highest level, the vast majority would be in their 20s and 30s, with some in their 40s, but it's becoming more and more a sign that if you want to play bowls at the very top level, you have to start early and make sure you've got a very up-to-date passport, because you will travel the world.
There's certainly a huge opportunity for our youth if they're willing to put in the hard work and show the commitment that's needed. Many of them are, though. They see the opportunities.
A bit loose there by Jimmy Lee. You look at Jimmy Lee, she's been to Adelaide in the World Championships 2 years ago, Delhi 2 years before that.
Also playing in the ladies' triples in Delhi.
So you're really talking about probably 2 more years. We're back in Christchurch again, and then it's over to Australia for the next Commonwealth Games. So there's a lot of very attractive trips coming up. So there's a lot to fight for with these players. And whilst a gold medal doesn't guarantee anything, it certainly helps on the CV. Good line. It's all a matter of making a connection. Oh, find the gap. Intentions there, so South Africa would do well just to turn this jack round the corner. Little edge.
Oh, that little edge helped.
It was always going to be useful, wasn't it? You could see that from about 3 yards away. Edge was going to be on.
That's brought it into a good position. A little bit less weight, but very good effort again.
Seems to be a little track down there, and the problem is that once there's a little track, you really need something in the head to make sure you don't lose counts. This should be another one if it's up. Just a little bit of a struggle for weight. Natalie Milmore is very good with the last bowl. She proved that in the singles in her campaign to get to the final.
It's looking like a good track, just needs to hold around those front ones.
Oh, wrong side. That's going to be another one in for South Africa. The weight was good, just missed the line.
Colleen, big chance now to join another one. Not really any danger. And she does. Oh, that's a good end for South Africa.
Oh, it's a nice little 4. Well, in these very difficult conditions over the last 8 or 9 days at times. The first few days, bright sunshine, which was wonderful, but there's been a little mixture of rain and then sun. And the greens have been changing a lot. You know, it's the one thing we have noticed is that if you do the simple things well, you can be very successful. Just keep drawing to the jack, only attack whenever it's absolutely necessary, because the running balls are not easy on these rinks.
And we've seen it on a number of occasions, trying to play that little bit of weight through, and you end up with nothing in the head and dropping a big number. She's thrown it well out. Looks like it's may just drop a little short.
Yes, it's hard once you go out there. The weight is soaked up in a track that just hasn't been used very often.
All depends on her weight. She will find the track underneath.
Well, the South Africans playing out of Johannesburg.
Come on.
Big bowls population there. 3 short balls. That's not going to help if the jack goes back.
Well, Jamie Lee had very good weight with her last bowl. Looking for a line correction. Looking good.
That's the correction. And it's behind the jack, which is also good. Clyde's never far away.
It's quite cosy there, sitting in the pocket. Well, Colleen's opening bowl doesn't look like it's going to reach. May sneak through, but...
Oh, this is not good. This is not good for South Africa. Picked up a very tidy 4, and now he's got a lot of short bowls.
Well, there's a nice draw past those front bowls, as we've seen. Natalie just a little bit heavy, but better than dropping short in the pack.
Needs to reach for this. Got her own balls to push in, but nothing particularly close. Well, it's probably worth England's. Well, it depends if they're line 2. If they're line 2, just draw another. Don't worry about the jack. Just beat the short ones. You're going to be in.
Oh, needs to be around that one. Unlucky. But, you know...
It's unlucky, but at the same time...
Need to take the grass.
Exactly. You have to be out there. And the last thing you want to do is give the shot away.
Especially when you know the danger is there.
Just slip inside.
But it's early days in this match. The girls are still finding their way in terms of weight and line. And if this one doesn't get in, Natalie will certainly attack with her last bowl. Take the ball out, run the jack through. Oh, that will sweep. Really kicks quickly in that backhand. You miss the line and you're going to get punished.
Well, there is a track up under her own there.
Oh, she'll be right at this. Ball on the jack is also good. See the crowd still coming in for this match, still early morning. Still not happy with the grip. It's feeling a bit cold out there, maybe. It's not that cold. Just making sure the grip's right.
I think she'd find this quite warm, wouldn't she?
Oh, was she on the backhand? Oh, my.
Pulled that tight?
Yeah, I thought she was on the backhand at one stage. It was so tight. I thought, that didn't look right out of the hand. And it's a single to South Africa. Got away with that a little bit. That was courtesy of Natalie Milmore. She pushed the ball in. Binoculars always very useful. I'm trying to keep an eye on matches. Tracy Lee, player who's very good at concentrating. She doesn't get distracted or disturbed, and you won't see her leaping about a bit the way some countries do, or some players do within certain countries.
And a great opening bowl. Concentration certainly paying off.
A serious player. Very successful one as well, I have to say.
Very good effort. Well done, Jamie. Good start, mate. Well done.
Very good bowl there from Jamie Lee as well.
Could be good. Come on.
Both these players, South Africa, play at the same club, and it's always useful for preparation, about review. No need to get them together on overseas trips for bonding.
I'm sure they do quite a bit of bonding at their home club.
Exactly. This is a little bit through. Still a good ball there. Very handy. This is very much a thing now with international elite squads and take them around the world and training camps. It's all about getting to know each other.
That's well played. In behind.
Don't know if that's helped with the number of married couples that we now have in different teams.
A few of whom are here.
They are here, yes. I'm thinking of Shannon, Amy McElroy and Natalie Melmore, whose partner is also here, Jimmy Chesney.
Well, all players, as you can see, finding very good line.
A few spits of rain.
As long as that's all they are, a few spits.
Yeah, we're not quite ready for the umbrella, but it's getting close, I have to say. Outdoor commentary positions. They're fun. Might hear the odd noise as we cover up the equipment and the jackets go on. Sophie Tulchard and Sean Gordon.
Putting on the hoodie.
Yep, and Ellen Faulkner just off to the right. Gold medalist from the triples for England. Another successful campaign.
Weight was probably quite good then. Just not throwing it out wide enough.
Yeah, she's got good position at the back, so certainly worth reaching.
Oh, she's under this.
That's a lot better than what it was. Cover the jack up. This is turning out to be a nice little head here for South Africa. It's building up well.
Well, Natalie arriving up on her backhand. There is a track if she's just underneath that. Oh, she's sitting that very well. May not have sat that for second, but certainly cut one out.
Useful ball. Close for second.
One roll and that's very good.
There's the wet weather gear going on. I'll avoid the jacket for another few bowls. Oh, missed that on the outside, trying to get to the red bowl.
Scale looking on anxiously. And a wonderful support for the girls.
Yes, a lot of work with the youth, of course, the young girls coming through, integral part heel jilts of the England team. Beautiful backdrop here, Kelvin Grove. It really is a super place. Art gallery and museum. One of the more picturesque areas in terms of Commonwealth Games sites for the bowls.
Oh, she's looking to give it another chance up there, but I think she may be a wide.
Yes, it's going to be hard to get back from there. Short bowl. Well, one on the measure, we think. Just waiting for confirmation, and it is. It's 2-2 South Africa. Nice steady start for them. 7-1. Couldn't ask for anything better.
Yeah, it's a very nice start. Tracy Lee.
Start here, Jamie. Come on, mate, you're trying. Press the ball, hurry.
Oh, and a very good response from Jamie Lee. Seeing the shot bowl. Oh, two very good opening bowls from these girls.
Your weight was good. You're very good, yeah.
Oh, super stuff from these girls.
It's good quality bowling, no doubt about that, for the front end. Good to see. Don't letting these few spits of rain disturb them in any way. Hopefully it won't get any heavier than this.
Great effort here. Come on, Jamie, hurry, hurry.
I'll punch the ball. Ooh, needed to drop down just a little bit more.
So gave it a very good effort. It was lovely weight.
Your bowl now, that far. I'd still like it, yeah?
Two leads very well matched.
That far behind.
South Africa have done very well in the bowls over the last few years in particular. They're winning a lot of medals. Almost always competing in towards the end of events.
Looking good too. Little touch on that.
Yep. Always around the quarterfinals, semi-finals, finals, and the country must be very proud of their bowlers. Just needs to break back. She's got the extra weight and probably hold it. Yep, there it goes. Not a bad bowl there. That gives Skip a chance to push into things, knowing there's a back bowl in position.
Oh, she holds out wide enough. Doesn't want to be too tight.
Ooh.
And a little too tight.
Yeah, it's just pushed the England ball in. No real damage done in terms of the shot, but this is going to make it very attractive now for Natalie Melmore to reach this.
A nice edge off that bowl, and she could set it out, shot bowl out clean, or take the jack back.
Got one waiting for it. Worth reaching through.
Yeah, she's playing with controlled weight.
Just hooks away a little bit. It's holding though. Punch that'll do. Oh, goodness me. That blue ball is now starting to look very lonely indeed.
Onto that second shot, you pull the jack through.
I think it was a very wise shot she was trying to play, but she's lost her ball and just a little bit heavy. She was trying to reach there with maybe a yard of weight to try and bring the jack back and disturb the head. Doesn't want to leave this for another go.
Natalie's onto her front one. It's going to pop that shot straight out.
It's gone.
Yep.
There you go.
A great shot.
Ball out and converts a 1 down to 3 up. It was a walking certainty.
There's Sophie. Big smile.
A lot to smile about yesterday. She was brilliant.
Oh.
Yes, nearly got it with the first one. Made sure with the second, a little bit of extra weight. Now South Africa had to attack. They have now got a back ball. That's the one that was pushed through, but they've also only one ball in the head, so this isn't easy.
I'm not sure whether if their bowl goes, but it'll make too much difference. They're already 4 down. I think I'd be certainly looking for the jack up there.
Oh, I think we've no choice, but you're always conscious of not attacking too much. Whenever you have one ball in the head, but not with 4 against you, you have to reach right through it. Yeah, got the weight. Oh, surely she's into something here. This will rattle through. Oh, that's a horrible result. Totally horrible result. So essentially, she came off her own ball, punched it out, but instead of locking in the head, she's actually forced her way through a gap.
Here it is, looking good all the way. Just punching the side ball out, going through the gap herself.
I'm too happy with that one. She played it well and got nothing for it. The only thing is, she's given a lot more room to Natalie to add the spare shot. A dramatic change in that scoreline after this one.
Well, I think it was always going to, opportunity was always going to present itself. It's a case of the girls taking it. But she's not taking a free kick.
No, well, it was a freebie that was there and off her and missed it.
Mary Watt, indeed indicating a 4 to England.
Yeah, that counteracts that 4 that they lost on the second end. 7-5 now after 5 ends, and they'll certainly be feeling a lot happier. Haven't been playing badly, just haven't been getting the results. That's changed now. I would expect this game to be very tight from now on, because you've had the initial jousting with each other, the first few ends, just to try and get into some sort of rhythm, into a pattern of play.
And all players seem to have found their line quite well. Searching a little bit in the first couple of ends, but much shorter length jack. This
More
end.
as important as anything else. Jamie Lee Winch played that jack to within probably half a metre of where Natalie was standing, and it's an art in itself, casting the jack, and one that I believe is quite often forgotten.
And so important when you have want to change your length dramatically, that your lead can put that jack the length that the team wants.
to here, Jamie. Hurry now. Come on, a bit further. Yeah, great start. Well played.
And then play a good opening ball to it, as she does on this occasion.
Also makes a case for specialist leads as well. Players that are used to casting the jack day in, day out in matches. Rather than bringing players in who are skips, who are sort of made room to play at lead. And I always believe that the lead in particular is the specialist position.
I certainly agree with that.
Hurry now.
I know, I'm agreeing with you.
Shocked.
Very good try. 2 foot. That's all.
If it's got the weight, it looks good.
Better not having it. Just the way that ball's coming up. Not a touchy opposition in. We have found that in these matches that once the ball gets in front of the jack, it's very difficult to get it away. It's the old first one in.
I think that may have been heading towards her own ball. Perhaps to touch that through a little.
Moot point. We're now moved on to the 5th ball.
Up. Very good try. Hold, Trace. Just need one on your last. Run on that line.
Oh, none of those bowls are a long way from the jack, but they're all short. It'll make it a little bit difficult for the skips from the mat. But the advantage is they've been down there and they've seen the distances, so they know the shots required.
Yes, and the players are generally staying away from playing heavy shots on the difficult hand. Chance for the edge. Oh, goodness me, that was adventurous weight.
Well, it looks like it's tracking well.
Oh, that little edge. That helped. Oh, was going to be close. He missed that clean. Should have probably been on the jack.
Oh, that ball does give Natalie a bit of a sight up, but she's
under.
tight.
Oh, that would have been good.
Yeah, back edge of that one wouldn't have hurt.
She might have been tempted with the forehand because it's her own ball coming in, but I say they're staying on the hand that's the most consistent.
And we can see from the line they've been taking with most of their bowls that they've been playing that hand very well, all players. Well,
it's opened the door a little bit.
Still 2.
Push the short one out of the way. It's given Natalie a chance to come through there.
Yeah, track's good.
oh, she's reached just under it. She'll be close to the jack. Oh,
Super shot.
Played that well.
Yes, the door was open just slightly by South Africa, and Natalie thought, well, I'll have a piece of that, thank you very much. Trundled through, edge of the jack, takes all the danger away.
Oh, it's tracking well. Has it got the weight?
Oh, it's stopping short. Just depends how short. I think second shot. So not a lot of damage done. And more importantly for England, after picking up a 4 of a count, they got a single. You always want to do that when you score.
Here's that last one. Oh, look at that, picking up the jack.
Well, she knew it was there, but it was hidden from the mat. You play down on the links and hope that you get an edge.
Oh, Jamie Lee then rolling jack a little further than Natalie would have liked. But if she gets this pole on it, I'm sure Natalie won't mind too much.
Comes a stage sometimes where you can say in all sorts of games, especially international games, we find that if the third and skip more or less say to the front end, you put the jack where you want it, get close, we'll deal with it after that, because they're getting good balls in there all the time. Play with the odd lead myself where you're just not quite sure where the jack's going to go. You can have a bit of a laugh about it. I don't care as long as
the balls are,
close. Yeah. Just thinking back to recent matches I've played in and just said, oh, just play wherever you want.
I must admit we play with a few leads that out of frustration we just say, well, wherever you can put your bowls on it.
It's a lovely backdrop to Kelvin Grove. Inside it, good result. Better line. Got a chance with this. Clean road's what she wants. Oh, a little tap. Didn't do any harm. Kept the ball in. Clean road would have been to the jack. That's Edna Bessel. Just at the back, congratulating Jamie Lee, the ladies' manager for Bowls England. Very successful player, Edna Bessel, in her own right.
May come in behind for second, just a little bit shy of weight. This is Bowl just clipping the front one, but not needing to. Finishing in a good position, would have picked up the jack.
Well, not exactly difficult to know who that young lady's supporting. It's a good line as well. This one will trundle in nicely. There it is. Starting to build up a little bit against South Africa. Well, caught in the front ball, but it's opened it up. Should be able to get through there now. It also applies to Natalie, of course. Again, down on a good line. Wants to miss the blue one. Oh, that's closed it again. No. There's a gap there. Just makes it a little bit more difficult in terms of judging the weight. Have to allow the ball to bend on the bias. This is all about contact. Inside, clean ball.
Well, it was a good effort.
Yeah, just didn't push it through enough. She had lovely weight to get to the jack, but...
Depends how solidly you connect with one of those short ones, how much weight it takes off.
No,
Natalie can find a way just underneath that, or give it a good push. Well,
could be another shot. This is difficult for us to tell, but we think England are line 4. It's confirmed by the marker. Colleen's coming down to have a look at this. It's not easy just to wet it. It's been a funny old end because balls have been catching and edging on everything, and not a lot of direct shot there. The best one's got around the front one. But that's not easy.
no, it's not easy. There might be a shot up on the other hand to promote one of their own, but you've got that short one in front to navigate around. Get caught on that, and you get nothing.
You get nothing. You get, if you hit it solid, it's fine, but same problem with the draw. If you get caught in the front one on the draw, the ball will stop dead. This is not easy to get out of. It's a good draw shot, but you have to play it with confidence.
I think I'll be looking to draw for second in this occasion.
Yep,
You've got that wing bowl's a good guide.
That's a good call. Ooh, I'm surprised he's going up to the management there at this stage. It's
I think she has a obviously has her ideas. Just wants to run them past him, I suppose. Bit of verification. Oh, she's
give her a headset. There's three options. Take your choice. Draw the shot, hit it, or play through on a chop and lie. That really isn't any more complicated than that. I think there might be just a little bit of affirmation about what she wants to play.
Oh, if it lets go, she's certainly got a chance. Oh, didn't want that front one. Needed to be under that.
Really didn't fancy that shot much in the backhand. Thought she would have stayed on the forehand.
Well, she was finding it well on the forehand. Didn't need a lot of correction.
Lost the 4.
Yeah, dropping a 1 on that end would have seemed a lot more attractive now.
It's always difficult, I think, if I'm on the other side of the green there as a coach or a manager or a selector, whatever the position may be. The player comes to chat to you. You can't say get on with it. You just have to say, hang on a minute, you know, you're playing well, play the shot.
That you're confident to play.
You're confident to play. Don't worry about my thoughts on this. Great backdrop, university to the right. Art gallery and museum right beside the greens, and certainly a fantastic place to play. We've often seen bowls venues being put out slightly away from city centres and other venues. It's the same with Delhi and in Melbourne as well, actually, when you think about it. I was out in Darwin City, which is a suburb of Melbourne. Not the most...
It's not the most attractive suburb, and being an Australian, I guess I can say that. Growing up in Melbourne.
Glad you're going there, not me. It's my favourite city in the world, Melbourne.
Oh, I love Melbourne too.
Umbrella time, I think, for a lot of people here at the venue. Rain's now starting to come on, just a little bit heavier. So the wet weather gear will be arriving in the crowd. And for us, well, it's a cerise coloured umbrella. I'm not going to say pink.
Cerise.
Cerise. It is.
It's red.
Yeah, well played, mate. Here we go. There's the one. Looking better, yeah.
That's a very good correction.
Players will try to avoid putting their wet weather gear on for as long as possible, because the rain has a tendency to just arrive for a few minutes and they don't want to disturb their rhythm.
Come on, Jamie. Oh, great effort, mate. Well played. Well done.
Good effort. 3 good bowls just behind, but it's advantage South Africa at the moment. Tracy just trying to draw another shot. Needs to be reaching. Once it goes out there, you can encourage the ball all you want, but it just bogs down a bit. There we go.
Nice in their matching blue raincoats. Oh, that was a good effort.
Gently, gently, doesn't want to open up the jack.
Oh, he's finishing in a very good home.
Well done, good ball. Most of the time players would move on to the other side of the rink and play the forehand to that if I was South Africa, but because the backhand's more accommodating.
Well, giving that shot ball an edge.
And not only that, took the other one out. Suddenly she needs another one in. Oh, played this very well. Good ball, really good ball. Need another one just in case her shot ball was removed. Back position slightly favours England.
I'm obviously getting to you.
You are, yeah. If you want to live with that thought, I'm more than happy. Go ahead. In with a chance. In with a big chance.
Oh, very close. Well, didn't need that edge.
Oh, I didn't think that was going to bend at that edge, you know, because she had a little bit of extra weight on. I thought it would have held.
Play the same as your last. Little touch is good.
There's the screen behind, just showing the results of the matches and anything that's ongoing at the moment, and also lovely picture on the big screen of the players. Oh, that's in. That's another very good ball. 3 good balls there from Colleen, I have to say. Really good weight each time.
Yeah, here it is again. It's just arriving under it. Lovely weight.
Just trying to encourage it forward. Well done. Good shot. The advantage of the big screen, of course, is if you're Eyesight isn't absolutely 20/20 and perfect. It's hard to see the other end, and the big screen shows you it up close. They're seeing everything that we can see on our monitors. There you go, nice close-up. What a fantastic sight that is.
Oh, it's a wonderful building, the museum.
Quite happy to play balls here, honestly. Getting a really good view of this one.
Very close.
That is incredibly close. Just a little check again, make sure I'm the centre of the jack to the centre of the ball. Can't see any movement.
These umpires needing a very steady hand.
Press down on it into the grass, make sure it's absolutely centred. Move the other side. They could be equidistant if that's the case. Can't see any movement on that ball either. Poof. Love little chocks around the balls.
I think the umpire will be feeling the pressure.
Second shot to England. 1 to South Africa. Sure glad the umpire didn't look up on the big screen there. See that one?
Umpire Pam Hocking from Australia. I told her she had to do a good job if she was out there. She did on that occasion. I didn't see any shakes.
No. Good solid measure. Playing in a competition many years ago, and I was beside the commentator. He was saying what a wonderful umpire this chap was. It was coming out as an Irish official. Promptly walked out and fell over the jack. It was embarrassing to say the least. But these things happen. Shouldn't, but they do. But they don't happen at this level. It was funny at the time. What made it worse was he lifted it and put it back again and proceeded to measure. I thought, we've got a slight problem here, folks. Good starter. Good game this, 10-8. Approaching the halfway stage, 9th end.
Not really much in any of the players. They're all playing very evenly. Giving each other a good match.
Yeah, they're all contributing very well to this. No one's being completely outplayed, which is good. Makes for a tight game for us and for the spectators and our viewers. Never really like to see one side run away. Bronze medal position. Jersey's beating Northern Ireland 6 shots to 5. That's just moved our single there to Jersey to 7-5. But again, they're on their 9th end.
They're on.
You just couldn't wait to say that, could you?
Right, mate, weight's pretty good. Next time. Let it go, Trace. You've got. Everything's good.
Oh, 2 good opening bowls from Tracy Lee. Another one coming in here.
That's good stuff. Good stuff. Finding centre ring. Leaving no catches. Got a chance with this one. Jack is good. Yep. Oh, that's what you wanted, just something in the head. That's what your skip's looking for.
Well, it still looks like one to South Africa, but could be very close for a second shot.
Once again, the rain has disappeared, at least for a while. And he needs to get back on the inside of that ball. Oh, it's not bad, yep. Look good for another one.
Track's excellent. Thanks, mate. Again, a little roll on yours is good.
Well, certainly reaching, no bad thing when the shot's against you. Need to be in an inside line though. Not too many balls played in this backhand because the girls have been concentrating on the other side, but looks steady enough.
Good effort. Come on, mate. Off the ball.
It's slow to get back into centre rink.
Yep, all on, mate. Come on, that. Come on, that. Weight's good. Perfect weight. Want to get movement on that at this level? A little roll on that's very good. Yeah.
Well, Colleen, a good one with her last.
Just not there. Oh, it's been a good head for South Africa. England have got one ball in amongst all of that, but it looks like it's pretty well locked in. Ooh, close for the third. Very close. Worth reaching this one.
Difficult to know where the jack will go and bounce off the back ones. She looks like she's reaching. Oh, it depends on the line.
Yeah, it's just an arriving draw to the jack. Let's see where it goes. A little touch. Probably down to 2 now. Good effort. Probably would have been better without the touch in the jack. Yep, 2 confirmed. South Africa making their way back with a single and a double to level the scores. Halfway through the match, and it's still hard to tell which one of these pairs are going to lift the gold.
No one really having the upper hand, just a good solid match. Tracy Lee both up. Very good opening ball.
There she is. 25-year-old from Johannesburg up against this girl, Eilidh Winch. 23-year-old.
Good balls. Looks like a better line with this one.
Come on, Jamie. Solid now.
Oh, very good effort.
Yes, a lot better as well. Moving the jack towards your back pole.
Keep your hand. Turn us through. Coming. Come on. Perfect shot for you now, mate. This is Jack high, just drifting it through. Jack's good. Same as your last.
Jamie Lee with a chance now to sit the shot bowl through. Another touch of the jack.
Isn't it a chance?
Weight looks pretty handy.
Very good try. Well done.
Good weighted ball. Colleen Pickett.
Very experienced Colleen, 43-year-old from Johannesburg, has been playing the game for a considerable time at the highest level.
Come on, mate. Come on, Nat. Time to come. Great effort and lucky there.
Oh, good shot from Natalie. I guess she would have liked the bowl clean or the jack, but may well have got shot out of it.
Some hobbies with Colleen. She's reading. Well, it's lovely to do that, but scrapbooking. There you go. That's unusual.
I'm sure she'll have something after this event for a scrapbook.
Absolutely, she will. Good effort.
Same again, really. Any touch is good. Off your own.
Well, Natalie not needing to change too much from her last. She's a little bit tighter.
Blue ball being punched in, that won't help.
Colleen coming down to have a look at the head. Probably a good idea on this occasion. It's changed quite a lot since she's delivered her first.
Slight favour there. Nothing from the marker at the moment to indicate whose line. You'd normally have a whisper with the players, but I'm not even sure the players know.
Could well be two from South Africa.
If that's the case, serious thoughts about either the back position or dropping it just slightly in the line.
Oh, she's gone quite wide, so she may well be looking to be around the back for cover, and she is.
That's a handy ball there. That's probably very wise. You know, in that situation, you either go deep or try and drop one in short, one or the other. Deep position's a rather easier shot, whereas the blocker has to be absolutely perfect. Only problem with not playing the blocker is you're leaving this wide open for Natalie Milmore to get into it. And she's in the area. Well, that is a help.
Certainly got under one.
I think that was the closest one out, so it could be a measure. And she's indicating one down. I'm inclined to believe Tracy Lee. She's young. Better eyesight than most of us. That's what our ring said as well.
That last delivery, sitting the back bowl out, certainly reducing it with this one. Almost edged the front bowl out as well.
Yeah, it was pretty well locked in. Nice little run here for South Africa. 3 ends in a row, picking up 4 shots to go 1 in the lead.
Lovely opening ball from Tracy Lee.
Well, that's what you want to do when your opposition gets one close.
Get one closer.
The way it works. And the bronze medal playoff. Northern Ireland have just picked up a 4 to level the scores at 9-all after 10. So obviously just as good a game over there.
Oh, this is good stuff.
Oh, this is very good bowling here. Shot changing, heavy ball. You get an idea just how wide a line it is on that hand. It's coming now, coming down now. There's the big sweep.
Very good effort, well done.
Oh, that's a good bowl there too.
Finish behind, it's good. Giving it the grass. Come on. Come on.
Well, you don't get much better than that. That's Skips will be very happy with that.
Mate, line was good. Not wasted.
Weight comes off, bias takes effect. Here it comes. And that's good, good bowling. Very good bowling.
Giving it a chance. Oh.
It's just a slight edge. He wanted the ball half connection. It would have kept her in.
And it has stood that bowl up. Might give her a little bit better look at the jack with the next, depending on what Colleen does with this one.
Nice hand out. See the ball's doing the work. Oh, too far.
Oh. Well, unlucky.
Yes, didn't want the jack. And really, you know, it's hard to criticise simply because I don't want to. Simply because she had to be in to draw another shot. She couldn't afford to leave it. So, in many respects, just a bit unlucky to pick up the jack.
Well, she wasn't a long way over with weight. It was only just reaching.
Well, it's easy to criticise players, there's no doubt about that, but this is not a particularly easy rink.
It needed to be under that. So her bowling behind it was just didn't go her way that time.
Had a lot of reaction there, but you know, if you look at the mat and the bowls that are just in the head, it's definitely not easy the way this is sitting. And Natalie moving on to the backhand. Going for the back position, and you know, it's hard to get it absolutely perfect, but it's a good ball there. I think Colleen's going to have to play the same sort of ball. Outdoor bowls is by its very nature quite complex because of the weather conditions, the green conditions. These greens have been immaculately prepared, but nothing is perfect. The margins are slightly different in terms of the outdoor game. So a similar bowl has to trust in the swing without putting extra weight on. Just put that extra bit of weight on that held off. That's a little bit of a gift for England, and they'll not play their last ball. Be happy to take the single. Here we go. One shot. Always good to have a signalled in concrete. Yeah, it was not concrete, it's something else. You like that statue, don't you?
Took me a long time to find where that statue was.
And then you discovered it was in Glasgow.
Oh, you're funny.
Oh, the rain is coming back to haunt us once again. temperature is quite pleasant, but just as well. Takes a few extra moments on the mat. Jamie Lee, just to get things absolutely right. And the end result's worth waiting for. Some players, I think Jamie Lee, actually, to be honest with you, is probably just about what most players would play in terms of the time it takes, and the same with Tracy Lee. Some players are very quick on the mat and away. Others like to go through a little routine.
Two good opening bowls.
Come on, up you come now, Jamie. Hurry.
Just under's going to be good.
Yeah, well played, mate. Good bowling. Well done. Away, good.
They will bend onto her own. Just under. Touch more weight. Would have been good.
Your bowl's jack high, just drifting through.
Close for shot. Slight favour for England. These people just coming in, but they're standing up just to get coats and various things on.
Being forced onto the other hand now. England, a little bit unknown.
Most of the play has been on this side, up and down. Oh, wrong ball. Really the wrong ball. Well, shake of the head. It's unlucky to pick out the wrong ball from those three balls that were at the front, but that's going to make it very difficult to get at. You're forced on the other side, and if you go a little bit tight, it'll wing across.
Yeah, there it is again, just collecting the wrong ball. Then you had the one there from the three. So, a little unlucky. But nothing in behind for South Africa, so...
So it makes it a very, very good end for England. Any extension on the jack here is good. And that's definitely what Natalie was looking for.
Ball getting caught out there, which we've seen happen so often. Natalie Melmore. 2 good attempts to bring the jack back a little to her own now. Doesn't need a lot of correction. Oh, she's pulled up short and across the head.
England support well wrapped up. The elements are just coming down to noise again with the rain, but absolutely no problem regarding wind. And that's the scourge of bowlers, really, the wind. It can affect the bowls far too much. A little bit of rain will not worry them too much at all.
Now we have had our fair share of wind the last couple of days. Quite gusty at times.
Now, Colleen, what can you do about this?
She's thrown it out wide again. So easily gets caught out there.
I think that's where, well, that's a very good reason why the players have been staying away from that hand as much as possible. So we're just going to have a little break for a moment or two as Tracy Lee Botha just goes off for a comfort break, so a couple of minutes. There's the university to the right. Wasn't always in that site. It's moved there. It's always quite interesting whenever you get a university that actually moves site. I wonder, did they lift the building or just did they rebuild it? That's all.
Such a beautiful site, though.
Oh, it is. It's the 4th oldest university in the English-speaking world. I'm reliably informed. Moved to the West End here in Glasgow in 1870 and was joined by Art Gallery and Museum in the 1880s. And they go very well together, I have to say.
We're going to table tennis now, women's doubles 3rd round, and it's Lee Ryu of Malaysia and Mas Ying Ho against the New Zealand pair, Chun-Li Lee and Karen Lee, and as we join it, it's 11-9, 11-9 and 9-5 in favour of Lee and Lee, a place at the quarterfinals at stake.
Really good.
Lee Chun-Li and Karen Lee of New Zealand win 3-0 against Malaysia.
Really got it sorted in the 3rd game. Took a little while to get into their stride, but once they did, they were never looking like being challenged. She's an indomitable presence on the table tennis table, is Lee Chun-Li, and she's done it again. So the Lee sisters from New Zealand make it through to the quarterfinals, and they've won 11-9, 11-9, 11-5.
And that will go down well in Glasgow.
I think it certainly will. We've seen a wonderful crowd so far, and we'll hear them erupt many times through those matches. Both players a little behind with their opening bowls, but never goes as straight.
Correction made on the line. Weight still running through a little bit.
Jamie Lee looks like it's on a good line. Depends on the weight.
Just dropping inside her own ball, still a couple of feet there for shot. But always useful. Danger here is overcorrecting. Just trying to take that yard or so off and you end up a yard short. Looks under.
Yeah, I was about to say, it looks a little tight.
Pity, nice weight. Still very little between these two teams, and the bronze medal's the same, 10 all. After 12 ends, and Jersey, well, they haven't won a medal since 1990, so very important for them. Northern Ireland have already won a silver in the men's, the triples. But the ladies, well, it would be very beneficial if they pick up the bronze.
Well played, Natalie.
Well, little bonus, I think, picking up the jack there.
I'm not sure she was trying to play that much weight.
No, I think she was trying to draw it and hit it on the way past. It's called giving it a chance. And very wise, didn't want to drop short. Jack going through to the back bowls of England. Oh, that needed a little touch.
Oh, weight was quite good, really. Line would have sat second shot.
Reaching again. Didn't really want that much. Really have a ball back there. Well, there hasn't been that many balls played in this backhand.
Oh, starting to let go.
Oh, needs to hurry. That's the only problem with it. Didn't have the weight, and the line was perfect. Well, the way that ball was played, I think Natalie would be wise to follow it, because the difficulty in the forehand is that she doesn't want to open the head up. On the other hand, the backhand, well, say it hasn't been played often, but she could slide one in there. Well, sticking to the forehand, the more reliable of the two. Most players would have played the backhand there, but it's all to do with the reliability of the hands, and she knew the line just over the weight. I'd say put a foot on is tough. I would say go down slightly narrow with a lot more weight. If you try and play it with a yard, it'll whiz across. There it goes. Two shots to England. It's just a little break now. 3-shot gap. 5 ends to go. upright delivery stance. The girls just checking the cards, making sure that they tally. There's no problems.
And it's a lovely opening bolt.
Played here, Jamie. Awesome, well played.
Yeah. Another lovely ball just in behind.
It's good, consistent leading.
Short ball. There's a ball behind. Try it there if you like. Just remember, it's different.
What I like about Jimmy Lee is a lot of her balls end up just behind the jack, and that's very good for the skip.
Slight correction, but still well behind. Matt is well up. It's a reasonably short end.
Come on, Jamie.
Oh, it's a good track again.
Well played, mate.
Once again, reaching to it. Well done. Beautifully weighted ball. Making sure she was up to the jack, little turn on it or draw the shot. That's really good leading. That's the sort of leading everybody wants when they're playing skip.
That's what we say, giving the skipper an armchair ride.
Wow. I'm using this forehand too often. I'm not sure about that shot. That was the obvious shot, was to play the forehand, but the backhand has been the more reliable.
Well, it has, and now we have the situation where they have three good back bowls, but nothing in the head.
Yes, that is indeed the case. Well, that is not going to help. All the back position, but 3 against. 2 balls to recover. This could be a vital end in this match. There's the cover ball going in. Maybe just a little bit further what she wanted.
Already having one there.
Yeah.
Would like to be somewhere splitting the 3 South African bowls.
Again, moving on to the forehand, and this hand, well, it's just not reliable for that sort of shot. You know, close game, draw close on the backhand, the one that they've been using all the time, and they're falling into this trap. And England will be delighted to see them play that side. Closer this time, little touch and a jack down to the back ball. Well, that's going to make it even more difficult. 4 shots. Looks like a backhand shot now for South Africa. They've got all the position if they're able to convert, but it's not an easy conversion shot. They've got 4 balls waiting for the jack. Trouble is, they've 4 balls against them, so it's a key ball.
If you miss, you're dropping a 4.
Well, if they miss, I think it's going to be a long way back on the last 4 ends for them. But if they get it, well, they could change this match around.
Here's that last one, the touch. Natalie.
Just brought it out into the open a little bit. Better to hold the shots though than not. A bit of a team conference going on there. It's a backhand shot either way. Now what you have to decide here is, do you play the conversion or do you just hit it? If you hit it, you hope that all four disappear. If you play the conversion, well, the percentages of success go down somewhat.
Oh, there is still a gap there too.
Well, it's not only that, but if you play with just a little bit of weight, you can hold off and miss everything. Certainly arriving.
Close.
Well,
No, all on connection. Get the jack. Oh, didn't get the jack. Well, I have to say, a bit unlucky.
Played it well.
Played it very well. England pick a double. If she'd got half a jack there, she could have ended up with a whole bundle. But
Here it is again. Oh, she played it so well, just rolling on a little too far herself. Or not taking the jack with her. But still, can't be too disappointed with that.
well,
Changed it from 4 to 2 down.
she did, but I think when you get that close and you know you've got balls in position, a little bit disappointed didn't move across.
Come on, right on it, Jamie.
We're hearing a few cheers going on because the other match. Northern Ireland are now in front by 2 shots.
Start here, Jamie. Hold on now. Yeah, well done, mate. That's good. Well done.
Begin to feel like a weatherman. Rain is gone, the sun's coming out.
2 good openers. This might be time to put the volley away, I think.
Good try. Couple over. Next time. Good.
Very good ball from Tracy Lee.
That's what she needs to do after the last end.
Hold now. Hold, Jamie. Hold. Hold. Good try, mate. Okay. Hold again.
Big sweep in that forehand, just missed the line. Pushed the South African ball into a much better position. A little bit adventurous, just wanted another ball in. Space there, could have done with a front toucher. This is a chance now for South Africa to move in. Colleen to draw a good ball.
Going down in the backhand.
Not sure about that one. You know, again, you can understand there's 3 England balls there, but to be truthful with you, she needs a closer one. I think that should have been drawing into the jack to put the pressure on.
Oh, there's far too much room left there. Natalie can certainly draw within that. Very close. Well, there it is. As Colleen, I would have been trying to beat her to do that.
Yes, exactly. It was a bad decision, and those decisions can cost you. Now he needs a really good ball to turn the jack.
Oh, come back with a good line.
Gently on the jack. Yep, that's the idea. That's what I would have been looking for, at least that with the previous ball. But well done. Really can't afford to lose the shot this end.
That nice little touch on the jack, taking it back to her own. Well, I think it was a good line.
Well, they're calling it, which means it's got a chance. Last ball in the end, it certainly looks like South Africa are still holding. Oh, that is close.
Oh, very little in that.
She has to try and turn the jack or rest the ball. So almost similar weight to the last one, just a little bit wider will do it.
Needs to hold. And she's got it.
Oh, yes. And stayed in. Really good ball. Pushed it out a little bit wider. Kept the weight and eased the England ball off the head. That was a big turnaround.
Yeah, here it is again. It looked good all the way. Just perfect weight to sit that through. A smile there. Girls are running up.
Yeah, and so they should, because that was vital. Couldn't afford to lose the shot that end. Now only 2 in it. 3 ends to go. It's getting positively warm here. Kelvin Grove. Sunglasses will be coming out soon.
I won't put the umbrella too far away.
There we go, look, sunglasses, happy days.
Lovely opening ball from Tracy Lee.
Come on, hurry now. Come on,
Looking
Jamie.
pretty good. Oh. Well, both these players have had some marvellous lead bowls. That's in the area.
Hurry now. Hurry, Jamie. Hurry.
Oh, it's turning well. Not sure if it's there.
Well done. Nice shot to get it, Trace. Play it. Just try to put it in.
That last ball blocked off their preferred hand, but there's certainly a shot in there. Oh, running away. Ooh.
Yeah, again, it's just that forehand. Almost every time they're playing it, they're either getting a bad result or wasting the ball. Can't make up my mind whether he didn't want to be seen or just you know, hiding in despair. There's no despair. England supporter, 2 up.
Well, that's not a bad decision. Put one around behind.
I don't know. I'm not sure about South Africa with the choice of going onto the forehand and.
Well, all the players have, when they have been forced onto that hand, have certainly found it difficult.
Yes, it looks the right shot. You know, in theory, it looks the right shot, but you have to weigh in the factors of just how difficult it is in terms of percentages, and it's a low percentage shot. That's the problem. And are you prepared to try and make it through that gap or hit your own ball into the jack? Or is it better just to attack it on the other side?
This little bit of weight might hold it for her.
That's a good ball. I'll tell you what, that's one of the very few balls that's actually been in the area. It's got something out of it. Still the shot against. But if she's able to play the same ball again with the next delivery, it'll be very valuable.
Yeah, you're just getting onto that front one. So popping one out.
Jacket off for Natalie. Like I said, it was getting, well, not quite Mediterranean, but certainly warmer. Not the dizzy heights of what we had when we first started. 26, 27 degrees, and that one's dropping short. Now, Colin, if you're prepared to go again to try and find that line, you can repeat the last delivery. It would be good for you because you're popping the ball out. It looks a little bit under to me. Well, it's a good ball in that it's in the head, but you know, 2 shots down, not a disaster to lose a single, but you really would like to pop the ball out.
Yeah, Natalie, a wise move. Coming in to have a look and discuss it.
Yeah,
they're
running through the game pretty quick. They're less than 2 hours, and we're on our 16th end of the gold medal playoff. So, you know, plenty of time, lots and lots of time. No hurry. A lot to discuss. You just never know when you're going to get a chance to win a gold medal again. So, it's vital to keep their full concentration. I could see just a backhand shot here for Natalie. Keep on the more reliable side. Pop another ball into the head. A little bit of danger, but I don't think she's got much choice. Well, that sort of put her off, I think. I think she was worried about the South African balls.
But to slip past on the wide side and sit her bowl down,
well,
would have been in a good home when she finished, but
another team conference. Two players with input from the management. I think really she must play a forehand now and try and get the ball through the gap. Back positions against her, more chance of the ball going onto the jack in the backhand, but the backhand offers a more reliable shot. So this is not easy.
well, she's reaching on a forehand.
Trying again.
It's to let go, might get off that. Oh, well.
Well, the ball was there to be used, but she got it absolutely perfect.
Couldn't have got the edge of this better.
Good ball, good result. Gets a lot of credit from me for even attempting it again on the forehand. Well, this will be pushing in with weight, I would expect, from Natalie.
Oh, they've got good back bowls, so they're well protected behind.
So, last ball of the end. Got to be in the area. Doesn't want to be too wide, though. Oh, yes.
She got it.
What a result. Oh, I thought she was on the high side, but pushed the front ball in.
Yeah, here it is, just clipping that front bowl.
Yeah, so the jack was always going back straight to the England ball. Didn't bounce off it. She knew it. She knew as soon as she got the angle right that it was coming in.
Two great bowls from the skips then.
Big turnaround on that one. Massive turnaround. We're getting some really good shots towards the end of each end with the skips. And it's all to do with balls in the head again, isn't it?
Oh, that's right. The leads are putting the bowls there, so they're creating the opportunities.
Come on then, Jamie. Right on it. Start here, Jamie. Back, Jamie. Hold on now. Hold on that line. Yeah, good start now. Well done. Nice line.
Nice line.
There. And again, Jamie.
Jamie Lee with good weight with her first. Just needing a slight correction of grass. A little bit tight again, but again, good weight. That's a very good correction. Tracy Lee. Playing a bit of line this time.
Yes, a chance of a connection on the ball. Oh, he's got it. Push the ball through. Opens up the jack. Very good ball. Once again, Julie not dropping short with any of her balls. That one has finished short simply because she pushed the ball through. It's good leading. Giving her skip every opportunity to win this match. Not changing anything.
Colin, her ball can let go, but it's a little bit on the weighty side.
Well, it's a vital part of the game now.
It's looking good. Just pulling up a little short, but
Shouting at that ball, wasn't she? Well, South Africa really do need to get this one in. They lose 2 or 3 here. Well, the medal is gone.
Work off these bowls or
Jack's
looking
what
for
they're
the
after.
jack. Yeah, taking it right, maybe too far through, but certainly the shot to play.
Well, we'll have to wait and see who lies. But it's indicating 2 to South Africa, according to our marker, Mary Watt.
Natalie playing down on the backhand, that rather difficult hand.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure. She could see her 2 balls there, but she might have just trundled down on the forehand, a little rock and roller, and see if she could disturb something. This is going to be a very, very interesting last end. If South Africa are lying 2 there. Difficulty for Colleen is that the backhand is the safer hand, but if she moves the jack, she could possibly give it away if she's heavy. The forehand, if she's a bit wide, it could be a bit. She could also give the shot away. But the forehand's more reliable and it's more likely to sweep in towards the jack, so the percentages are on the forehand shot.
Plus, they've played far more bowls on that hand, so you would have to think they could something more reliable.
Don't disturb your concentration, girl. Get down and play it, because no, you're lying 2. You're going into the last end 1 down, which is great. Give yourself every chance. You know, if you're going to play the forehand on the sweep, you just have to be very careful of your weight. That's all. You don't want to be anything above jack high. You can certainly afford to be below it.
She's down on that side.
She's very safe lying on the inside, though.
Yeah, no change.
No change. Don't think there's any change anyway. Well, going to measure this.
Taking the 1 out.
Well, it was indicated that it was 2 to South Africa very, very quickly and early. It really hasn't changed, so...
I can understand them wanting to be sure.
Oh, yes, so can I. Don't want that one sort of hanging over your head going into the last end that you should have measured. think that was much of a measure, actually, as it turned out, to be honest.
More wishful thinking, like.
Yeah, I think so. Just, that's a psychological thing. Let's play absolutely safe. To South Africa.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting last end.
Yep. 7-16 in favour of Australia. A little team conference needed.
Probably discuss the length that they feel they want to play. Maybe just a bit of encouragement to each other.
Well, they haven't actually scored in this direction for some considerable time. You have to go back to that little run that they got in the 8th, 9th, 10th end. After that, they've been scoring in the other direction. So I can understand why they're having this chat. Jack's a little bit on the shorter side. So England in front, 17-16. And this is the last end of the match. But of course, if South Africa can score a single, it'll be a tied end. And we'll be into a one-end shootout effectively.
That's a lovely opening ball from Tracy Lee.
Nice effort, mate. Yeah, good starter there. Well done. That's good. Good again.
Jimmy Lee behind the jack as per normal. And Sophie Tolchard lifted the gold yesterday, encouraging her team to another. Definitely the women's side of England's squad have been doing very, very well for the last couple of games, and that in itself is a statistic which is worth thinking about. And it's Bobby Donnelly, South Africa. Also a gold medalist here. Didn't go well in the singles. Don't think you'll worry about that with a gold medal in his back pocket. It's one of the few balls that Jimmy's played short of the jack.
Yeah, neither of the leads have dropped too many short. They've been playing very solidly the whole match.
Yeah, I think this has been a very good game, I have to say. Good leading, good skipping. There's been no weaknesses.
Doesn't want to pop this one out, but it's finishing in a good spot.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Colin Pickett will be saying, well done, lead. Happy with that, you've done your job.
Oh, is that in a better area?
Leads the run. Got the wrong ball. Well, there's only really one shot here for Colin, that is to get behind the jack. Blow off the cheeks. Gee, it's not that bad, you've played well. I know you're not happy with the last end, and it's unfortunate, but you played really well in this match. I have to say, having Natalie Melmore behind you is a very good position. She's one of the best in the world at the moment. I really need to concentrate on this one. The only danger's at the back of it.
Oh, she's thrown it well wide.
Can't blame her doing that. Doesn't want to be short though.
Coming into a good position.
Yeah, that's good. And Natalie will be arriving with this. She's got a chance. Pensive, Colleen. Just to let you know, the last end of the bronze playoff is level at 14 all. So 2 really good matches. Just dropping inside. I'll be honest, I'm not sure if I would go near that because I think the second shot is definitely beatable. But you really don't want to make it easy for Natalie Milmore. She's got a good weight shot on her in her locker, and she's more than capable of coming into it.
Yes, the last thing you want to do is sit one level with a jack or just slightly short that can be used.
And encourage that one around. Well, it's another one in position. Ball on the jack. It's protected. This is a big ball. This is the key ball at the moment. Needs second shot with this. Oh, she's gone through. Colleen, don't go near it.
Right to the back.
It's a big ball for Natalie to draw that as a shot. Don't go near it, just go deep.
Either that or a wrong bias.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Just leave it, you know. Get some value out of the ball. But just leave it, because anything short there would be bad news, and that's a very wise decision. Didn't need to go to the manager to discuss that one. Keep it deep, because when you're lying the gold medal, the last thing you want to do is drop one short.
Oh, make it easier for them, exactly.
No, it's Natalie Milmore's got a choice here. Sharon, what would you do? Bowl on the ball and try and get it back, or draw for second for the tight end?
Well, I'd try to draw for second, but she's had 2 attempts at that already. So may look for a different option.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think I would draw for second there, because there's no guarantee of getting the front ball onto the ball. There's 3 against her.
No, you get the wrong edge of it, you're only going to promote it. So I really do think she needs to draw for second.
Well, for me, she's been one of the best players in this event with her last ball in the singles as well.
Little bit of distraction there from the other end, so she'll just regroup.
Yes, it's good idea, just to take her time. I'm surprised she's not even walking away from that, and just take her time. Just movement from one area of the rink, just catching her eye. Well, she's going for it, playing weight. She's good at this shot, looking for a percentage on it. Oh, she's got it through. Oh, the ball followed. But she saved the match. It's 1 to South Africa.
Well, that was a gutsy shot.
Really, really gutsy shot. She missed the draw with 2 balls, played the weight shot, ball on the ball. Well, the marker has already indicated that it's 1 to South Africa.
Well, looks awfully close.
Oh, yeah. Even with having the camera right over the top, I wouldn't like to discuss this too much. You know, just let them get on with it. Now we have a favour for a South African ball, but
what a gutsy shot!
Oh, she's so good with that last ball. You know, I thought actually she was coming off the front edge and missing it, but ball on the ball, jack movement.
But I can understand her thinking in that case. I mean, you have 2 attempts to draw, close.
Yeah.
You know, drop 1 well short, 1 well behind. You look for another option, and
I probably would have agreed with it more if there had been 2 in it, but there were 3 in it. Taking 1 away wasn't really good enough. She had to get movement on the jack, and the ball was, you know, you're talking about 2 short balls under the jack, so it was a speculative shot.
Had to be hit perfectly.
Yes, exactly. Oh, that's in by the proverbial mile. It's not even close. Have to go back. Well, we could see that was just in by so much. And I can't blame them measuring, though, because it's for a gold medal. Of course you measure. I think England have won the measure, or won the toss for who's going to take the jack. Just checking to see. There it is.
Oh, absolutely perfectly onto that.
Great contact, a great contact. Solid ball, no edges, nothing. Ball on the ball, she thought she had it. But she saved the game, and that's, you know, at this stage, that's what she wanted to do. That was her first target, save the game. 17-all. Goodness me. And England, for the first time in the match, have brought the mat well up the rink. We haven't seen this so far. It's been up a little bit before, but certainly not as much as this. So a definite change of tactics for the tight end.
Come on, Jamie. No, look with me first, mate.
I expect Jimmy Lee to have a better end than she had the last one, so just had, actually the last one was probably her worst end of the match, but
Actually just shows you the quality of Natalie being able to do something with what she was, you know, faced with at the end there.
she did it in the singles so many times with her last ball, scratching out something. So good with that last delivery. And Northern Ireland in the bronze medal position are one ball away from lifting that, one ball away from being successful for the bronze.
And a good opener from Tracy Lee.
You might have heard the cheer in the background. That's the girls from Northern Ireland have won the bronze in the pairs, and they're absolutely delighted, and so they should be.
Better line.
That's a good ball.
Touch on the wide side. Oh, too much weight really, but giving it a chance to sit the shot bolt or take the jack.
Alexander.
Oh, she's played a little bit. The edge of the jack will tuck into a good spot.
That's a big bonus. That's a massive bonus to get the edge of the jack. Good bowling. Reaching up, giving it a chance. Now she's in a good position.
Yeah, here's that last ball from Tracy Lee. She's a little bit tight, but just edging the jack over to hers, putting it in a pretty good position. Wow, holding.
Got an edge. Oh, she's opened it. And she's got the back position. And it's not going to be easy to beat that back position if she ditches the jack. I wouldn't bet against Natalie Melmore to do that. This ball has to be behind. Oh, it's going under. You've got 3 shots. You don't need one in there.
It's one of those times to stay away, I think.
Oh, it was wasted. That was wasted. This jack is going to end up in the ditch. And England will be in the perfect position.
Yeah, the angle of it is better to be more positive. Yeah.
So strong at the running ball. And it's on the favoured hand as well, the forehand.
Oh, certainly giving it a look. It's
just holding off. So South Africa have got a choice here. They either block it, which I wouldn't do, simply because the backhand's available, or go as deep as you possibly can.
I think the worst thing they could do was get one around it.
That's under. Surely that's just going in amongst all the rest. They only need one, not five. Has to go again. She will adjust with this one. Half jack or better, and almost certainly will ditch it and hold on to it for the gold. Close to it. Oh, just missed it. It's South Africa that are going to take the gold medal in the women's pairs. What a fantastic match. Brilliant game. All the way down to the last end of England. Congratulations, Tracy Lee Bolton, Botha and Colleen Pickett. They played really good bowls, I have to say. So did England. Jamie Lee Winch and Natalie Melmore both played extremely well. But when it comes down to a tied end, there's so little in it. It could happen to go to either side, and a brilliant performance by South Africa to win this match. They just keep doing it year after year in major events. They really do. Come to the Commonwealth Games and take away gold medals. Three shots of South Africa in that last extra end, but I think they're only going to probably put up one. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Well, the commiserations, but I think it should also be congratulations.
Oh, wonderfully played match.
To the England team. That's the scoreboard just coming up. 3 shots at 20-17. So, women's pairs gold medal. It's South Africa beating England 20 shots to 17.
So gold for South Africa. Let's now focus on the battle for the bronze. Jersey bidding for their first medal here. Katie Nixon and Lindsay Greachan against Mandy Cunningham and Barbara Cameron of Northern Ireland. 14 all were in the final end, and it's Paul Mitchell and John Price.
I think with 3 bowls with the first one, you go for the drive to clear the 2 bowls. Now then, Lindsay, need to close this off if you can now. Just inside the line. That's not a great bowl there, because she's going to give her a shoulder. Didn't want to be down that gap. You see that area there?
Yep.
That's where Barbara's just gone with a control bowl. Anything down the green is no good at this stage. All you're going to do is invite trouble, invite a wick. She's got to go with this off the forehand if she's wide. She gets a shoulder off that. Last bowl.
So it's the second bowl for Barbara Cameron. She has 1 remaining, so too does Lindsay Greachan. On the high line last time. Pushing it through.
Better line, better line.
Well, that's where the pink one came into play. She's line shot. Well, she was high like she was last time, but you called it, John, and from the side she came.
Yep, that's where you didn't want to be, as I said. That bowl's not there, she's wide. Well, but she was playing it then, because obviously the shoulder was there. That's why she kept the controlled weight.
After 5 Commonwealth Games, Barbara Cameron is on the verge of picking up her first medal. Jersey They were defeated at this stage 8 years ago. A heartbreaker with New Zealand. Can they avoid a heartbreaker against Northern Ireland? In she comes, Lindsay Grehan. It's Northern Ireland's medal.
Well, tough way to lose a match and a great way to win one. I feel for the Jersey girls, I really do. Played awfully well, but you've got to congratulate Northern Ireland. They battled all the way.
Oh, it's a sore one to take, but Northern Ireland win it by the narrowest of margins. And Jersey remain medalless since 1990. Barbara Cameron didn't need to play her last. What a difference she made with her second last. Incredible shot for Barbara Cameron. The chance was there and she took it. Oh, Jersey.
No, she's despondent, Lindsay. Absolutely despondent. And it's a tough way to lose. Great moment for Barbara Cameron, first medal. Andy Cunningham delighted, lots of emotion down there for Northern Ireland. Sporting handshake from Andy. If you can see how much that means, that will hurt for quite some time. That will really hurt. Well,
let's switch away from the Bulls at Kelvin Grove to women's hockey, and that was the opening goal for India against Scotland. Anupa Bala with the opener. Better though for the home fans here. Nikki Kidd with the equaliser. That went down well. India 1, Scotland 1. Now table tennis, women's singles semi-final. Tianwei Feng against Li Yun. 8-all, game 1.
And the net and away. So
there was the modern day receive of service with excessive use of the wrist and the forearm virtually vertical, putting a lot of spin on the table tennis ball and combining it with topspin and side spin.
Immense pressure from Funtan Way.
Yeah, well,
you get the feeling here that Lynn needs to take this opening game.
Well, that's right, but Funtan Way there was able to play early in the rally with the forehand, and that's a strength.
But missing that one, and here is game ball for Lin Yi. So first to 2 ahead now. Now pushing long, and another game point for Lin Yi. Yeah, good return.
Little ambitious, that forehand.
Well, making room, but not being able to land it. So 2 game points have come and gone. And game point now for the #1 seed. Yeah, good defence, and then straight onto the attack. So the first game does go to the #1 seed. 13 points to 11. She saved 2 game points, and you wonder how important that might be.
Well, I've heard it a million times. Win a close game and confidence blossoms. Now, for Lin Yi, that could be a dagger in the heart, and for Funtan Way, an absolute major injection of self-belief.
Really good final point, and she couldn't cope with it. Ball ballooned long, and after that edgy start, where she did look a little nervous, Funtan Way starting to show what a formidable talent she is. The world #4, playing Lin Yi, who's ranked 41 in the world. And the gap was starting to show at the end of that game.
One love. One all.
Singapore, table tennis, the #1 sport in the country?
I think it's just about there. They all train at the Topeo Centre. And of course, if we look at the history of the Olympic Games, I think it was in 1960 they won in men's weightlifting a medal. But the only other medals ever in the Olympic Games that Singapore has won have been table tennis. So table tennis has a very, very high status. And because it has such a high status here, these players are under immense pressure.
And because of that too, there'll be a huge audience back home in Singapore for this match.
Most certainly. I've been getting a lot of correspondence from Singapore. Of course, the International Table Tennis Federation, we have an office in Singapore, and in fact a certain Zena Sim works in that office, and she was a member of the Singapore team back in Melbourne in 2006 that won gold. She was a teenager at the time, but she had to give a gold medal to the school.
So it's 6:20 in the evening, so you can imagine the audience would be immense back home. And Fung would be a major star.
I think I'm correct in saying that last year she was Sportswoman of the Year.
Yeah, really clever serve and a good follow-up from Lian. And again, she's ahead as she was in the opening game, but she's got nothing to show for it yet. Oh, well, she defended so well and had an opportunity there to finish it, Lynn.
It's very, very difficult once early in the rally Funtan Way plays a forehand. Forehand topspin is very much the strong stroke of Funtan Way. Once she plays it early in the rally, I would think 70 to 80% of the time she wins the point, whoever she's playing against.
Another example. And she's back level. Hasn't been discouraged at her rather iffy starts to both games.
Ooh, that was ambitious.
Did so well to get her body out of the way to launch that forehand, Lynn. But again, once on the forehand, it was rally over.
The techniques are quite different. Funtan Way's much shorter, much more use of the elbow. Lin Yi's is a very, very long stroke. Now that technique with the return of serve has appeared in table tennis in the last 10 years, moving to the forehand side to return with the backhand, using excessive wrist and the forearm vertical. If that was done 10 years ago, I mean, the coach would have been annoyed and sent the player home.
Well, the serve deceived her. She moves in front. Remember, she had 2 game points in the opening game, did Lynn. 2 points away from the game here. Well, had a shot at that forehand and couldn't make it pay.
Well, mistake from the forehand, that's unusual from Funtan Way.
So 2 game points in game number 2. Yeah, very well defended, Lin Yi, and this time she does hold on, and she's taken the second game, and we're tied up here at 1 game apiece. Great defense at the end there.
Well, impressive blocking, and I think if we looked at one of the greatest players of the modern era, China's Zhang Yining, I watched her win gold in Athens in 2004. Then she retained the title in 2008 in Beijing. And if one aspect of her play improved, it was the ability to absorb the pressure with the backhand block, just as in that case did Lin Yi.
Just had a feeling we might have had deja vu there at the end of the second game, but not to be. So it's very much game on here after a couple of games. The number 1 seed, Funtan Way from Singapore, against Lin Yi, the number 3 seed from the same country.
Okay, thank you, sir. Lovely.
Oh, that's what the crowd had come to see. Amazing defense, but Fung wouldn't be denied. Look how far back Lin was, and that was an extraordinary get, but it didn't do her a lot of good. Just a stamp of the foot from Lee, signalling her frustration there.
That's right. I think one of the reasons the points have been short, okay, that one rally was fantastic, but the brief points are that neither player is getting a really impressive lead. If one player can get a 2-3 point lead, then we'll really see them flow.
2-all. 2.
Starting to push her back a little bit away from the table.
Yeah, then it's much, much more difficult to control the ball, especially if you're trying to block it. You need to really just about have your nose over the ball.
2, 4.
It's a very, very long stroke, very dynamic forehand stroke from Eilidh.
You can look at the position she played it, way wide on the backhand side.
Well, of course, on the backhand side, from that angle, you can rotate the body more than you can from wide forehand. So many players who have strong forehands have the strong forehand from the backhand.
Again, her signature little stamp of the foot with the frustration. But she doesn't dwell on her disappointment for very long at all. No, gap was there for her. Gotten in out wide. Should have been a simple winner.
Just clipped the net, didn't it? That just took it off the end of the table.
6-5.
And Lynn moving ahead here. No, that cord was too important. And the Funtan Way levels up at 6 points each. Seem to be following her.
Seven, 6.
Still very much in this match, Lynn.
Well, she is very much in the match, and what impressed me on the last point from Eilidh is she played with the backhand topspin. The ball travelling maybe about 2 inches over the net with a lot of topspin, as opposed to a panic, flashy backhand.
7-all.
Oh, yes. Spectacular backhand winner.
She certainly plays very expansive strokes.
Yes, and they're more and more prevalent as this match evolves. So 8-7. One more serve here. Yeah, you can see the frustration. Thought she was onto that rally.
Maybe from the backhand, Funtan Way needs to play that little bit quicker, not to give Eilidh the time to play those big topspin strokes.
Yeah, good long serve and a devastating follow-up.
Well, that's always a little bit risky, so that was very brave from Funtan Way.
Still not out of it.
Well, the last 2-3 points, certainly Eilidh's been the more positive player.
That one may come back to haunt her. It's game point for Fung. Yeah, she read the serve so well. The big forehand. And the #1 seed back in front. Funtan Way leads Lin Yi 2-1.
Perhaps the fact that Funtan Way has played in this scenario before being in New Delhi, she was just that fraction more consistent. But of course, all 3 games have been decided by the minimal 2-point margin, so there's still a long way to go.
Lin Yi had a bye in the opening round, beat Megan Phillips of Wales 4-1, then the #11 seed Kelly Sibley 4-1, and then beat Manika Batra of India, the #8 seed 4-1. Saw that match and she was very impressive.
Yes, and Manika Batra using the long pimples on the backhand is a very difficult player and a player against whom you can lose your patience. So that was an impressive performance.
Singapore coach on the other court.
Okay.
Of course, the coach Jin Jung Hong, she won gold in Manchester in the women's team event.
Here's game #4 here. And we now know that there will be an all-Singapore final because Yu Mengyu has beaten Lei Jianfang of Australia in 4 straight games, and so she's through to the final. She'll play the winner of this match.
Love 1. One all.
Yeah, quick, big attack from Fung.
Well, also extremely well directed to what is often termed the indecision point. That is the elbow of the opponent's playing arm, where the shake hands grip player has to guess, do they play forehand or do they play backhand?
It's Jeff Boycott's corridor of uncertainty.
Absolutely, yes. Get it back with your sticker rhubarb. Yes.
3-2.
But she can't get away.
No.
Three all.
A rare gift. Yeah, you can see absolute frustration on the face of Fung, and Lee goes 5 points to 3 in front. Then rather. This is not a good spell for the #1 seed.
3-7.
Well, what do you say? Win a close game and confidence blossoms. I mean, this ruins that theory.
Yeah. No, not that time. Prodigious defence until then. It's way up high. She's not a tall woman, Fung, 5'4". She got right on top of that. Just a little bit too clever. And Fung coming back now, 3 points in a row, trails by 1.
Now, I think if I was Funtan Way, I would now call a timeout. She's well ahead. She's 2-1 down. She was well ahead. The momentum is now going towards Funtan Way. I think maybe it will be time for a break.
It's interesting because she has no coach there, but just to stop the momentum.
Yes, that's exactly right. Just to have a little rethink. You've lost, what was it, 3 points in a row?
Yep.
Everything is swinging back towards your opponent. Take a break. Take the break now. Don't take it when it's too late and you're 3-1 down.
Now back in the lead, Lynn.
9-7.
That is an extraordinary miss for Fung.
Absolutely, absolutely. So maybe she's right not to take the timeout.
Yeah.
There you go.
2 points away from levelling up at 2 games all, is Lynn. Every game it's been so tight.
A little fortunate.
Yes. Netcore played its part. She never really recovered. So from 9-7 down, Fung at 9-all. Well, surprising miss. Game point, Lin Yi. Pressure mounting. The opportunity was there. Didn't read the return.
Didn't quite get the timing at the top of the bounce. She was just a bit late with the timing.
So Fung with game point for a 3-1 lead. Sure enough, form beginning to work out now. The #1 seed taking that 4th game again. It went right the way to the wire, but she leads it 3-1.
Well, just at the end of that game, Funtan played. She played with great control. It was a forehand topspin to the middle, towards the elbow of the playing arm, and then the player has to decide forehand or backhand, but also Funtan Way can anticipate the next ball. The chances are the ball's going to come back down the middle of the table. It's going to come back high down the middle and slowly down the middle. So when she plays that first attack into that indecision, crossover area, whatever you like to call it, that she can really anticipate the next stroke.
So she's a game away from taking on Yu Mengyu, the #2 seed from Singapore. So it will be Fung, 1 game away from the final, to serve at the start of game #5. And after 4 close games, you'd be very surprised if this one wasn't close as well.
been quite a nervy match, hasn't it, so far? Very tentative play.
Yes, almost as if they know each other's game too well.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is the problem. I mean, you've highlighted it in a nutshell.
There you go. Credit where credit's due.
One, two.
Ferocious attack from Fung. Well, just about the best rally of the match.
Well, yes. I think also the fact is that Lin Yi is now 3 games, you know, she's down 3-1. She's nothing to lose. She started to play much more freely.
A more relentless attack from Fung.
But Lin Yi's not thinking. She's let the gap go now to 4-1, 3-1 down, 4-1 down. She's not called for a break or a timeout.
Two, four.
Too good again, on to the return. And so much space down that forehand side. The danger of serving near the backhand side.
Well, that service technique is a technique very much used by a certain Jan Jika, the Olympic and world men's singles champion. And it's the reverse service action, where in fact the ball, the racket is starting on her backhand side and travelling to the forehand side, as opposed to the conventional action where it would travel in the other direction.
So Fung 5-3 to the good. Again, that long serve working.
It was a long serve, but it was the more traditional, accepted serving action.
Keeping Lin guessing. There's never been utterly dominant in this match, but she's just got a grasp on it.
Just at the crucial moments, so far, experience and consistency has told.
Oh, yes. One of our best backhand flicks down the table from Lin Yi. So good run of points, 3 in a row for Lin Yi.
This is at the left, Desmond Hugh Douglas, one of the greatest players that England has ever seen. And of course he
11 times national champion.
That's right. And of course, before we had table tennis in the Commonwealth Games, he won the men's singles title at the Commonwealth Championships. And of all places, Douglas, Isle of Man.
And it was Douglas even before he won there.
Well, his friend did actually come to him and say, congratulations, they've named the town after you.
7-all.
Rather despairing look from Lin Yi. Still on level terms, though, in this 5th game.
And of course, as we're talking about Desmond Douglas, who has been a great friend of mine now for many, many years, I should give him his due title of Desmond Douglas MBE.
Yeah. And what a shot that was from Lin Yi. Not out of this at all. Again, it's the backhand down the table that proves crucial.
Lily was a little unfortunate then. I mean, that was a good backhand first topspin, and give credit to Funtan Way. She did recover, but for me, Lin Yi did the right thing.
So Fung 2 points from victory and a place in the final. And just the one, another askance look. 2 points for the semi-final for Funtan Way. And that's all she wrote. In the end, really starting to exert her dominance, and it's Funtan Way who beats Lin Yi 4 games to 1, and again she's in the Commonwealth Games final.
Very, very professional performance. Consistency and experience told. Only 1 game was not decided by the minimal 2-point margin. Give credit to Lin Yi, but quality told. It's Funtan Way in the final.
And we have the top 2 seeds in the final tonight. Funtan Way, the number 1 seed, and the number 2 seed, Yu Mengyu. And there's confirmation. An all Singapore final. And it should be a belter. And you can see that Funtan Way, well, she looked so dominant in the early rounds, not so dominant there. And you never know what's going to happen tonight.
So gold for South Africa in the women's pairs. Big moment at Kelvin Grove. A few tears on the podium, and we head to the Royal Commonwealth Pool in Edinburgh. Men's synchronized 3-metre springboard coming up.
Silver medalist here 4 years ago, but he's got a different man alongside him. For Lee and Stone, it's a welcome return to New Zealand in synchronized, well, in diving in general, in fact, so it'll be great for them and the 2 English pairs and Malaysia. 6 teams, 6 rounds. It'll be all action stuff, so they'll have to keep themselves sharp, no great delay. Normally with finals so that you're up among 12 teams and there's a bigger weight in between dives. For this, there's pretty rapid fire.
Yes, we have the many judges in this event, so 11 judges. We have the 6 execution judges, so the first 3 will judge 1 diver, 4, 5 and 6 will judge another diver's individual dive. So they will just be concentrating on that diver, not looking at the synchronization, just looking at that diver's performance and marking that dive. Whereas then the synchronized judges will be judging the performance between both of them. How they move down the board, how high they are, going into their hurdles, their timing in the dive, and then whether or not they finish at the same time or whether one moves away from the board a bit more than the other diver. And that is what they will mark, just the synchronization between both of them.
There you have it in a nutshell. Canada first to go. Maxime Bouchard on the far side. Has the 3-metre synchro this morning. Back for the 10 tonight with Mitchum. This time he's with Riley McCormick, who is an experienced synchro diver, but up there on the platform. So let's see how this combination goes. Got the talent. Can they hit it off? Start off with the 2.0 dives. back dive this.
And a solid start from the Canadian pairing. Reaching high, good pike at the same time, bringing the arms at the same time for the entry.
Execution, 8.5, 8, 8, 9, 8, 8. Synchronization, 9, 8.5, 9, 9, 9.
So these
Big
first
marks.
2 rounds of dives will be the basic
Seen that many
dives with
nines
a
floating
limited
around. I know it's a
difficulty of
straightforward
2.0.
dive, but
That was a back dive pike.
very good execution. Australia. Which 5 silvers in his Commonwealth collection nearest to us, and Grant Nell, who has a 1 metre medal, bronze, but then failed to qualify for the 3 metre final, so he's got another chance here. Here goes their back dive.
Oh yes, and a beautiful start from the Australian pairing as well. A mirror image of the Canadians' back dive. Good timing, pike.
Execution,
And
8.5, 8.5, 8.
delightful start. Yes, Grant will be looking for some redemption here after the disappointment on the 3 metre.
So
Very
the
good.
judges are looking for the divers to take off together
52.20,
and land
just ahead of
together.
Canada's. Remember, New Zealand hadn't produced a male diver at the Commonwealth Games since 1998, so these two give them a chance to compete in the synchro event as well. Yang and Stone.
And it is hard because there's a forward dive pike. It's a simple dive, but if there are mistakes, they show out
Execution,
very easily. And you see there, Stone on the right-hand side of the screen went further away from the board than his partner, and synchronized judges will pick that up.
Divers need to have great timing
Stone
and
is
remain
just
exactly
17.
side by side as they go through the water.
Robinson Baker furthest away from the board, and Freddie Woodward.
Nick Robinson Baker and Freddie Woodward.
Robinson Baker's first appearance of the competition. Very experienced synchro diver. Chris Mears has been his more regular partner, so this is a new double act for England.
Yes, definitely at opposite ends of their careers, these two divers. We saw that in the women's 3 metre synchronised with Alicia Blagg and Rebecca Gallantry.
Execution, 7.5, 7.5,
I'm sure they'd be happy to replicate their performance.
Nick Robinson Baker was 27.
7.5, 8, 8, 8.
Freddie Woodward 19. First major championships for him.
Using the back dive pike, both divers grabbing their hands and going through the water together.
Representing England, Jack Law and Chris Mears.
Jack Law, Chris Mears. No shortage of talent in this combination. Jack Law with a gold and a silver already here in Edinburgh.
And once again, the back dive is proving to be an easy dive for these divers. So Chris didn't get an opportunity to dive in the 3 metre. It was overlooked for selection. So he will be ready to go here. And hitting the water at the same time.
Good to see the nines out in force. 51.60.
Representing Malaysia, Ahmed Azman and
Now Malaysia with genuine momentum in their squad. would say Liang, well, wouldn't be a competition without him here because he's in absolutely everything. What a performance he turned out in the 3 meters, snatching the glory here with Asman.
And a back dive tuck. You see Utsi Liang just stopping it closest to camera. Looks like he's going over.
Execution.
Can't stop that momentum when you're in the air. You always try and compensate. Just throwing a little bit away.
8, 8, 8, 8, 8.
Good synchronization marks there, but execution a bit 6.5 lets it down. So very quickly through the opening round of 6, Mitchum and Nell have a marginal lead over the Canadians and the England pair of Law and Mears, only 0.6 in it, so really absolutely nothing. It'll all start to unravel when the
Back 1.5 somersaults,
formal 2.0 tariff dives are out of the way, and then we get into the real McCoy. Bouchard and McCormick for Canada.
And both divers fading away from the board there. But Maxime really had a huge accident a number of years ago where he fell from a 10-metre, gave way when he was doing a dive. Split open his arm, still got a rod in it. Have a look after this dive. His left arm and his tricep, big scar down. Just there.
And this time the back twist. And
lucky to be here.
A little further down the pool than the other, affecting synchronization scores.
It's a tough sport, physically tough.
Team Australia, forward 1.5
Mitchum and Nell
somersaults, pint.
in the lead, but almost academic at this stage. No mistakes though. Forward 1.5 somersault.
And Grant Nell in trouble on the end of the board. He waited, you see his toes hanging over the end. He did a good job disguising it, having to wait, and still made it look like they were in timing. But doesn't need any more of those hurdles.
8 and an 8.5 for the execution. Your comments during the week about being able to handle the dive and riding it almost and making sure you still pull out a good score even though something's gone wrong at one stage of it.
Yes.
Li Feng Yang and Liam Stone from New Zealand. Li Feng Yang only qualified for New Zealand this year.
Not bad. Their timing is a little bit out. You see Li Feng Yang much quicker into his pike and out than Liam. Judges can pick that up. They'd like to see them go up at the same time and touch. These are the things they can work on.
Stone's half-brother, Lawrence Lachance from Canada, was a massive influence on him. He was an international diver and really inspired Liam to get going. Robinson Baker and Freddie Woodward.
Team England, reverse dive, pint.
Robinson Baker, 5th in the Olympics at this event with Chris Mears.
Sensational dive, that one. Good height. Touching and out, arms at the same time.
8, 7.5, 8, 8, 8, 8.
And they should score a few 8s on this dive.
9, 9, 9, 9.
Well, that's a really terrific set of scores. And actually, it was good to see that the next up on the board, Law and Mears, were applauding them enthusiastically. both from the City of Leeds club. Jack Law born in Harrogate. Chris Mears born in Reading. Reverse dive.
And an excellent pairing, these two. Quality individual divers in their own right.
Execution 8.5, 8.
Helps training with each other, being in the same pool. Get regular training with each other. Understand where your partner's going to be.
Same dive there from the second English team.
9.5. They've been in short supply so far in these games. Asman and Weitsay Liang. Asman is 21, Weitsay Liang nearest. Camera to the left at the moment. Let's look at this camera. Inward dive.
Good timing. See the diver closest to the camera moves further away from his partner. See here, just moving back, you can see the other diver on the other side. Judges, synchronized judges will notice that, and that just gives them an opportunity to take some marks away.
And sometimes better on these first two dives to keep it as simple as you possibly can.
But they still get a 9.
Just the basic inward dive.
0.5s and 8s for synchronization. Let's have a look at the standings. 2 rounds. Jack Law and Chris Mears just opening up a little bit of a gap there on Mitchell and Nell of Australia. And England, I'll call them the second pairing if that's not derogatory, are in a bronze medal position. Law going for the second gold. So close really after those set dives. Now we crank it up more than a notch. Bouchard and McCormick have a 3.1 tariff forward 3.5 somersault. And the action really explodes off the board now.
Yes, we move into the unlimited degree of difficulty dives. So the boys can choose whatever they like.
Execution 6.5,
and
7.
stamping the board there.
7.5, 8.
Real whack when they got on.
Synchronization.
Pretty good dive.
8, 7.5, 8, 8.
Both 23. Helps if they're sort of on the same wavelength socially sometimes. You do get occasionally a junior diver with a very experienced one bringing the other along. The 2 Australians know the diving scene, know how to win medals. Matthew Mitchum has that talent for getting it together and bringing out the massive dive when it really, really matters, but he's desperate to get a Commonwealth gold to go on display with his fistful of silvers. Back 2.5 somersault, 3.0.
Yes, and that will help them. Good individual dives. Spinning at the right time. Matt a little bit further away than Grant. Grant a little bit short.
8, 7.5, 8, 8.
7 and 8 on the execution, but the synchronization marks consistent.
Flight there absolutely together.
Team New Zealand, inward 2.5.
The New Zealand double act. This is the whole New Zealand synchro team. Fen Yang was injured when he was diving in China. Now has recovered and got his appetite for competition back, as well as a lot of coaching. Inward 2.5 somersault.
Yes, and a good dive there from the New Zealand pairing. You see Liam closest to the camera, keeps it closer. His partner moves it away, but they hit the water at the same time, and they're good individual dives.
7.5, 7.5, 7.5.
Lots of 7.5s, up to 8 for the synchronized.
Both divers standing backwards and facing forwards, rotating towards the board.
Another new England partnership. Robinson Baker
Inward,
on his national synchro crown. 6 consecutive years between 2007 and 2012. So he knows this discipline inside out. And he is hoping to develop a partnership with a teenage prospect, Freddie Woodward, on the left. Inward 2.5 somersault, height 3.0.
And both of these divers attacked the dive, really getting into it. See Nick furthest from the camera, moving further away, making a little bit of a splash on the entry. Freddie doing a good dive.
Synchronization, 8, 7.5, 8, 8, 8.
70-20.
So one of the divers just a little bit
just
of
in behind
rotation there, a little
the
bit
Australians.
Lower scores for his execution. Synchronization, pretty good.
Team England, forward, 2.5 somersaults, 2 twists, height.
More England money stacked on this combination of Jack Law, Chris Mears. Justifying that billing at the moment. This is a forward 2.5 somersault, 2 twists, 3.4. Big up Tariff.
A magnificent dive. Chris right over the end of the board, but waiting. Good position. See, just Jack rolled his on the entry. The first 3 individual scores you'll see will be the diver furthest from the camera. And the next 3 scores will be the diver closest to the camera. That'll be Chris on this occasion. So up to 8.5s, 80.58. Big score.
Puts them at the top of the pile. Chris Mears just missing out on an individual medal to Grant Nell. But a chance for revenge. Asman and I'd say Liang. Malaysians always capable of bringing out something quite spectacular from nowhere. Forward 3.5 somersault, 3.1.
Pretty good timing, although Utsi Liang was moving furthest away. See, they're both short on the board. See the diver close to the camera moving away. They come out at different times, which makes it look a little bit uneven.
Male team had 2 divers injured before these games, so that's really restricted their opportunities in combinations here. Whipping through these rounds, and Jack Law and Chris Mears opened up a good lead there, but Jack Law knows that those leads can evaporate very suddenly. Robinson Baker and Woodward in the bronze position, separated by the Australians.
Inward 2.5 somersaults, height.
Canada to go, just out of the medal picture. Can they put out a big score here with an inward 2.5 somersaults and put some pressure on the second England team? 3.0, the degree of difficulty here.
Yes, I think they will keep themselves right up there with that dive. See Riley moving the foot, keeping it in timing together.
8, 7.5, 7, 7.5, 7.
Synchronized is good, and their individual dives are
8,
very good as well. So should see lots of 8s, and then we have up to an 8.5 for the synchronized.
Bouchard, as his French-sounding name suggests, from Quebec. Cormick is from the other side of Canada, British Columbia. Mitchum and Nell. Well, they want to keep the pressure on the England #1 pairing. You know that mistakes happen. Inward 3.5 somersault, 3.4. So, good tariff on this dive.
Yes, and well, Matthew Mitchum has rolled the entry on that dive. Good takeoff. You see them right in perfect position, but Matt's just ducked his head and rolled it. Grant's done a good dive.
Execution, 7.5, 6.5, 7.
You will see a deduction there, especially look in the 4, 5 and 4.5s there.
6.5, 7.5, 7.
Mitchum, an Olympic champion, of course. First Australian male to win an Olympic gold medal in diving since 1924 when he struck gold in 2008.
Team New
Such a
Zealand,
big national figure down under. Talking of down under, from across the water, here comes the New Zealand pair. Li Feng Yang, Liam Stone. They've really struck a necessary bond as the New Zealand representatives, speaking very highly of each other.
And the synchronized look good, but they both have dropped their dives short. So kicking out, both having to arch their back. Judges may see that as good synchronized because they both did it. One went over and one went short, might be no good, but still there, they've knocked them down, 6.5, 7.
New Zealand with the back 2.5 somersaults piked. You just see there that one
Feng Yang looking a little bit deflated there.
than the other.
Robertson Baker and Freddie Woodward of England with a forward 3.5 somersault, taking up their positions right at the back of that springboard. 3.1.
And that'll keep them up there as well. Good timing. See Freddie maybe leaving his tad short. The right-hand side of the screen. Plenty of time to look at it, but just didn't get it around to vertical.
8, 8, 8, 8, 8.
See, they're just dropping 6.5, 6, 6.
The timing of the synchronization, pretty good. Tiny little errors on the entry.
Jack Law and Chris Mears, 19 years of age. Jack on the far side. Chris is 21. Jack had a harrowing experience in the 3 meters when he looked destined for the highest position on the podium, but it slipped away, so he knows still all to play for, even though they are in the lead. Inward 3.5 somersault, another big 3.4 dive.
And a wonderful performance, that one. Very close to the board. See Chris right up high. In ideal positions. Jack's entry was better. It sort of was a bit tentative on the entry, but still get away with that.
Another marks ranging there from a 7.5 that counts up to a 9 for the synchronization. Getting those 8s and 9s, really pushing the score along. Still very much the team to beat. Asman and Sei Liang now for Malaysia. Their 4th dive. This is an inward 3.5 somersault, tucked, and its degree of difficulty is 3.4.
Oh, and a big mistake there from Asman. Look furthest from the camera. In good position, but he comes out way too early. And
Execution 4, 5,
makes a big
4,
mistake.
7, 7,
Synchronized
7.5.
will get knocked as well.
7, 6
Look at the first execution marks. They'll be right down 4, 5 and 4.
Sei Liang always seems to get his dives away. Impressive consistency. He's been in the pool every session. 4 rounds gone, and Jack Law and Chris Mears are striding away at the front. Mitchum and Nell have Robertson, Baker and Woodward breathing right down their next. And do not discount Bouchard and McCormick. Only a point or so in it, so behind the leaders, it's all up for grabs. So, Canada coming up on the rails here. Pressing right up on the shoulders of the divers ahead of them. This is a back 2.5 somersault piked.
And Chris has done a good job. Maxime has just missed the entry. See furthest from the camera, misses it. Chris here dropping it in close.
Execution 5.5, 5, 6.5, 7, 7,
And they have a great tradition in this event. It's only been going a couple of games, but they've dominated gold both times.
So the
It's
synchronization
not helped
of
them
takeoff's
though.
pretty good.
No, that's
Unfortunately,
considered a
Maxime
drop
just
for that pairing.
over-rotating on entry there.
So, a little bit of scope for the Australians to confirm their silver position at the moment. Reverse 3.5 somersault, tucked. Again, that's a big dive, 3.5.
Oh, and that is a wonderful performance by the Australian pairing. They needed that. With the Canadians and the English team breathing down their neck. Matt Mitchum over the end of the board, but good timing. They've picked out the entries.
Execution,
And
7,
that will
7,
score well.
6.5, 7.5,
And with only 1 round to go, that helps to set up their competition.
8, 7.5, 7.5, 8.
Just under 80 points from that
Tariff, the
dive.
reverse 3.5 somersaults with
Particularly
tucked
good
up really,
execution
well.
there from Mitchum.
Team New Zealand, forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist, pike.
Now the two Kiwis will want to get maximum from this experience. Forward 2.5 somersaults with 1 twist. The first Commonwealth Games for both of them.
And a very quality performance from the New Zealand team. Good twist.
Execution 7.5.
See Liam a little bit further out, his partner, but great timing.
Synchronization 8, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5.
Yeah, they're good marks. Everybody will want to see them go away encouraged, and
after the pike and entries together.
good to see New Zealand up there among the competitors again.
Team England, forward 2.5 somersaults, 2 twists.
Now we're back to the sharp end. Robinson, Baker and Woodward, this new combination in the bronze medal position, having to respond to an excellent dive from Australia. 3.4 the tariff on this forward 2.5 somersault and the 2 twists.
And pretty good there, just see Freddie closest to the camera, just missing his entry, getting it in a pike, a little bit out of time.
7.5, 7.5, 7, 5.5, 5.5, 4.5.
They're working hard, such a big dive at 3.4.
7, 6.5.
Such a spread of marks
Really good
there.
attempt from Team England. Freddie there on the right just
4.5.
gets a little bit ahead
Discounted,
of Nick.
fortunately. So
Team England,
set them back a little bit.
2.5 somersaults, 1.5 twists.
Now, 5th round, Jack Law knows. Round 5 was where he knocked himself out of the gold medal position in the 3 metres. Now, can he go for gold again on the synchro board?
Wow, they are very, very top performers. The top team here at the moment, a long way. I've said before about Chris Mears, who ruptured his spleen at the Youth Olympics a number of years ago in 2009 from meningitis. But he's here now, 83.16.
Excellent timing all the
Very
way
impressive under pressure. And you can see Jack Law, big smile there. Mitchum looking a little bit more in his own world there.
3.5 somersaults with tuck.
Asman and Sei Liang for Malaysia. reverse 3.5 somersault, 3.5. Oh dear.
And again, there we've seen a mistake from Azman. Furthest from the camera. Are very high, these boys. Spinning the right time together.
Execution
Both
3,
dropped it a bit
3.5,
short,
3.5,
but
6,
especially
5, 5.5.
left-hand side of the screen. You'll see the first
6,
three
6, 5.5,
execution
6,
marks
5.5.
below. 3.5, 3, 3.5.
Really well,
Azman finished 5th in the 3-metre final, but he has blown very hot and cold. I always feel there's a potential mistake in him, or he just churns out the dives. Well, 1 round to go. Law and Mears for England in pole position there. Surely it's theirs to lose, and a distance all the way down. Mitchum and Nell in the silver position. Robinson, Baker and Woodward have 10-point lead. One more round of dives. We have learned in 2 days it's not over till it's over. And Bouchard and McCormick, if they can pull something quite special out of this reverse 2.5 somersault, just has the 3.0 degree of difficulty, then who knows?
Unfortunately there for Maxim, he's really dropped that short. I thought Chris was in trouble. He was hanging 10. But furthest in the camera, you just see kicked out way too early.
Execution 2.5, 1.5, 3, 8, 8, 8.
And then just can't pull them round from there. Too heavy. And you'll see there 2.5 and 1.5.
Riley McCormick there doing his bit. It's a team game, this.
There on the left-hand side of your picture. Once again for Team Canada.
So Canada will not dominate this competition. Mitchum right on the edge now of his 6th Commonwealth Games silver medal. And now can get a 2nd medal in Edinburgh.
And that'll be good enough. Brilliant dive from the Aussie pairing. They set it up with their reverse 3.5 in the last round. Good hurdle, excellent twisting position, and the dive, I think, will probably be for the silver.
Yes, 83.64. Mitchum has revelled in this competition. He's been so animated, and so many well-publicised problems. More from them to come still. Mitchum is back again on the platform. And a farewell dive to the Commonwealth Games from the 2 New Zealand boys. Hopefully this will be the start of something more, both for them and for New Zealand diving. Forward 2.5 somersault, 2 twists to end. Not the greatest farewell.
No, well, the timing there, you'll see Feng Liang, I think he got right in the corner. So he was rushed into it, whereas Liam had a nice hurdle and he was waiting. You see there on the left, really rushing, and it shows up, obviously, the timing.
Never really together right from the first step along the board.
Then, ladies and gentlemen, one more time.
But good effort. Thanks for coming, lads. Enjoy the rest of your stay. I'm sure they will. Big cheer from the England and likely Leeds contingents. Robinson, Baker and Freddie Woodward firmly in the bronze medal position. Good solid dive will complete a good morning's work for them and a place on the podium. Inward 3.5 somersault. Tariff is 3.4.
And not the tidiest dive, but as with the Australians, I think they've already set up this medal with some good earlier performances. They're both falling away and struggling for the entry. It's not the best dive. It'll be really touch and go whether they can get over the top of the Canadians. But I think that has, with 56.1, they've got some sixes. They've done just enough.
Points in the bag have done it for them. Bronze medal, Freddie Woodward. That's a real breakthrough for him. He looks particularly delighted. Robinson Baker keeps going. Jack Law and Chris Mears firmly in control and in the gold medal position. One dive left. Jack Law going for his second gold of the Games. Forward 4.5 somersault. Big dive to finish, 3.8.
Huge dive. Unfortunately, Chris missed his entry, but it won't matter. They'll have done enough. Good timing at the top. 2, 3, 4. Jack pikes his in, but Chris leaves his short. But they've done enough already.
4.5 won't matter. 77 points. The big, ambitious tariff really bringing a good reward there. Jack Law back on his personal gold standard. And just to wind up the show, Malaysia, Asman and Oitse Liang.
And Oitse Liang. Forward 2.5 somersaults, 2 twists, pint.
Good to see them if they can just sign off with a really good, clean dive. Asman in particular will want to complete his morning's work successfully. Forward 2.5, 2 twists.
And maybe there on that occasion, Asman's done a good job. Oitse Liang has left his short. They're spinning at the right time. Asman has nailed him, but Oitse Liang has just landed a bit soft, a bit heavy on the water. And you see here 4.5, 5, 5 is individual.
Unusual for him, but he's already had a great games with 1 gold in the bag. And more to come. And it's another excellent morning for England. Another gold medal performance. Jack Law, 2 golds and a silver. Terrific games for him. Freddie Woodward there looks absolutely ecstatic. And Nick Robinson Baker, an experienced synchro man, piloting the team home. And the Australians too will be pleased.
England.
Well, they were the top Commonwealth pairing in this season's 6-leg World Series, so maybe no great surprise that they have claimed the gold. 3rd medal for Jack Laffer, 2nd gold. Success in the Royal Commonwealth Pool in Edinburgh. So that's another gold for England's total at the top of the medals table. And of course earlier we saw South Africa getting gold in the women's pairs bowls. So England 45 gold medals, 9 ahead of Australia, Canada 27, Scotland have 14 gold medals. They are just 1 better off than India and New Zealand. Looking a little bit further down, South Africa, they're in double figures, and of course they've gone from 11 to 12 with that bowls gold. Nigeria 8, Jamaica 7, Kenya 5, and Wales and Malaysia have 4 gold medals each. We're heading for live hockey now. It's the first of the women's semi-finals. South Africa against Australia. The defending champions have won 3 of the 4 Commonwealth women's hockey titles, but they'll be wary of a South African team only beaten 2-1 by New Zealand in the pool stage. And of course it's New Zealand, England later for that 2nd place in the gold medal match.
Smith couldn't drag that in. Russell playing a more defensive midfield role in this match. Certainly in the pool match against New Zealand, which New Zealand won 2-1, she was a high-running striker. Giles Bonnet is opting to use her in a completely different role. Bone. Bright's there to drag the ball in, gets it. A shot at goal from Damons, and Lynch in goal. Well, an opportunity for South Africa, but watch for the counter-attack from Smith.
I think going back to the New Zealand game, I think obviously the thought process from Giles Bonnet, but first Flanagan there. Had she not made the trap, Durkee Chamberlain was certainly there to add to her tally, and that was a good pattern of play by South Africa. But going back to the New Zealand game, I think the thought process from Giles Bonnet would obviously be very different to this one, which is if you can beat New Zealand in the pool, the chances are you're going to miss Australia in the crossover. So you've got to go out with, and the likes of Shelley Russell can be devastating. Here, he's obviously going for a more defensive role, knowing how Australia can play.
Claxton. And Taylor for Australia, over to Kenny. To Flanagan. And a good tussle, and well earned for South Africa. The captain, Cox. And Bright. You can see the structure that South Africa are putting on. It's accurate passing at the moment. Taylor called for the stick check. And Bright. Deep lifts. Marai. And it didn't get past the screen. This is Smith again for Australia. Delivers off, but Bright's back, one hand on the stick and gets the pass away. Russell. And Damons. Just great to see Sulette Damons back on. She took a fearsome blow, one of the pool matches. Flanagan. 17 minutes gone in the first spell of the semi-final here in Glasgow. 0-0. And a loose ball into the circle. It is goal number 1 for Australia. And Emily Smith has added to her tally. It is her 4th goal for Australia and opens the scoring.
It's a fantastic advantage by the umpire, and Brooke Parrish just plays a speculative lifted ball through. But it's a great run by Smith. Pass splits 2 defenders, and it's a split grip finish. It means the backswing is shorter, gives the goalkeeper less reaction time to see it coming, and played into the ground. Often we see those balls go over the bar.
Bright has it for South Africa. Damons is in front, and Lynch again called on to make another save. Remembering that Rachel Lynch in goal for Australia was the goalkeeper at the recent World Cup. Named goalkeeper of the World Cup, and while she hasn't had a lot of work in this campaign, she is the best in the world at the moment. Deep lifts. A lot of talk around this Commonwealth Games campaign about how dominant the penalty corners have been for Australia, but look at that from that field goal, and just proving, you know, variety in the play. A short hit through, it's Bright who catches up. and drags it through the reverse stick. She's still going. Look at her speed. And across, little pass, bobbly, difficult. Oh, and penalty corner time. Thought it had snuck between Lynch's pads. It didn't. So South Africa, through Taryn Bright, earn a penalty corner.
Yeah, it's great strength and speed by Taryn Bright, and it's got to be a disappointing trap here. Slightly takes her eye off the ball and hits her on the shin pad. Good. It's good to see South Africa coming back into the game though, not sitting back and allowing Australia to pressurise them. And I imagine that Lisa Deertliff's number 13 will have a big part to play in the corner routine for South Africa.
Thank you. All set now, and Bright to inject. Deertliff's weights at the top. Deertliff's at the goal now, and across the face of Lynch. Umpire having to leap the ball as well. Damons drives into the circle, and one of the best players in the world, Blythe, exits the ball, not as well as she would have liked, and the pressure still goes on. Russell looks for the strap hit, and again, brave defending Jane Claxton, and look how fast Australia now counter-attack. Bobbs intercepts. Juanita Bobbs, a young player in the South African lineup, just 20 years of age, and has grown through this campaign. Deertliff's. Nanscon's read it. Great eye. Georgia Nonsquan as she brings that ball through, looking to have a snapshot, still gets it away. Oh, and look at that, goal number 2. Is it a deflection? And it's Kelly White who gets on top of Nanscon's shot.
Yeah, Georgie Nanscorn here turns Bernadette Costin inside out, and it's the cross the goal, which is a trait of Australian hockey. Lenice Moret there on a reverse stick. Awkward for her to try and make the trap, and Kelly White just nips in front of Van der Venter, and 2-0 to Australia.
No, the goal scorer just getting a foot there, but wow, from nothing, Australia now 2-0 up. And they've worked their way into the game, they've waited for their opportunities. Early penalty corners didn't come off, but the field goals certainly have. Into the circle it goes, and they had the players there.
Nothing here. Play on. I don't know. Yeah, play on. Turn up your stick.
And again, through Brooke Pearce, out on the right flank. At full stretch, South Africa. Deertliff's does well. And to Blanche, tough ask from her teammate to drag that in. 2-0 Australia, and Adam Commons, Australian coach, will be very happy with how his side have executed. Flanagan, no, across. Georgina Parker, in fact, that cross came from her, and she scored 5 goals at Glasgow.
Yeah, it's beautiful delivery. She really hit the ball cleanly and with pace, and White it was diving on the far post, but she was beaten by the pace of the ball in the end.
A little neatly touched on by Bright. What some great touches she's got with the ball. Now, shot at goal across, and at the goal, and saved off by Flanagan. What a save.
Do you want a referral, yes or no? Come on.
No, South Africa not taking up the invitation from the umpire for a referral.
It's great play by David originally, and then Chamberlain with the reverse stick effort, and I think it was Flanagan on the line in the end to scoop it away. And I think Lynch was quite lucky. I did think that she momentarily put her glove over the top of the ball, which stopped South Africa from getting it out.
To Blanche.
Leave the ball, leave the ball.
Bobs. Goes herself, across the circle, shout at goal. And penalty corner. Might be a referral here. Let's have a listen.
For the tackle. Yeah.
Hi Alicia, I'm looking for a stick tackle in the
Can you just
circle.
look at the tackle for me?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
The referral's gone upstairs. This is what we're looking for.
I think Edwina Bone has a case here. She makes a very clean tackle. I think Taryn Bright may be blown up for coming over the top to win the tackle, to win the ball. I felt she possibly won it cleanly, but if the umpires heard a stick tackle, I think it's more from Taryn Bright than it was from Edwina Bone.
Yeah, well, this looks to be a very good referral from Australia. We'll wait and hear the outcome.
Yep.
There is no stick tackle in the circle, so restart with the bully, and Australia retain their referral.
Cool. Thank you.
So a bully to start, and the referral by Australia has been upheld.
Thank you.
And Easton wins it, and she's off. Pierce awaits the ball. Here it is. Clever control. Very smooth, isn't it, when Pierce gets the ball? Great control and long corner. Flanagan. It's coming off a South African foot. Oh, catches to Blanche's shin pad.
Oh, they're fine.
Edwina Bone. Her 52nd match. 2 goals beside her name in international stakes. And Main loses the ball. It's Easton now who is bursting through the left channel. What a perfect pass. And it could have been any of 2 Australians that latched onto that for another penalty corner now for Australia, turning the heat on South Africa in the semi-final.
It's turnover ball, 30 metres out from goal by Jade Main, and it was a wonderful lead by Smith. Parker also managed to pick it up, and it's as Moret closes down onto the foot.
Girls, we've got 15, come on, let's go. Halfway, please.
Easton
Girls, come on. 10.
will walk into this and inject from the base, and Kenny it is again. Oh, and what a save. Lenise Marai, a very good eye on that post for South Africa, but it's not finished yet. Here's Kenny. Drives into the circle, hoping to catch a teammate's stick. Down it goes. It's still in the field of play. An opportunity down the left flank now for South Africa. And still on the stick of the South African. Bright can't get a stick on it. And well, that opened it up. And a very efficient exit for Australia. Australian coach Cummins.
It's a great turn of speed by Kath Taylor down the left wing, but when she looked up, she only really had Sulette Damons to aim at in the middle, and 5 Australian defenders were back there. And South Africa will need to commit numbers forward at some point to try and get an outcome, but tried to win the penalty corner and just couldn't find the foot.
A turnover in the midfield, working together as a unit, Australia. Bone. Yeah, unheralded players at the back. McMahon, Kenny across to Flanagan. Strong drive down that right side. 2-0 Australia lead in the first semi-final at the Commonwealth Games 2014. Across the field it goes. Now, Russell, can she keep the ball?
Inside. Thank you.
Bright gets picked off by Blythe. And Australia once more make the South Africans turn around and pedal back. Look at that. Clever skill. Deadlifts. Been a very efficient defender for South Africa. #201st match, Lisa Marie deadlifts for South Africa. But this is Taylor, drives it through, and Bright looking to latch onto it. Can't, neither can Damons. Now another drive into that circle. Bone for South Africa. For Australia, in fact, interesting the ploy that South Africa just driving the ball rather than the different way that Australia come through in the 1-2s and the interpassing.
Yeah, Australia pick their moments. When there's space, they're quite happy to drive and take the one-on-ones. But when it's a congested circle, they're quite happy to have the one-touch play and the little deflections in and around the circle.
And the ball again in there worrying the South African defence, but the stick tackle wasn't quite as good that time from Pearce. Deadlifts, soft hands. And the captain. High press coming from Nanscon. Now Australia through Taylor. Can Taylor keep it in for Australia? She does. And lifts the ball.
Just take over that side, please, yeah.
Australia searching for more to hurt the South Africans. They're 2-0 ahead, and you have a feeling that the sting's gone out of it a bit. The real head-to-head competitiveness with those excellent goals by Australia. To Blanche.
You can almost see South Africa attacking Australia and Australia hitting them on the counter-attack.
Under 5 minutes in the first 35-minute spell. He isn't writing too much down on that notepad, Adam Commons, for Australia. I'm sure all the analysis is going on higher up in the stands here at the National Hockey Centre in Glasgow. To Blanche offloads. Duplessis. In Bone. De Blanche wins the contest on this occasion into the attacking third, and a penalty corner. Deliberate infringement. Jade Taylor walks back to the halfway line for Australia.
Yeah, it's a great step up by De Blanche, and the fact that Taylor's trying to come in with her right hand only on the stick really probably meant there was only going to be one outcome, which is a stick tackle. Possibly fortunate that it is just a penalty corner. But if South Africa could get one back before half-time, it will give them a huge boost and give Giles Bonnet an opportunity to get the girls together at half-time.
Right. Bright to inject. Deep lifts at the top. Will it be a shot? Will it be a slip? A slap at the goal. And again, there's a very efficient yellow machine at the back. Hard to drag down, and they still have the ball, but an excellent tackle by the player just coming on. Who was that for Australia? It was Claxton, had just entered the game and got really low and made the tackle.
Australia have clearly done their homework on South African penalty corners. They're running what we call a low box. So the two runners, the defensive unit is only going to the penalty spot. They're allowing the shot to come from the top, and they are protecting all the deflection areas in and around Rachel Lynch.
Expert analysis coming from former England and Great Britain international, over 250 caps, Mel Clulo. Flanagan for Australia. Up and over it goes.
Thank you.
A minute and a half for South Africa to get something. Australia have looked the much better finishing side, the more smooth-oiled unit as they again bring that ball forward. Main for South Africa has to Blanche steaming for the ball. Davids. Bright.
Stick there.
Main drives it in. And again, Kenny, so tall and strong, gets her country out of trouble in that deep defensive area. Deep lifts caught there, trapping with one hand on the stick. And they hunt for more, Australia. There'll be a free hit just outside. 10 seconds left on the clock for the first half. You got the call, and it's driven in by Bone. Oh, and look at that, ever ready. The hooter goes as Georgia Nunskon gets up off the deck, looking to get another touch. But it has been an efficient performance, electrifying at times from South Africa and Australia. It is Australia with the advantage, and quite rightly so. They go to the halftime break. In this all-important semi-final, it is Australia 2, South Africa 0.
So Australia with the advantage halfway through that first semi-final as we head back to Kelvin Grove and the Bulls, the men's fours, and it's the gold medal match, and it's Scotland, England, David Peacock, Neil Spears, Paul Foster and Alex Marshall of Scotland against Andrew Napper, John McGuinness, Stuart Airy and Jamie Chesney of England. 1-0 Scotland after one end. Commentary from Paul Mitchell and John Price.
England line 2.
He's played it really well. Beauty of that, he's got right in on the jack, hasn't left much of a catch.
Such an easy looking action, Paul Foster. Been asked to draw in. Just going to fall behind. Scottish coach David Gurley.
He's going to play again. Similar ball, and he'll close this right off. Just a foot down in front of the jack is good.
effort again.
Get up, mate.
Good effort again, Stu.
England like it.
Come on, boy.
They do like it.
Good try, mate.
Just going to fall short. Same shot as he asked Paul Foster to play, just to come round and onto it.
Falling back.
Good, mate. Well done.
That's very close. Nearly got to it, didn't he?
Very close indeed, still 2 to England.
If anything, he's made it a little bit more difficult because he just got the edge and he's dropped it back in. A little bit more difficult now for Alex. Jamie Chesney, originally from Norfolk, now resides in Devon, partner of Natalie Melmore. He's had 2 silvers in a very successful games.
Steady, son, you're not bad.
Fight now. Fight now, son.
Steady. Very good, mate. Great try. Great effort.
Anyway, I'm off. That'll come here. Yep.
England have found medals here at Kelvin Grove. The women's triples with gold, the ladies pairs and singles with silver. There's a bronze for the men's pairs. There's also a para bronze.
Running ball off the forehand. Looking for the edge of that ball. It's very close. He's got it. Oh, that was close. That was.
There was the black ball or England for definite. Just wait for the players to clear. Get an indication. I think he's cut it down to single.
Yes, that was a good attempt.
Played it well.
Difficult shot.
I think it was the right thing to do, having played on the backhand and as you say, tucked it round. There was really nothing else to do.
Yeah, that's right. Nothing else. No other option. Good line with Jamie. Just needs to run. Little touch.
Single shot to England. I suspect there's going to be quite a lot of single shots picked up here. They're so evenly matched. When you look right across the fours, if Scotland have anything, they've probably just got the more experience at the skip position at Jamie Chesney. England wouldn't have put him there unless they thought he could do the job.
No, well, he's been the up-and-coming bright star, Jamie. You know, he's highly regarded in England. It's very difficult in England. You're following in some legendary names, you know, Bryant, Alcock, even Andy Thompson. There's a lot of pressure on Jamie. I suppose he would be fancied to be the next big name in English bowls.
Yeah, Jamie Chesney and Sam Tolchard, I guess we should be hearing a lot more of in Commonwealth Games in the future. Oh, David Peacock from Edinburgh now lives in Dander Hall.
Right up, son. All you got. All you got.
That's a good start again. Andrew Napper's really impressed me. He's played steady bowls. Watched him in lead in the pairs. Excellent. He's had a good games.
Hurry it, Dave. Hurry, Davey. Hurry it. Hurry it. Good effort. Just that wee back. Good effort. One length, Johnny. Yeah, you put him in there, mate.
It's John McGuinness. Wanted to miss that ball. England line 1. Neil Spears.
Yeah, he's got it. Oh, that's a brilliant ball.
Get right round yours, yeah, couple on, mate, 2.
See the versatility with Neil. He plays a lot of bowl skip. He can play all the shots. What a man to have come in second, isn't it?
Well out, Johnny. Miss the front 2. Miss. Effort here, mate. Go, Johnny.
This is a try as well. What a ball that is. Very unlucky, didn't fall in then.
Could easily have done.
Straight down the back line, mate. The jack in the balls is good.
Now here's Neil Spears.
Push, Neely. Hurry now. Nothing quick.
Oh, he's got a result.
Well, sometimes you've got to play with what's in front of you.
Looks like he's still down, is he?
Yeah, I think it's...
Yeah. 2 down, actually.
2 down.
Bit of confusion on that blue ball. Just about to see the red disc. Not ideal.
This was a very steady. Off the forehand he comes, just looking to draw another shot. Yeah, caught high. Well, Paul Foster, I think, will have a little go at this.
So running ball, not a full drive. Very close to get that off that. Well.
Nearly got them both. There was always the chance to come in, play off one onto the other.
Well, we'll be back with the bowls, 1-1 so far between Scotland and England, as we get ready for the second half in the hockey. Defending champions Australia 2-0 up against South Africa.
Girls, we've got to wait for the whistle. Thanks, buddy.
After a false start entering into the second half, it is game on for Australia. 2-0 they lead South Africa. Duplessis putting pressure on, gets the ball, slips it through. And they start as they did in the first half. South Africa putting pressure on the Australian defence, who mop it up, soak it up. Taylor. And over the baseline, South Africa, a free out. Here they are. Bright has a lot of pressure on her. Will not get the whistle. She has to turn quickly because they're on the move. Shot from the top, and it brings out the best in Funtan in goal for South Africa. Nelson. And Parker in there trying to retrieve the ball for Australia. Costin relieves the pressure for South Africa.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Cox bumps it through, and they'll get it foot Blythe.
Come off her foot at the 25.
Trying to run through, wondered why no one was tackling it. And Cox. Again, just getting a foot, clipping a foot.
You think that Australia haven't conceded in this tournament. It's the enormity of the task that faces South Africa is huge.
Nothing. Nothing. Put on.
It has been close between these two sides recently. Earlier in the year, Australia were in South Africa and there was a draw. There was a win to South Africa, a close win, and then a 4-1 win to Australia. So by goal differential, Australia took it. Du Plessis for South Africa. Lifted and playing advantage to the defence from Australia. And look at that skill level. It looks easy from here, but it takes so much practice and hard work. Eastham thumps the ball across the face. A drive again.
Bring it out to the line, sideline.
Their attention to detail is just exceptional. Even down to the simple things, which is passing the ball. They put the perfect weight on the pass and they know how their teammate wants to receive the ball, and I don't think at times they are given as much credit as they should be in those types of situations.
And there we are, turnover time again in a critical area for South Africa, and the little drag through from Parker. But what they're doing, they're keeping this heavy foot on the throat. Australia. White. And Mariah comes away with the ball. Probably a bit lucky to get away with that, South Africa. It looked lifted into the Australian player, but play on's the call. Bobs. Cox, the captain for South Africa. Finds Damons. She's been well looked after. She hasn't had a chance to use her speed in this game. Cracks it through. Carrie McMahon. Another player in the Australian lineup. Really showing true progress at the international level. Now Australia win the ball. The pressure again telling. Got to win your one-on-ones, and South Africa didn't then. They've pushed forward, and Bright will need a quick stick to get this ball back, and she does for South Africa.
Okay, that's fine.
The order's been barked off the South African bench. They're trying to get themselves back into this game. At the moment, Australia have control. 2-0 they lead, semi-final. Flanagan out on the left, bringing the ball through. Russell contending for South Africa, wins it.
Good tackle, good, put on.
And Russell doing the business for South Africa, winning it, deep defence. Cox.
Stay clear.
Pearce.
Get out. Bring it outside. Thank you, that's fine.
Flanagan. And the 1-2 bunt, we've seen a lot of them tried and not many come off, and that one did for Australia. Not in this match, we've seen them not successful, but the Australians are just, as Mel Klulu has indicated,
No, it's everybody in
so good at the conversion rate percentage-wise of what they execute.
It's always when it counts as well.
Bone, and the drive in catches Mariah's foot.
Bring it up to the line, thank you.
Kenny. And Blythe will watch Flanagan with the ball for Australia across the face, and it's a loose player in there for Australia. Shot at goal across, and penalty corner. The pressure was mounting on South Africa.
Penalty corner awarded to Australia.
It's Emily Smith here. Initially trying to put the ball probably at goal, whether it's a shot or whether it's a cross, but hits Mariah's foot first, I think, just here, and then on to Celia Evans' feet, just to confirm the penalty corner.
Australia, penalty corner opportunities for both teams, similar. And Pearce to inject for either Kenny or Flanagan. And it will be for Flanagan, and going wide, and the goal. Oh, and free hits, defence, goal doesn't count.
Opting for Flanagan this time, and they're definitely looking for Madonna Blythe on the deflection.
And they breathe again, South Africa. The score remains 2-0 to Australia. Evans trying to find a little bit of room in the midfield, but it gets closed up pretty quickly. Maria. Bone. McMahon. Bit of pressure coming from South Africa through Davids. And Eastham. Interesting seeing her back in that defensive role and defensive midfield role. Casey Eastham for Australia.
Probably a role that she enjoys, and obviously Madonna Blythe as well, because you get to control so much of the game, so much of it goes through you, but you're also in charge of making sure that your teammates are on the correct lines.
Coach Adam Cummins is keen to try different combinations quite clearly in the quest to get his team playing at maximum. He thinks that Rio could be the time, although he thinks it's probably 4 to 5 years before they're at their optimum, and they've looked pretty good here. And a kick that time will give South Africa back possession.
Actually, tap it on the head. Thank you.
Giles Bonnet, the South African coach.
You got it, you got it.
Davids can't keep possession. Flanagan does. And finds Parker out on the right. Nelson. And the tackle from Evans was clean and efficient.
Sideline, sideline.
Parker. Main pops the ball through. Will get the free hits.
It's off the stick.
Bright was going to put it across to the right, but that was cut down very quickly. White. It's Smith. Carrying the ball through and finding a teammate, and easy as the third Australian goal. Kelly White. The pressure was there to see. Just a little glimpse of the Australian Governor-General, Peter Cosgrove, in the stands, and happy to see that third Australian goal.
It's unselfish play by by Smith, just laying it on a plate really for White. She still has to lift the ball over Van der Venter in goal. But the South African defenders backed off and backed off and backed off, and at some point they had to either engage or let Smith take the shot. It had to be one or the other, and unfortunately they opted to try and close Smith down just at the wrong time, and it was a simple layoff and 3-0.
Cox, what can she get back for South Africa? And a little touch in there, and Kenny wipes up at the back. And not able to get any position for any sustained period of play, South Africa. So pressured every time they get anything, any ball on the end of their stick. Cox again offloads in that circle, but well read.
Girls, you've got to take it from the right place, okay? Just outside the hash over there, outside it. Yeah, that's fine.
To Blanche for South Africa. And again, the battle won by Australia. They come away with the ball through the midfield. Little clever subtleties coming into play. Parker with the ball for Australia. And here's a card
to Blanche.
You, for the push, yeah. Yes, for the push,
Nicoline to Blanche.
For the tackle up there.
Has got the green card.
Just give her a right nudge in the back on her way on that attack.
And she'll be racing off to start her 2 minutes suspension from the game. Green card, and the message sent about tidying up the tackling. So quick, Australia through Eastham. Again, the pressure going on relentlessly now. South Africa, that scoreline 3 Australia, South Africa 0. First semi-final.
Yeah, you're fine, play on.
White. Don't change their pace. Georgia Nanscorn, here she is along the baseline, shot at goal. Oh, what a beauty, a ripper. The 4th Australian goal, and it is Georgie Parker to Blanche off the field for South Africa, and they make it count. Australia 4, South Africa 0.
It's just clinical finish. Murray turns over the ball deep in the South African 25, and from that distance, Georgie Parker was never going to miss that. Hit the ball on the rise, it's off the ground, and Van der Venter stood absolutely no chance in goal.
So they surge forward again, Australia. Pearce has it, out on the left side. She's got White in there, and it's goal number 5. 2 goals in less than a minute. Pearce destroying the South African defence. They are overrunning their opposition in this first semi-final at the Commonwealth Games.
It's a great jinking run by Pearce. It's actually a touch on the far post, I think, whether that was going in or not.
Oh, it was a really sweet touch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Claxton got up there.
It's just it's widening the goal, which is what you want your forwards to do, and the speed at which Pearce hit the ball made me think that she'd actually scored it, but great touch by Claxton on the end, and 3-0 becomes 5-0 in the blink of an eye.
It does indeed, just the little soft hands standing right at the place where she's meant to. Now Parker.
On the line. Yeah, you're good.
5-0. Australia storming their way into another Commonwealth Games final. And look at those shots on goal. 5 from 11, Australia. And so much was talked about here about the ability at penalty corner time from Australia, but those 5 goals that you see on the scorecard, all from field goals.
That's fine.
18 minutes to play. Australia barring some kind of catastrophe, have sealed this match. McMahon, but they want more. They're not finished and happy with what they've got. They're looking for more. They're trying to hang in there, South Africa, but they are being beaten to any ball that's remotely 50-50. The skill level. Look at that.
Tackle.
Just absolutely superb under pressure. Someone right on her, Kelly White.
Bring it up to the dotted line. Yeah, thank
And
you.
retains the free hit. And into the goal. Catches a South African stick. So again, possession with Australia that time. A bit of relief, chance to gather their breath, South Africa.
Can you grab the ball, please? Just hold. Thank you. Hey.
No, deadlifts. Has to go high overhead. And it's on to Damons. Has she got a chance to get her quick legs in action? The speed merchant, across it goes, and look at that. Just when you think South Africa are out of the match, it is Celia Evans who finishes off Damons. It was a deflection in the midfield, but they have taken an opportunity, South Africa.
It's a great delivery by Eilidh Damons. I think it's something that she lacks in her game because she's so fast. Sometimes she gets to deliver the end product, and it's never quite of the quality that is off the right foot. And fair play to South Africa that they've managed to break down this Australian defence, and I'm sure Rachel Lynch won't be too happy in goal that she's not kept a clean sheet.
Our first goal scored against Australia at the Commonwealth Games 2014. It's taken into a semi-final for it to happen, and for South Africa to be 5-0 down before they put one away, but they have taken their chance. And again, it is Pearce for Australia in that circle.
Thank you.
There's no respite though. It's still with Australia and free hit defence. Hungry Australia for more.
Yep. Step on here.
Deadlifts. Has decided the only way to get past Australia is to put it over the top. Nelson. Maria. And deadlifts. Again, the high overhead. Costin brings it down. Davids and Bobs. To Blanche. Carrying through the midfield. Davids once again sets off, looks for an entry point, and into the circle it goes, but McMahon comes through strong, steps up, back with Main though in South Africa, and will get a free hit just outside the circle.
Yeah, that's good.
Costin.
Play it.
Nothing in that.
I mean, the South Africa goal by Damons was the first opportunity she had to actually stretch her legs and run. And don't realise how quick she is, but she had the ball on the end of her stick and Edwina Bone couldn't catch up with her. That's how quick Eilidh Damons is.
Parker has it for Australia, and a chance, look at that, goal number 6.
Good advantage by the umpire here. The tackle from deadlifts could have been a penalty corner, but she allowed Parker to keep going and Deventer needs to, in my opinion, needs to be a little bit more aggressive there and actually stay upright, close the angle down, but go towards the ball. Anywhere when you get to the 5-yard mark.
So the defending champions well on their way to the final of the hockey. They will play the winners of New Zealand against England. At the netball, on the brink of a momentous outcome here between Malawi and South Africa. And it is victory and unbridled joy for Malawi, who finished an impressive 5th at the last Commonwealth Games, beating South Africa in this 5th-6th playoff. But those positions were reversed as Malawi were beaten by 2 points by their African neighbours in the World Championships a year later. But today it's finished 53-45, and it's a 5th place finish for Malawi, and they look a little bit pleased. So from netball to boxing, it's the women's flyweight, the second semi-final. Nicola Adams of England, the Olympic champion, against Canada's Mandy Bujold.
Bujold in the red, Adams in the blue. It's hard to understand unless you hear just how big a star Nicola Adams is in women's boxing. I saw a quote of hers in the paper yesterday, Jim, when she was asked about what she thought about this fight. She said, "Don't know. I'll cut my grass and they can worry about whether it's greener on the other side."
That sounds like an original quote. I've never seen that written anywhere.
No.
Well, Bujold had to work hard to get to this stage, you know, in the quarterfinals, but I was impressed by her. But obviously, this is a tough draw for her. So it looks as though she intends on the back foot with little bursts of punches. But if she gives Nicola Adams the centre of the ring, the head guard coming loose. Yeah, if she surrenders the centre of the ring, she won't make her case any easier. But boxers have to use what they have, and if she's not an all-out aggressive fighter, then she's got to do it the way she does it. But difficult boxer to beat, obviously, Nicola Adams.
I get the feeling from your sentiments there, Jim, that you think it's going to be even more difficult if you're going to be going backwards against her.
Yeah, but I mean, she's going to fight in little bursts. I can spot that already. So that's good. You know, little bursts are more rewarded now with the 10-point must system that we're using. It's not the single precise punches. So if you've got work rate and you're putting punches together, you'll be rewarded for it. And there you are. She's getting more punches off than Adams at the moment. Adams, she wants to be precise. She's looking for the clean shots.
Nice little combination though, the uppercut and then the left hook to the body.
And you see, when you're a little bit nervous, you know you've drawn a tough draw. It actually makes you quicker, you know, you fight quicker on nerves. So quite often, that's why we've seen some of the upsets that we've seen. Andrew Selby, the world #1, going out. He came in with the wrong attitude, nice and calm. I'm the man, I've got the pedigree. And with the women's matches over the 4 rounds, then you've got more time to lose a round and come back from it. But not a lot in that, because Bujold was letting bursts of punches go. They weren't landing cleanly, they weren't knocking anybody's head back. But that was entertaining, that was a good start. See some clean shots there coming back from Adams. She's trying to be the more precise, as you would expect, with the pedigree that she has. But she's going to have to respond to the speed. So they've all gone for Adams for the cleaner punches. But Bujold can be proud of her efforts there. Tactics were good.
I reckon Adams's reputation's helped a little bit there as well.
Yeah,
it was a fairly tight round.
Yeah, it was tight. They've all gone for her. She did land the cleaner punches. And a lot of the bursts of punches from Bujold, they weren't landing cleanly. As I said, she wasn't knocking the head back, making it obvious.
So in the blue, Nicola Adams is on top on the scorecards after the first round, and she's up against Mandy Bujold. from Canada. Oh, that's a lovely right-hand lead. And appreciative applause from the knowledgeable crowd here in Glasgow. Adams just stalking her and leads with the backhand that time, does again, and then takes it with a right.
She's switching orthodox southpaw. The last time, you know, she switched orthodox and led it with the right hand. Lovely punch. She's orthodox again at the moment, so she's switching back and forth.
She switched a bit in the last round as well, didn't she? In fact, a lot as she got further on top.
And she looks equally comfortable in both stances.
That's a nice moment for Bajol, though. Hook. Scored.
I mean, it's clever what Bajol's doing. You know, before she throws punches, she's dipping the knees. You know, she's not coming straight forward. You know, she's dipping the knees and then coming up with the punches, which is quite clever.
She's certainly not outclassed Mandy Bajol. She's right in this, but probably just behind in this round as well. But doing a good job. Oh, terrific punch. So she's caught Adams a couple of times with clean punches. Adams getting one away on the break and getting a warning for it.
See, against a classy operator like Adams, you don't want to be feeding out single punches. She'll counter you all night long, so you want to put them together, and that's what Bajol has been doing. But again, not an awful lot landing cleanly that you notice from Bajol. But terrific effort from her, and we'll see what the judges thought about it.
Just see whether we can hear anything here, but the ringside music's pretty loud. A couple of clean punches there for Adams early in that round.
I think Adams were probably told to try and put more combinations together. You know, she wants to be precise with the long punches, ones and twos maybe, but maybe busy up a bit, keep Bajol occupied more than she's doing. But terrific effort from Bajol, and there you go, two of them have gone her way.
So in the red, Bajol, as we come into the third round, did well. She's taken the second round on two judges' scorecards. On the other scorecard, of course, Adams 2 points in front. But we're in a real contest.
Yeah, well, again, I'll say that I would imagine our corner will have told us to pick up the pace and combinations, because combinations have been fired back at her, and two of the judges that were impressed by those.
Bajol keeping herself well and truly out of arm's reach at the moment. And then moves in as Adams starts to come to it.
You know, she's not easy to pin down, Bajol. That was terrific stuff. I mean, she is really quick. She's fired up. And she's putting up the fight of her life. Just a bit messy there.
And of course, unless they're getting a signal from the crowd ringside, they don't know what's going on here, the two fighters. But she just knows from being out there, Adams, that she's in a real stoush. She's unable to dominate this as she did in the opening couple of fights that she had.
Not all that many clean punches from Adams. She's struggling a little bit with the speed. And then the work rate and the fact that it's never single punches coming back, always twos and threes.
And she doesn't look remotely like slowing up, Bajol, either. She's been on her toes all the way through these first 3.5 rounds.
Good shot, a terrific punch there from Adams. Yeah, she's leaving a little bit of space. She's leaving a little bit of space between herself and Bajol now, giving herself some room to work. This is impressive.
Yeah, much better finish of the round.
Yeah, she had to find a higher gear. and she found it. That was experience, and you would imagine the quality of the work in the later part of the round, starting with that right hand. So if the judges were swithering between the two, then you would expect that to knock them in Adams' direction, but terrific effort. So here we see, well, 10-8, I think that's a bit unkind.
Yeah.
It was only in the last half minute that she really took charge.
Yeah, you've got to win it around 10-8. You've got to have knocked someone down or really dominated, and you couldn't suggest that Nicola Adams dominated that round.
It took her a minute and a half there to get her pinned down. Then she really did produce some good work. So 10-8 was more cruel than required.
The bell for the fourth and final round. Nicola Adams, the Olympic champion, up against Mandy Bujold in the red of Canada. Adams from England, of course, and Adams in front on all of the scorecards now after a big third round, and picking up a couple of the scorecards, 10-8, which was generous.
And usually in a boxing match, the longer it goes, the more class, comes into the equation. And I'm wondering, I mean, it's been a huge effort from Bujold. I mean, she's just been bursting with enthusiasm and giving everything she's got. So I'm wondering, will it start to turn against her, the experience and the class of Adams? Adams kind of just coasting, just trying to draw her in here.
I think she thinks she's comfortably in front, and as she draws her in, that right hook.
See, this is the Adams at her best. She's not overcommitting herself. She's taking her time. She feels that Bujold is the one who's chasing this fight, so she's letting her chase it, let her come forward. And most of her good work has been done when she's been allowed to counter. She's not been allowed to counter at the moment. She's having to lead off. And this is smart stuff from Nicola Adams.
Nice head movement too. Just there as those three jabs from Bujold all missed.
See, she's going forward, Adams, but waiting, drawing the leads, not obliging with her own leads as she was doing earlier. This is smart stuff from her. See, no more chasing round the ring, no more, chasing and committing yourself when your opponent's on the rope. She's just dropped to pace, controlled the range, and made the last round her type of fight. That was quality. Terrific match, terrific 4 rounds, thoroughly enjoyable. But I got to say, Adams will be going through.
Yeah, Nicola Adams, if you're going to make an argument for the female boxer of the tournament, she'd certainly be in the grand final of that discussion.
Yep, and she got her tactics right. I think she reckons she got herself in a comfortable position where she didn't have to drive the attack. She just took her time, used her patience, used her skills and her experience, and caused Bujold to lead off.
We won't be expecting too many surprises here as we go down for the scorecards.
Score totals, unanimous decision, and through to the final. In the blue corner, Nicola Adams, Ladies and gentlemen, would you please show your appreciation for bronze medalist.
So Nicola Adams through against Mandy Bujold, and in the other semi-final, Michaela Walsh of Northern Ireland against India's Pinky Rani. So from the boxing hall back to the hockey, and in the first of the semi-finals, Australia 6, South Africa 1.
Jodie Kenny used every single centimetre of her height there to make that tackle.
Shot at goal. There just doesn't seem to be any space open up for South Africa when they get any bit of ball.
No. There's the two of you going for the ball. There's nothing in it.
Durkee Chamberlain asking the question and got the answer. White can't drag that one in. Got the call and a clever pass from McMahon, who again it's made to look very good by Bone. And they've won the ball. And Scorn, here she is a go. She might have the shot herself. At the goal, in it goes. Did it get a deflection? Was it straight in? Who's claiming it? Team goals, the Australians say 7-1. Nan Scorn.
Nat Scorn's the favourite for me. But again, South African defenders just back off. Really, really weak goalkeeping by Van der Venter.
And that's
she's not even looking at the ball as the shot comes in. And
yeah, it's too easy, isn't it? Nat Scorn, her second and third overall in the tournament standings, third goal. And that scoreline extending out now to Australia, 7-1. So the South African goalkeeper certainly not enjoying a productive. And look at Australia, 50% return for the shots on goal, 7 from 14. Has not been a happy day for Anel Funtaventa in goal for South Africa. Only 22 years of age, but can't deny what Australia have put on the park. Having said that, they have exerted all kinds of pressure on South Africa, but their finish has been deadly where it counts. And look at that, strong from Flanagan. So fit. And just trying to get a little touch, but they will not find that. 1.5 minutes left in this first semi-final. Commonwealth Games 2014, an emphatic winner, you would think, in Australia. David still wants more for South Africa, though. Again, lifted and free hit to Australia.
You're good, play.
White. The hockey ruse streamed downfield once again. It is White again having a shot at goal, and to South Africa's relief, does not go in the goal.
Under a minute to go, they're not happy with the 7. And that is their mentality. They will just play hockey for the full 70 minutes and wait to see what the scoreline is at the final whistle.
Yeah, absolutely looking for a 70-minute performance every time they go out on the field. Australia, same quality, same expertise. And Russell now for South Africa. What can she get from this? Chamberlain. To Blanche. Strikes at goal, and Lynch is there. She had a lot of time. The a hooter at the end of the first semi-final here in Glasgow 2014. It has been a comprehensive, emphatic scoring machine from the team from down under. Smiles on the faces of Australia. They have beaten South Africa. Look at that scoreline. Australia win 7-1.
Well, we've been seeing it for quite a while now. They are going to take some stopping through to the final. They go in emphatic fashion, the defending champions, where they will play either New Zealand or England, who go head-to-head in the second semi-final. And talking of semi-finals, back to the boxing. We saw Nicola Adams beating Mandy Bujold. Here's the other semi-final, and it's Michaela Walsh of Northern Ireland against India's Pinky Rani.
Round one.
So the first of the semi-finals, and this is women's flyweight, 48 to 51 kilos.
Yeah, well, this is a match-up where they both bring a little bit of a pedigree with them. So I think we'll see a little bit of quality here. You know, so some of the women's matches, the earlier ones, you know, we see some of the women losing their way a little bit. You know, maybe just kind of slightly outclassed, if you like. But this, I expect to be a good, even match, good quality.
Rani's going to have to get busy and get inside, as you see that she's trying to do here, because Michaela Walsh, if this fight stays at a distance, you'd have to favour him, given her height and reach advantage. But let's see whether she can actually use it as an advantage and get Rani on the back foot. Rani's walking through at the moment.
Yeah, well, Walsh has shown that she can box on the front foot, box on the back foot. You know, she's adaptable, pretty versatile. But yeah, this is a tough match. But she has the height and reach advantages that you've mentioned. And I would imagine, especially in the early stages, she tried to use those, keep this at arm's length.
She was comprehensively in front on the scorecards in both of her opening two rounds. The performance against the Jamaican was really good. That Rani, she's busy. She's taken one there, has come back, nothing landed against Walsh, but all of that did. That nice right hand, and has got herself a little excited there as she gets the left hand back into Walsh, as Walsh up against the corner, couldn't get herself out. Nice little moment for Rani, and that's a good combination for the girl from Northern Ireland.
Well, I've said if you want to win fights on the back foot, you want to do it convincingly. You want to be showing the judges that you're making your opponent miss and you're pinning with counters. Walsh didn't always manage that, a little stumble there, but it just shows you protect yourself at all times, and Rani just reminding her of that, pouncing straight on. Okay, she was comfortable, she did well on the back foot, and you know, I'm not surprised that was split between the two. That was a terrific round. That you could see either way.
So Walsh, I'll have a listen to this first. So round two, Walsh of Northern Ireland in the red picked up two of the judges' scorecards in the first round, and Rani of India won. So as you'd expect from what was a very close round, judges split.
Yeah, well, I think the Northern Ireland coach wants Walsh to initiate a little bit more. You know, he knows that the momentum for too long in the opening round was with Rani. She was coming forward, you know, throwing combinations. And as I said at the end of the round, if you want to win a fight in the back foot, you want to be doing it convincingly. You want to make it obvious that you're making your opponent miss, and you're pinning her with real good, clean counters. So she's taking a chance with her tactics at the moment, Walsh.
And as you were talking, Jimmy, she's starting to double up and a little earlier triple up the jab, which will make it more difficult for Rani to come through, which is a good start for her in the second round. But Rani, she's really aggressive, and good head movement too from her. So this is a good fight.
Yeah, I like what Rani's putting into it. But Walsh, you can move back but still get the first punch off. You know, if you just time it properly, you know, you don't have to be on the back foot and counter, wait for the lead. You know, you can back off and then just step in with the jab. And I think Walsh would be well advised to do that, to try and take some of the steam out of Rani's performance. Rani's putting a lot into it. She's committing herself and making mistakes. But this is good action.
And the rounds go pretty quickly when the women are involved, given that they're 4-2s as opposed to the 3-3s. A nice left hook, followed up again. This has been a good round for the Welsh girl. Northern Ireland girl, sorry. Did I just call her Welsh? I did.
Yeah, she landed the cleaner shots there. So if two of the judges liked her in the opener, then they're liable to have liked that. But full credit to Rani. Never stopped.
Relax. Relax. This is easy for you. You need to be punching, straight punching. 1-2 hook.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
1-2 hook.
Yeah, the coach still wanting more from her. And just to put this beyond dispute, I think she needs to do a little bit more. She needs now and again to stand her ground. There we go again. Split once more.
So it's very tight.
Keep everything wrong, just wrong. Don't make half step back now. 1-2 step.
You don't have the same advantage over the 4 rounds, you know. In the male boxing, if you won the first 2 rounds, you're through. Or virtually you're through without disaster, but that's not the case over the 4 rounds. So still plenty of time.
Third round. Walsh, Northern Ireland in the red. Rani, India in the blue. And if you've just joined us, Walsh's trainer in the corner asking for a better effort, saying it should be easy for you. 1-2 hook or 1-2 slip. Let's see whether she does that. She's doing it right there. Interesting enough, as he was saying it, we had our overhead replay showing her doing that at the start of the second round, but can she continue it for the entire round?
She's meeting Rani as she comes forward. This is what you want to be doing on the back foot. You want to be getting the punches off a little bit earlier. Rani, you know, making her own presence felt there in that little exchange. Good right hand. Yep, another action-packed round. And not a lot to split them. But Walsh is looking the cleaner performer. Rani, you know, she's forcing things a little bit. But with the height and reach difference, it's always giving her something to deal with.
Of course, with a 10-point must system, you know, the judges sitting ringside are left with an impression, but also quite often left with an impression of what they actually like to see. And you've noted there we've had some splits, but one judge, the third of the judges, has gone with Rani each time. Obviously likes the aggression, likes the walking forward.
She's been caught, and again, as the previous round, in the last minute, when the second minute, when things slow down a little bit, she becomes a bit more desperate, and she takes more as a couple of good right hands, a hint of the inside of the glove, but the referee didn't say so, so that's fine. You know, she's looping the punches, Rani. Terrific aggression from her.
Good round now. That was a good round. Good, very good. Slow your burn. Big deep breath.
So he's happier with that round?
Big finish.
Yeah, well, I think seconds have got to be psychologists in a way. They know when to give their boxers a kick up the backside and when to give them a little bit of encouragement. She's had a couple of kicks up the backside. That was an encouragement round. But you can see here how close the exchanges are. But she's keeping her composure for most of the time. And again,
so she's in front of
different judges, you'll notice.
Yeah, this is really close.
You know, there's one going with her, but the other two have switched back and forward, so it's close.
So this is the fourth and final round. Michaela Walsh of Northern Ireland in the red, Rani of India, Pinky Rani, and on the judges' scorecards, it's really close. This is anybody's fight going into this fourth and final 2-minute round. Good combination from Rani. Nice aggression again. She's had to take the fight to Walsh. No other choice when you're giving away the sort of height and reach that she is.
I mean, Walsh boxing on the back foot, she can actually dance away a little bit further when she wants to counter. You know, she's just kind of taking a little half step back, but Rani's still closing and getting into range. So, I mean, if she moved a little bit further, she would leave Rani hitting fresh air. Then she could come back with the counters, but Rani not allowing that. She's keeping the tempo up.
Nice engine from Rani. Walsh going to the body there, which we've commented a couple of times, is not, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to happen a lot with the women. The body shots, they all seem to be more interested in head hunting.
See, that's what I meant when I said slip away just a little bit more than she's doing. You saw Rani hitting fresh air, ending up on the ropes, you know, swinging herself into the ropes. But this is good, and what an effort Rani has made, still doing that. There again, just get away a little bit further.
This is a tight fight, though. Really tight.
Yeah, you get the feeling Rani deserves something for the effort she's put in. But she keeps being pinned with clean punches, which the judges are liable to like.
Yeah, the last two exchanges, clean left hands have got it. So we're at the end of the fourth and final round, the first semi-final today, and it was a good one. It's really close. She might have just edged it, Michaela Walsh, but you could certainly mount a pretty good argument for either one of those boxers to take that bout.
Yeah, that was a terrific bout. Rani kept coming forward throughout the 4 rounds, but she kept coming forward in a straight line. So maybe a little bit more guile was required, you know, upper body movement, get past the punches, as opposed to taking a punch to try and land 2. But she was the one who made that fight as entertaining as it was. Huge effort, never stopped coming forward, never stopped throwing punches. But it's the clean shots that should get you through. And I'm leaning towards Walsh. But we'll see how the judges liked it.
So who will go through for a gold medal and who will take a bronze? We're just waiting for the scorecards to be handed to the ringside announcer. If you are wondering, by the way, what happens if the points are tied up at the end of the 4 rounds, and the judges will be asked to make a decision on who they favoured if they just had to, leaving their points to one side, if they just had to pick a winner. Here it is.
We have a split decision in favour of the winner, and now through to the final. In the red corner from Northern Ireland, Michaela Walsh. And please, ladies and gentlemen, your appreciation for bronze medalist Pinky Rani.
A guaranteed 9 medals in the boxing ring for Northern Ireland. Michaela Walsh through to face Nicola Adams as we make the short trip to the gymnastics and the vault final.
Thomas receives a warm welcome.
Christian Thomas, I think, is the significant favourite on this apparatus.
Powerful Scott Morgan. He's got a taste of gold already. Adam Cox of Scotland. Ashish Kumar, who was a silver medalist 4 years ago. Ken Peterson. Frank Baines. And Aizat Jufri of Singapore. Kristen Thomas was the top qualifier. Combined score of 14.716 from Scott Morgan and Frank Bain. So England, Canada, Scotland were the top qualifiers. They were followed by the 3 Singaporean competitors. And Purvis and Keatings.
So the gymnasts have to show 2 different vaults, one after the other, for the judges to evaluate. Those scores are then added together and averaged, and the vaults have to be from different gymnastic families. So either a forward vault or a Yoshenko vault where the round-off is before the springboard, or a Sukahara style vault where the hands are on top of the vault doing the half turn.
Hawatun from Singapore is 25 years of age. He's a dentistry student. His twin brother, Waikiat, also a gymnast. Wish him luck as our first competitor on vault.
Double twist from a Sukahara. We're going to see a few of those today. Walks back with great concentration, thinking about his second vault, but here we see his first vault. It's over the top nicely. A reasonably good landing. Dynamics-wise, could be a little higher. You see a small leg separation in the pre-flight. All minor deductions, legs position, and that leg position, the slight split carrying through to the landing.
2 scores from qualifying, 14.166 and 13.633. Looking to compete in the Southeast Asian Games middle of next year. They're in Singapore. It'll be a big thrill for him. Very important local competition in Southeast Asia. And a 14.258 for his first vault.
Second vault, you can see on the left there, 5.2 value, and the number 1.34 tells us he's doing a handspring front stretch with a 1.5 turn. Well performed.
Yeah, nicely landed. And it's done. It's all over quite quickly.
Of course, it's hugely satisfying to the gymnasts when they perform at their best. You know, when they're coming in where they're ranked, they might think that somebody else might make a fall and give them a chance for more success, but in the end it's just up to them to do their own job and wait and see what happens with the rest of it. And he's done his job well. Important they get the transition from the run to the board right. And in all the front rotation vaults, the heels have to go from the board over the top of the head like lightning in order to get to the right position for them to be able to push off the horse quickly. The legs are behind, the hands have to wait till the legs catch up to get that push going.
I'm sure that look on his face after he landed was one of relief or maybe slight pain in the ankles, but it was a grimace and a grin at once. Waiting the second score, and then the 2 are averaged. 14.133, so 14.195 is the combined score for Hawatun, and that's a couple of tenths better than his qualifying. England, the dominant nation in artistic gymnastics. They've won both team events, men and women, both all-around finals, and 3 of the 5 apparatus finals so far. And they're a big chance with this man, Christian Thomas.
Posted a vault with a maximum score of 16 points. It can be brilliant, or it can over-rotate. There it is. And that's what I feared. That's what he did at the London 2012 final.
Vaults like that, isn't it, Vince?
He's so mad with himself because he's remembering vividly, I've been here before. He's so aggressive, gets so much height in this super complex vault, but he's got to judge where the floor is, release his hands and prepare for that landing. He's holding on to his legs a fraction too long. By the time he realises he's on his back.
He had so much power, he almost could have kicked out of it. But it's a matter of timing, isn't it?
Maybe adrenaline, Liz, gave him some extra. He didn't know quite what to do with. But unfortunately, been there before. He'll be so mad. Got to learn from these lessons. You can see he gets great repulsion, makes the vaulting table shake as it kicks back at him.
Cannot believe that it's happened. Finished 8th in the Olympic vault final.
Such excellent technique. Minor leg bend if we're very critical. His hands have got to be out. He lands with his hips too far back and it's unsavable. Right, that's history. Second vault to come.
14.366. Scored 15.1 in qualifying with it.
So you can see the vault he's posted is a 5.6 tariff, 4/10 less than the double piked Yushchenko. He's really got to concentrate and use all his speed and dynamics to work on this double front. Shoulders mustn't roll, it's high. And that would have been enough if he'd landed the first, but not to be. Frustrated because he didn't compete in the all-around, didn't work 2 apparatus so that Lewis Smith could do pommel horse and parallel bars. Tactical decision. Opportunity missed.
First British medalist on vaults at World Championships, 3rd last year in Belgium.
Height and technique on the double front. Minor landing penalties. Extends out the shoulders.
Visibly upset after the first vault. Hard to gather himself, put in a good second vault, but somehow he's done it.
He's a tall lad, 25-year-old, 5'11". So impressive to be able to generate those forces with the long levers.
Still wondering whether Thomas will get past him with his 2 vaults. And he does. So his combined score 14.499. But it's very much opened the door for the rest of the field, including our next man who was in great form yesterday, picked up a gold and a silver on rings and floor, Scott Morgan.
We've seen vault finals many times where the door is opened by one competitor and the next competitor doesn't necessarily go through. So let's see what happens here. Oh, I thought he'd gone very flat there. I was a bit worried that he wasn't going to get that around. It looked very, very flat on the horse. It was as long as he almost went off the end of the mats, but Vince, don't you think that was a bit weird technique?
Well, the mats are 6 metres long, and he certainly maximises the length of his trajectory, but it does make you gasp that it is flat and lacking in height.
Well, he just really pushed those legs over and didn't get the repulsion going from the horse, but he did manage to stack 2 twists in there. So you can see the shoulders planching considerably. It suggests that he didn't actually get a nice standing up position on the board, but sufficient to get it all the way around. He'll cop a fairly big deduction, I should imagine, for height and just about no deduction for distance. Watch those shoulders here, leaning quite forward, a bit planched. And perhaps he always does it like that, but it certainly gave me a fright.
I think yesterday that Steve picked up on the length of flight. I think that's his style.
It's significantly shorter than Christian Thomas at 5'3". 14.766. He's off to a healthy start, and gets his get closer to the ground, get through that vault in a different way to some others.
Second vault has a 5.6 tariff as well. Another big vault. Beautiful. Well, that's a double and a half twist. Half on, 2.5 twist off.
Well, the judge assessing the alignment waited a long time before he put up his flag, but he did touch outside the corridor. There's a minor deduction coming there, Liz.
That's right, it's a 0.1 for that. And he's in a very good position now for the goal, but don't forget, we still have Frank Baines to come with same difficulty values on his vault, so nothing's in the bag yet. Half on, wrapping that beautifully. He gets much more height on this vault. Name of the game in vault finals is definitely stay on your feet.
The man from Vancouver has done that. Catalogued his time out of the sport, but maybe it's extended his career. He's had 4 years where he wasn't getting any gymnastics wear and tear on the body. He's come back to it with a new hunger and new success.
Spots the landing at the last minute. He looks behind him to see where he is and then pulls the head forward just at the last moment.
And into first position he goes, 14.733. His combined score, Scott Morgan, and it's left Thomas in second place and Singapore's Hawatun in third. Up goes the cheer for Scotland's Adam Cox. He can't help but smile with the encouragement he receives. That's lovely to see.
Straight with the full turn, but he's tucked his legs, which has a lower tariff, of course, than the straight position.
Vince, I think he nominated a double turn, 3.23. Something must have happened.
So obviously he felt insecure on top of the vaulting table, made a quick mental decision to change tactics. At least he's smart enough to do that and not enter any danger zones. But of course, in terms of competitive success, it's not very smart. Won't be well rewarded at all. Lower tariff for the tucked full.
Adam collected a bronze medal on high bar in Melbourne 8 years ago. Pulled out of Delhi at the last minute after a controversy involving his coach being relieved of his duties. So Adam followed him out. 13.516 in support of his coach. So Spider-Man, well, he can see through there, obviously, because he can see himself on the big screen. Second vault for Cox. Beautifully done.
Straight Sugihara, extends his hips, looks really attractive and aesthetic vault, with only a tariff of 3.6. So really here for the ride, not going to be a threat to the top three.
Well, the whisper is he's on the cusp of retirement at 27. Lovely to make a final. May not be good enough to get him a medal though.
What an addition to your CV though, to be able to put, you competed at the Commonwealth Games, took a team medal and made an apparatus final. Looks impressive for any employer. Discipline, focus, lovely style. That's what Mitsuyo Sugihara first did almost 40 years ago, when the world saw this vault for the first time. Yes, the vault was a different shape.
$13,274 for Adam Cox, and I think that's it's milking the cow. I think it's a little goodbye from him too. Second time he's retired, perhaps. All right, Ashish Kumar, silver medalist 4 years ago, became the first Indian gymnast to collect a medal.
This is a very hard vault. It's a double pike, but from a Sugihara entry. Beautiful. Well, Kumar's certainly put his best vault up.
I saw Dipa Kamakart yesterday with a very difficult vault. The Indian gymnasts don't mind tackling them.
Well, that's one of their specialties. There's the half on, pulls the double pike around and gets the right balance of height and rotation. Yeah, that's the hard part, actually getting it set up. Perhaps an early tuck on the second vault, but they will still credit the pike, I should imagine. Props the front hand at the front of the vault to help him push up. Legs a little bit tucked too early. So it's maybe the judges will devalue that. What do you think, Vince?
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that he posts double pike. You would have thought just tell everyone you're doing the double tuck Sugihara and be done with it. But maybe their eyes will focus on the first part of the first somersault.
Well, if it's a double pike, he'll get the 6 value. No, they've only given him a 5-6.
14-3-3-3. So Morgan of Canada still looking the goods. Got a second vault to come from Kumar.
Now he's opting for a double, but this time in a different direction. He's going to show his forward rotation now. Oh, too early. Oh, could see that right on the board to the horse. He was tucked before he hit the hands, and oh, I'd hate to see that.
You've seen a lot of vaults, as you call that, very early, and fortunately he's got straight up, and that's why the mats are there. He's had an injury avoided, thank goodness.
Yeah, well, those injuries can be catastrophic. Tucked early, straight on. We're just lucky to see that'll be a 0 score. Didn't hit his feet first. Watch here, he doesn't get his heels over at all, just like a double forward roll, nowhere to go, back first, 0.
Not good for the sport to see that. Smart enough to get out of trouble.
Look at the knees, straight into it, head tucks down. He should hold his head up as he pushes off the vault, and he'll just be hanging on tight as he can, hoping he's going to get it all the way around. Right, straight through to his back. And pride hurt. Luckily, no injury to the body.
Fairly late in the morning.
Yeah, it's a great height they come from, a few metres up.
Both him and his coach analysing that he didn't drive his heels long enough.
The more important thing is okay, and so is Morgan on top of the standings. It's 14.733. There was indeed no score for the second vault for Kumar. He landed flat on his back, but without injury. Doesn't exactly inspire confidence in the next man up, but the home crowd will do something about that, perhaps, for Frank Baines. Third highest qualifier.
Big chance for Frank. 5.6 the tariff. Sugihara adds the 2.5 twists, but didn't generate sufficient somersault. Enough snap in the rotation. Adam Cox encouraging his teammate, but the damage is done. Frank Baines, such a natural talent. Insufficient transverse rotation. Sometimes mentally not tough enough. Insufficient somersault to allow his body to achieve the upright landing. And I think this is also an example of, he's been sitting down for probably half an hour since the warm-up in the warm-up gym. And it really is very taxing to get yourself going after that period of stagnation.
Second youngest man in the field at 19 posts a 13.633. Gets the green light. Signals that he's ready.
5.6 for his second vault. We've all seen competitions where the crowd has stopped the event with their disgusted scores. Not today, well behaved. Well, that's impressive for the tall lad. Handspring, double front. Much better than the previous gymnast. High, but not enough speed of rotation to have a really upright landing position. We'll be able to analyse that on the slow motion. There's the handspring. Big thrust. Makes the 2.5 somersaults forwards. But, landing position such that the judges will penalise. Hips there almost touch the mat, so there'll be 5/10, probably 7/10 in that landing penalty. And the side step. Tries so hard in the shoulder work. Didn't quite drive his heels over his head enough. Impressive on the tight tuck. Holds onto those shins and squeezes his moment of inertia to decrease his size, accelerate his speed. Really compacts his knees and his pecs in that landing.
Frank Baines, born in Liverpool, but his dad's Scottish, so that allows him to represent Scotland. And he's encouraged to do so by the rest of the Scottish team. And a 14.4 for his second vault, 14.016 puts him to fourth. So Singapore's Ho Wah Toon is still in third. Singapore has never won an apparatus medal. And right now, Morgan is hanging on to first place from Thomas of England. Kent Peterson, representing Australia, but was born in South Africa, from Durban. called into the Australian team after some injuries not long before the Games, taking his opportunity to make a final.
Pretty good. Handspring double front. It's a deep squat on the landing, but he doesn't have too many steps. In fact, just one small step, so should score relatively well.
He's pretty pumped about it.
Liz, they have that deep squat landing and get up so fast, you wonder whether the judges are able to analyse it.
I wonder how much work he's doing in the strength and conditioning gym to be able to squat and stand that fast. But down and up, it should be a 0.5 for body position on the landing. Maybe they'll do a 3, but nevertheless, it should still score in the 14s.
He also loses a tenth. He's just out of the corridor. The flag came up.
So you can see the difference in the approach from that vault we saw from Kumar. This time Peterson gets his heels over much more. He could still do more again, and that would help him on his landing, but does land feet first. And there we can see still a little bit early tuck, but enough to get it around. It's clean in the air, knees pretty close together.
It's a duck's landing, your feet and your bum at the same time almost.
14.233 for Peterson.
It'll be hard for him to get into the medals. The second vault is just worth 4.8. However, if he does a perler, he might slip in front of Howatun from Singapore. Pretty good, clean, not particularly difficult, but a nice clean vault, and he should be very happy with himself. He's taken the best of his opportunity.
Thanks the crowd for their support, and the spectators at this venue have been so generous to every competitor, no matter where they're from. I think they maybe take a cue from the gymnasts themselves, who all support each other.
Such sportsmanship.
You watch the movement of the springboard after they hit it, Vince. It bothers me that it's knocked around so much that maybe they always get the lift off it that they're after. I mean, it does move.
Well, obviously it's a portable piece of equipment. They hit it that hard, it will vibrate and shake. That's why the coaches are always adjusting. Because I can't believe that Christian Thomas is still holding on to his position.
Good message.
Wants to see you on the Gold Coast in 4 years' time. 13.96. He's into fourth position, so Howatun of Singapore holds on to third.
With just Singapore to go, Singapore's going to have a medal.
Oh, this is an outstanding result, yes. It's Azat bin Mohammed Jufri, last to go on vault. Singapore are going to medal. A little bit more history here at the Hydro.
Sugihara with the two twists. Accurate, well performed. Can he challenge his teammate? Commonwealth medals. Sharp run. There's the round off to the vaulting table. Snaps 1.5 somersaults, adds the double twist. Proficient. Scrappy feet.
Set his sights on making this final. Before he came, this was the one. He's made the final.
So many cameras and wonderful technology to be able to show you the very best pictures.
Christian Thomas will collect silver or bronze. Big problem on his first vault, but he's going to keep him out of top spot. 14. Waiting for the green light. It's there now.
There you can see the number of the vault in the rulebook, 1.34, 5.2 the tariff, so 15.2 the maximum score possible if everything was perfect. Long strides. Handspring front somersault adds the 1.5 twist.
A big happy smile from Isaac Jufrey, Singapore. Thumbs up from the coach. He'll be proud of his athletes today. As I mentioned, they could have had 3 in the final from Singapore, but for the 2 per country rule. But it's surely going to be Morgan's title. Make it a 2nd gold for the Canadian.
Singaporean coaches and gymnasts must have some special skills on this apparatus in their gym. Performances from all 2. Could have been a 3rd, bar the rules. Wraps in the 1.5 twists. Called a Rudolph in trampoline terms. Wait for him to come down. There he is. Wraps the arms in to make the axis smaller. Puts the arms back out to slow himself down and control the landing.
See, man can fly. And Jufrey is into 6th position with a combined score of 14.016. So that means that Howatun does collect a bronze medal for Singapore. It's gold, though, for Scott Morgan. Silver for Christian Thomas. And Howatun, well done, Singapore.
Well, that'll be proudly in his dentist surgery one day.
Yes. It's huge development for a nation to go from never having won a medal in artistic gymnastics to step up and claim one, and it'll be a big motivator for young gymnasts surely in Singapore and throughout Southeast Asia.
That principle's been very significant with English gymnastics, British gymnastics. Everyone's looked around and thought, well, if they can do it, maybe I can. Inspire a generation was the 2012 mantra.
Another gold for Canada's already impressive total in the vault at the gymnastics. We'll be back there for the women's beam, but meantime it's Kelvin Grove and the Scottish 4 who took bronze in Adelaide, well on their way to gold at Glasgow 2014. 14-5 against England in the 12th end.
He's hanging off the backhand. Coming on the inside. Oh, he just got the touch he didn't want. England line 2. Scotland still have a ball to play. Jamie Chesney has 2 to play.
Yes, England badly need to take this end. It wasn't far away then, Alex.
Hurry.
And Jamie.
Hurry.
Looked like he had the line, John. Just dropping away short.
You know, he's been under a fair bit of pressure, Jamie, in recent end. He's showing a little bit. He's struggling with his weight now.
Just missed it the first time. It's a hard shot.
Yeah, just needed a bit of weight to get under that, and I think those balls were very difficult to negotiate in front. A bit of respite for England here. I get a couple of shots. Ideally, if you could add a third, this would be good.
Well, Scotland have no right of reply. What can Jamie Chesney do here? Oh, he's just going to get caught in his own and not come through. 2 shots to England. Giving themselves a chance. Three ends to play. Scotland leading by 14-7. They've trailed for just one end in the match. That's going long, and it's gone. Wanted to make sure it was full length, almost full length. He brought the mat up a couple of metres.
If you feel if England are going to take a 3 or a 4, it's probably going to be on the longer jack. Short jack is very difficult to get control of the end because Scotland plays so well to that length.
Well, it didn't go into the ditch by much. It only has to be enough. Well, when David Peacock popped it in the ditch and gave his opponent the chance to set the length, he then popped one right on top. That's not a bad opener. Still plenty of room. You can make the adjustment back.
Good reply.
Well, David Peacock was the first bowler to win 3 consecutive gold medals at outdoor World Championships, bringing all his experience to bear here. Yeah, that's a good shot.
Yeah, good positive draw there, John Guinness. Decent ball.
Hurry, Neil. Busy. Hurry. Run.
Just wasn't running out. Stuart Airy. Just not getting around the blue ball. Looking to drift it in there. I think they're assessing what England may play as well. England just getting to the stage with 3 shots, 3 ends to play. Ideally 3 shots here, a couple at the next end, just to give themselves a chance.
That's no worse really. It's good ball for them to use. Daly Stewart needs to get another ball in there in front of the Blues, between the Blues and the Jack. Just resting on in there. See where the feet going in there. There's a few chances off those blue balls. Anything down there gets a shoulder into the shot bow.
Let's give it a chance. It's all about the connection across. That's the shot. They called it. Paul Foster played it.
Yeah, they just built this up, set it up. 2 chances, inside edge or outside edge. 2 balls down there and he couldn't really go wrong. He played it well with good weight.
Jimmy Chesnick. Oh, he's given that a chance. Oh, just running through. If we were experts in body language, John, we might be earning fortune in other fields. As an amateur psychologist, there's a certain bounce, there's a real up about Scotland at the moment. Well, England, you can just tell they're just that little bit deflated.
Well, it's difficult, as I say. How do you get out of this? Without doubt, they've played decent balls. Just been smothered, really. Fantastic stuff from Scotland. They've done everything right. Real smile from Andrew Napper, I think, there.
Well, for his first Commonwealth Games, he's going home with a silver medal at Worcester here and a bronze medal as well. All the English bowlers have gathered a medal, so in those terms it's been a successful Commonwealth Games for Team England here at Kelvin Grove.
Marshall on his backhand, going to drop in again. He's in the area. If he runs past the short when he's close, well, that doesn't help. It's a real difficult life for Jamie Chesney.
Scotland coach David Gurley sees his charge easing towards gold. Because again, England, you go to the hedge, you have a look, there's nothing obvious. You then start to be creative, and then it starts to get into the worlds of ifs and buts.
Well, there's a gap there, you can see it. 2 balls where the foot is just inside there, off that ball. Hopefully he'll come back into the jack. That's the only way he's going to get it. It's the only shot on. So he's looking down that gap of balls there. Use the shoulder.
Well, he's been on defence, to use the American term, most of this match. Here he goes, looking for the ball. Way too much in front, had to be absolutely spot on.
2 still to Scotland. He's got a free draw here for a third. He's in the area, but he's never going to get it on that angle. Needed to be wide and off the ball to get into it. Alex, if he makes this, it's a bonus. It's a nice safe line out there. Dropping in, good weight, but drops in. It's a good try.
Yep. Don't want to be too close, no point in spoiling things. Scotland are on the home straight. Well, England haven't been able to score on consecutive ends throughout the match. They've won just 3 ends, Scotland have won 10. That's the reason they're leading by 16 shots to 7. Well, we promised to touch on it, John, the fact that the players aren't playing with the same colour of balls on each team, and certainly some of the talk is that perhaps for the next Commonwealth Games the top nations would be allocated a colour of balls. Say the top 8 nations, and then you have to play with that. It would make it easier for television viewers and for those watching here at the games as well. It's a little bit confusing sometimes when you see that both leads playing with the same colours.
Yep, it's been a good championship, but there's always things you can improve on. And Scotland 4 hard pressed to improve on their performance today.
Well, Scotland had high hopes for gold at the Bowls. Wonderful complex upgraded over a 2-year period. 5 green upgrade here at Kelvin Grove.
That's good.
Gold for Scotland in the men's pairs. It looks likely gold for Scotland in the men's 4s.
Yes, Spearsy, you'll do here. Good road, mate. Nice, Spearsy. Well done, pal. Well done, Spearsy.
And that's all they need to do now. Ball for ball, match things up. Done the hard yards, just claim the prize.
Try, mate. Listen. Up, listen.
It's good weight, but John McGuinness needed to pass the ball.
It's the same. Inside that again, it's good.
You've got to say probably should have any chance at all. They've got to lift at least a 3, England.
Come on, Spearsy.
Yeah, possibly even more than that. They had to win, I think, the 12th end there. I think if they'd won that, brought it back to 14-9, 5 in it with 2 to play, I think they've got a chance. They could well be shaking hands very soon.
The way this end is building as well, it doesn't look like there's going to be much chance of getting more than a 1 off this end. 2 at best.
But that's what Scotland have been good at in the stretch, just making sure cover match. You know, they've not left. I mean, Jamie Chesney, to be absolutely fair to him, has played a couple of weighted shots that he's missed, but he's trying, you know, the 3rd or 4th degree difficulty shots. There's been nothing that you would say in terms that he's missed in takeout shots or the yard-on shot. There's just not been there to play.
Yeah, he'd be a little frustrated really, because he hasn't had much chance to show what he's capable of. Nothing's been easy. What happens is you get put under so much pressure that near the end then you start missing. When you get the odd chance, you start missing the easier balls. Yeah, it's difficult. Just say today they've been second best to a very good 4. There's no shame in that. really need Stewart to put 2 good bows in here to give them a chance.
A 42-year-old playing it off the backhand. Well, he's giving us a chance. A little touch across. A couple of red balls back there.
Still think he's down.
Come behind.
So 16-7 Scotland in the men's fours bowls. 5 golds in gymnastics on day 9, and the first one about to be handed out to Scott Morgan of Canada, gold medal winner in the artistic gymnastic men's vault final with 14.733 points at the hydro. Christian Thomas of England, silver, and Wah Toon Ho of Singapore took the bronze. Now the women's beam final next.
From Australia, Lauren Mitchell. Also from Australia, Marianne Munson. Representing Canada, Isabella Amico. From England, Rabia Ragapani. Representing Wales,
Stew in the anxiety of the situation.
If you're going 6th, 7th or 8th and you know you're a chance, does it determine whether you might put an element in or leave it out depending on what you think you need?
Well, certainly if somebody was had some sort of risky element in their beam they're not quite sure about and they'd seen those in front of them falter, they might be tempted to play the safe game, and that could be an advantage if you're coming up towards the last.
But most of these gymnasts are so fixed in their program that actually to take a difficult element out could unsettle them even more than release the pressure from removing it.
Yeah, I'm thinking more connections, I suppose. You know, some risky connection, you might just go, look, I'll go with what feels good and leave it there.
Yeah, good point. So joining of complex elements is rewarded, and actually taking a pause between those could remove some of that risk factor. Same as on bars yesterday. Some gymnasts may choose to go back to the warm-up gym briefly.
Here's Rebecca Downey, competition getting underway, the women's beam final.
Extremely close and exciting field. Let's see who's got the nerves of steel. That's the skill she had trouble on in the team competition. Normally so solid on the front somersault. Got a problem in her head about it. But whilst we've had a gymnast take a medal on vault with a fall, I think it's extremely unlikely on this piece, but not impossible. But going from one crisis to another. That's her acrobatic series. I'm not sure she got her feet on, so the judges won't count that. Lost her confidence.
3 for 3.
Lost her fight.
That's very unusual for a gymnast of this calibre.
Often falling off takes away some of the pressure and you then go on to do solid elements. Well, she only wanted one medal anyway, so that's all you can console yourself with. Team in the golden bars, 2 in fact. Back into her stride. Time to get off damage limitation. 10 seconds on the buzzer. That's the easy dismount. Given up, trying almost.
Well,
courteous wave.
Yeah, thanks to the crowd for their support, and they did support her each time she fell. They wanted her to get back up and keep going and shake of the head. But as you say, she's got gold on uneven bars and part of the victorious English team. Fragapane wishes her well.
But look at the face, dignity.
She's got a sore foot, and remembering back to the qualification or the team round when she did beam, and she sort of hurt that foot, and looks to me like she's stirred it up again. The way she landed, you see that foot goes down, and I think that that's affected the rest of her routine. And when she came off, she shrugged her head. The coach looked down to her foot and sort of halfway agreed with her. So my suggestion is that that left foot is pretty sore.
Still hurting from that first fall in the team competition. She was thinking about it, perhaps put her off her stride.
It's hard to see where that went wrong, and the 1.5 turn.
Short on somersault.
Yeah, I think she's just relaxed and says it all in a way, and a good idea on the dismount to go with a simple layout, particularly if she's hurt herself. There's no point stirring it up, trying a double salto and landing short. She knows she's not going to win a medal tonight unless every other gymnast has 3 falls, which is very unlikely. I'm not meaning that in a bad way, but
not her day.
But you gymnasts out there, watch how she's handled it.
Well,
no tempers, tears, tantrums.
She's a class act, really. It's very hard in front of a crowd this large where you could hear a pin drop. And, of course, when you make mistakes like that 3 in a row, takes a dent in your pride.
So just a 9.833 for Becky Downey.
Well, grin and bear it. That's all I can do.
Yeah, that's a sarcastic grin. Come on, move on. Next girl, please. And it is Lauren Mitchell, who is the defending champion, if you will, on beam from Delhi 4 years ago.
Lauren capable of big things. Does she have the nerve to go for it? Slightly off on that front summy, so she misses the connection. That's a safe thing to do. Big series coming up. Oh, she's off. And that's not all over, though. You never know what others are going to do. She's got to go strong through the rest of the routine. Change ring. Here comes her signature move. 1, 2.5. It's worth an E. Front aerial is solid. So she's finishing the routine very solid. Not much wrong with it apart from the initial fall. She's going to need a strong dismount.
You got it.
Flip, flip. Double. That's good.
Terrific effort from Lauren Mitchell. 1 fall. It may not be too much. It's all up to the others. And she's also been silver medalist at World Championship level, as well as gold at Commonwealth Games.
Coach Martine George analysing. Lauren trains at the WA Institute of Sport in Western Australia.
The toes were digging in, trying to rescue it, but it wasn't to be. Now, it occurred to me watching this spin is that around you go 2 and 3, 2.5 times, and then you go forward saltos on beam. Why are you not dizzy?
Brains like gyroscopes. all part of training. Look at the strength of ankle and knee. That Cossack spin. There's the 2 back flips into the double tuck somersault, large step. End on view of the 2 back flips, double tuck. I love the intensity of her eyes when she starts the routine and looks down the beam. The camera picks it up. Such a focused athlete.
Capable of quite a big D score. It might still be in the 6s. Could hold an advantage for her at the end.
She's such a respected athlete in Australia. She's on the Athletes Commission for the Australian Olympic Committee in the middle of a 4-year term. Claudia Fragapani's got a little bit of a weight.
Individual apparatus competitions, you can choose to wear your own leotard, but they're wearing the same.
What's she counting, I wonder? What the score might be?
The difficulty, what they will have credited. I wondered, Liz, whether one of the second jumps in the combination could be not rewarded.
13 is the score for Lauren Mitchell. Second Australian is up now, Marianne Monkton.
Simple roll for the mount. Gymnasts have got to show skills low to the beam, so that's that box ticked. Excellent stability in the free cartwheel layout. Full spin, overcooked by a quarter. Good save on the jump combination. Switch change with half, giving her minor problems. But shaky side abdominal muscles, got to work harder. Good position on the sheep jump, the ring position. That jump, the head has to go completely back so that the foot and pony make a ring position. All these minor adjustments will be adding up the execution deductions. Dismount to go. Concentration pause on the end. Double pike. Solid landing. Dismount. Brilliant.
Well, Marianne Monkton was the last to qualify for the beam final, but she's the first to stay up. Albeit with some serious balance issues.
There's the free cartwheel, spots the beam, very visual. See the toes gripping on the suede deck cover.
Monkton had a chance here and started off quite strongly and then looked like she got a little bit nervous in the middle of the routine. You just have to trust yourself on the beam, that you've done it thousands of times and you can do it again, but it's an easy apparatus to second guess yourself. Dismount is very nice, gets a good punch from the beam, legs are nice and tight together, and not too much movement on the landing.
Injury forced her out of the Australian team for Delhi 4 years ago.
Hi Tracy, hi Rudisha.
And Monkton with a 13.666, so she goes to the top position ahead of Mitchell and Downey. Manitoba, Canada. Qualified with a 13.133.
Nishko starting with a positive rhythm to her movements. Flip, flip, lay out to 2, big wobble, she's off. And we've seen a lot of falls on beam from the team competition to the all-around and now the apparatus finals. Front aerial, split jump, wolf jump, doesn't get the connection for the aerial split. Split full, it's pretty hard to do. And I think she probably once again intended to connect that. Leg up spin, slightly overturned, but she will get value for that. Attempted change ring. We haven't seen too many girls really get that back leg up high enough with a head release. And she's staying on second part, but everything looks a little stilted. She's got the elements in there, but the performance is really a little bit below par for her, I'm sure. Heads for the dismount, double tuck, wide split, stays on her feet, and that's why it's so important in beam finals. Even if you fall, you've got to finish strongly because you never know what your competitors are going to do.
Coach gives the nod of approval. Analysis. There's the triple combination, 2 backflips into the layout. Center of gravity was in an okay position, but she started panicking, maybe exacerbated the misalignment. As Liz said, routine became tentative. Strong on the standing layout.
16, she's the youngest in the field in a few months.
Some backflips before the layout and before the dismount. Uses that for speed. It's a bonus in that acro combination at the beginning.
Some inquiry submitted about the score for Lauren Mitchell.
Definitely the D-score inquiry. They were counting all the points up when the routine finished, and they're quite certain that they should have got more. I think it'll depend on her change ring, whether they credited that.
Elena Davidova, the FIG expert on this apparatus. And with Robin Leeworthy.
12.666 for Anishko. And that's significantly under Mitchell and Moncton's score. It is Marianne Moncton who leads at the moment. We can move on. Claudia Fragapane, top qualifier.
Opportunity clearly in her hands here. Flip, lay out to 2. Oh, she saves it. It's a 0.5 wobble probably, but certainly better than a full point for a fall. Front aerial, that's looking solid. Got that determined air about her. Sheep jump. All of those backwards jumps, they have to completely release the head and look behind them. That's why they get such a high value. So hard to land properly. Here's the big move. Tuck full. It's good. Got to hold a concentration now. Side aerial. Almost a little tap dance there, but she's pulling back into her landing position strongly. And a dismount to her feet will put it to the lead for sure. Double pike, it's good.
Oh, Fragapane, what a competitor she is. She's so consistent. Oh, Mum and Dad are so proud of this young gymnast.
Such a special story. At the beginning of the year, there was doubts whether she could make the team, the GB team, and now she's towards the top spot. Out of frame, so high on the back flip layout, uses those toes to claw her way back. Keeps her cool on that extremely complex F skill, the tuck somersault with full turn. There it is, twisting in 2 axis at the same time. So easy to go out of line. Slams the feet down, adjusts the arms like a tightrope walker. Corrects the hips.
Mum can't watch.
That's a great picture.
Come on, says Dad. Mum can't look.
Back flip into the double pike. Brilliant, we love it. Mr. and Mrs. Frag, so proud. We're looking for an Italian football shirt, that's why we couldn't find him.
Well, so much love and hope invested in the outcome here.
Next
so
time.
Proud. Well, he's got the dancing horse, so that's
Next time he needs to tell us what shirt.
Yeah.
And looking at the parents there, you know, every single parent has their story to tell of all the support they've given their children, and it's marvellous when it pays off and their child can actually fulfil their potential.
And Liz, I must follow on from that comment, and let's thank all you parents around the world for supporting your children's gymnastics. This can't be done without great family support.
So surely that will be enough to move Fragapane to the top of the standings ahead of Moncton and Mitchell. No, it's not. It's not. It's 13-1-3-3. And Fragapane, little balance issues.
She had a big problem. Moncton's up at the top at the moment.
Well, that's a turn up for the books.
The D score for Fragapane, only 5-2.
5-2. Mustn't have got credited for some of her series.
Is he better now? Let's move on.
Solid so far. Good on the spin combination. Here's the acrobatic series. Back flip into the layout. Judges will be, here comes the risky double spin, solid, it's impressive. All these skills, the difficulty judge will be adding up. We walk over, double spin, the backflip layout, the illusion. Free cartwheel, gives her a difficulty total. Dismount to go. Simple dismount, just a C value, but rock solid. Impressive from Bedo.
Bedo came in with a 13-1-6-6. And this beam final is rocking and rolling all over the place. It's very hard to tell what might happen. Fragapane sitting in second.
Bedo, difficulty total of 5 in the qualification round. She's more solid than the other competitors, but her D score is lower, so it'll be interesting to see which way it comes out. Higher E, lower D.
Well,
On men's floor final yesterday, David Bishop capitalised with simple but clean.
Dismount is just worth a C value, so she gets 0.2 off for that. Well, she doesn't gain the 0.2 on her compositional requirements, so that's another 2/10 from her score. So it'll be tough to catch Moncton from that point of view, Moncton having had a 6D score, but I think Beto's performed the most stable beam routine of all the competitors so far.
Like the classic lines of that bronze and gold themed leotard.
That's striking. The performance was very good. As it got the difficulty, the Welsh supporters would hope so. Gina Hockenhull will be next. So Wales back-to-back on beam.
Beam finals as always. Down to composure.
13-3, 6-6. She's 0.3 behind Moncton and ahead of Fragapane, who's been pushed to third.
Well, now Moncton knows she's won a medal. She doesn't know what colour yet.
Gina Hockenhull.
Hockenhull scored a 13.7 in the all-around finals, so she's certainly capable of coming up and doing well. That's solid. Nice quality change leg leap, change leg side. It'll get bonus for that connection. Front aerial split jump. She's actually looking the most confident of the girls that we've seen come up yet. Quite composed and has a natural feel on this apparatus. Seems to absorb the beam well on all her landings. Now that's only about a 0.3 wobble. Switch half. Judges will be looking for the full split on that to give it the difficulty. Side summy, so far so good. Change ring. Once again, the judges may not award that. They have to have the full head release, but it is stable. Good dismount, might see her in the medals. Double tuck, very nice.
Oh, Gina Hockenhull, the 17-year-old from Wales. Not too much, yeah, well now there's the smile, good to see. She should be proud of that one, and that's a top 3 performance, surely, considering what we've seen go before.
Brett, a personal coach, congratulating her.
I think it's going to come down to whether they pay those difficult elements or not, Vince. There was the switch ring, which I'm not sure got the difficulty, and the switch split half.
Yes, the judges are insistent that the back leg makes the ring position with the head. From our angle, there was some doubt whether that was achieved, but she's, like you say, has a lightness of touch and impressive stability. Nearly every element, just a little waver of the arms there that add up to 0.2, 0.3. Such composure on young shoulders. Double tuck, somersault, nice, knees together.
That's it. There's one very nervous person on her behalf sitting behind us, and in front of her coaches, Christine Still, is broadcasting, and she's got her fingers crossed too for her young charge. And Hockenhull, can she move Moncton from the top spot?
It's highly possible.
Not quite. 13-4, 6-6. So Moncton's holding on. Wales second and third. Wales are going to get a medal. And we've got a quality competitor going up last in Eilidh Black. Third highest qualifier. it's there to be taken.
You're spot on there, Steve. If she hits, I think she could. The gold medal is hers. But she's got 3 extremely difficult skills. There's the first complex double spin. 1D skill out the way. A few tenths, but solid on the pike front somersault. Slams her feet down. Here's the next big trick. Backflip layout. So confident. Completely straight hips throughout. Little hesitation on the dance sequence. Second big acro. This is where she came to grief. Concentrate, look for the beam. Backflip, the full twist. It's online. So far, so good. Most difficult routine we've seen. Slightly hesitant on the jumps. Concentrate, final acrobatic skill. Well done. Come on, young lady, this is nearly yours. Accurate dismount. Big punch. 2.5. Nailed. Wow, I loved watching that. So impressive.
Eilidh Black, she's had 3 fourth placings and a second, and that could well be a gold medal performance.
She's had her chances through this championships. She didn't take them in the all-around, and I think that you'll find that that score is going to put her up ahead of Moncton. It had superior difficulty. It was very stable. Showed a sureness of performance. Double turn on one leg, in fact 2 1/4. She had some minor adjustments on some of her acrobatic elements, but one such as this front pike, very hard to do front pike on beam, keeping the legs straight throughout. And she was determined to show that she was in control of this whole routine. Layout to 2 feet, pulls up strong. And here's that very difficult full twist. Actually harder in series because of the preceding element. Opportunity for it to go a little bit crooked. And makes a great statement at the end with that 2.5, almost stuck. I can't see how she's not going to get the gold medal.
Canada have already won the men's vault, and can they back it up with beam and black? Nova Scotia's first female Olympic gymnast, she is. It's hard to see that it won't be good enough. She's taken the chance, gone up last, plenty of pressure. Moncton, she must realise that she's in danger of losing that top spot. Judges seeking agreement. Moncton in second, Hockenhull, sorry, Moncton top, Hockenhull second, Beto third. Teammate Rudisha. Eilidh Black, 14.9, there you are. There's your gold medal winner. She's won it impressively. Huge margin of 1.2 back to Moncton.
And that's lovely seeing the congratulations from one to the other. They know how hard it is to compete at this level, and really Black won it fair and square, and Hockenhull becomes the first Welsh to win a medal on beam.
Beto just pushed out the medals. It's the third gold for Canada. Had that Bezebenko's clutch. It's quite a handful.
Some relief, I think, for Eilidh Black. She was runner-up in the all-around.
So both golds in gymnastics for Canada so far, the men's vault followed by the women's beam, and our next visit to the gymnastics will see the men's parallel bars final. Heading to bowls now at Kelvin Grove. It's Scotland-England in the men's fours gold medal match. Scotland 16-7 up after 13 ends, I should say. Paul Mitchell and John Price.
Lionel Messi may make about $65 million a year more than Alex Marshall. That wasn't part of the plan.
Yeah, and I can tell you what, Alex Marshall's got a better singing voice than Lionel Messi. I've heard him.
How you heard Lionel Messi sing will be a tale for another day.
Perhaps I have got that wrong. Lionel Messi must have been Lionel Richie.
That was truly awful.
I enjoy stealing you alive.
Getting it, yeah, I looked at that, but it's very, very thin, but I think that's your shot. Down there, half of him.
Let's have a good look at this, Jamie.
Here he comes. Can he draw the shot?
He can't. It's all over.
Goal for Scotland. In the men's fours. What a performance from David Peacock, Neil Spears, Paul Foster and Alex Marshall. Well, they controlled the game almost from start to finish. They dropped to 4 on the 4th end. But thereafter, it's the Scottish bounce in Glasgow. That is what gold means to Scotland.
Great scenes here, the crowd on their feet. Wonderful support. Team manager David Goulet well pleased. He can be delighted with their performance. This man has been the star of the show, Alex Marshall.
He is one of the iconic figures of the Glasgow 2014 Commonwealth Games. They defeated a very good England 4. They were just too much for them in the end. And in the gold medal match, the gold medals will stay on home soil as David Peacock, Neil Spears, Paul Foster and Alex Marshall. Just too good for Andy Napper, John McGuinness, Stuart Airy and Jamie Chesney of England. The gold medal of the fours goes to Scotland by 16 shots to 8.
Let's get to the second semi-final of the women's hockey. England against New Zealand. The winners will play Australia in the final, who beat South Africa earlier 7-1. And that is the opening goal of this semi-final. Lily Owsley for England. 1-0. England is the half-time scoreline against New Zealand. And on to boxing now. It's semi-finals day, of course, and the one we're going to focus on for the moment is the men's light heavy contest at 81 kilos between Nathan Thorley of Wales and Kennedy St Pierre of Mauritius, and the commentary comes from Jim Watt and John Harker.
Thorley, he gives you the impression he really is good at what he does, but he hasn't had a chance to show us. It's been 2 quick stoppages. So I won't imagine he's going to get it so easy in this one. If the way it started, there's anything to go by.
St Pierre fought at the Commonwealth Games 4 years ago as a 17-year-old.
Thorley stands a little bit tall, which is dangerous up in this weight division. He's trying to use some movement now, which I think is sensible. A couple of close-up exchanges. He's getting caught with the head too high. St. Pierre's a good fighter. He's proved that already. He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, a couple of nice head shots. That right hand was big. That rocked a filling or two.
And Thorley looking to grab hold. Well, the perception is at the moment St. Pierre is the boss. I've been impressed, but these are big punches.
I think it's more than a perception now. Perception's become the fight's reality.
Thorley is going to have to show he's a powerful puncher himself. He's going to have to use that power. He's going to have to try to discourage the march forward of this fellow. If he doesn't do that, he's in big trouble. He's in for more of the same. His head's high, which is a big problem. Caught high again. Well, I was forming a high opinion of Thorley without really having a chance to see how good he was because he thinks his own way. But he's going to have to show character here. I'm sure he has it, but he's going to have to show it. Good stuff there from him.
Yeah, nice body shot. His head was flicked back though with a pretty good uppercut as well. That's better from Thorley. But comes straight back with an uppercut again that put his head straight back.
Yep, this is one of these matches where you have to gain the respect of your opponent. You can only do that with punching power. And Thorley is doing his best to achieve that, but he's taken too many. His head's too high, and again. He's hurt. He's hurt.
Absolutely is. He's telling the referee he's okay to keep going. He got his hands up high. Only 20 seconds to go.
And again, too high, walks right onto the right hand again.
Oh, the end of this bout, this round can't come quickly enough for Thorley. He's in a lot of trouble. You think the referee will not stop it with only a few seconds to go. But he's just on his bike now, trying to stay out of the road. Oh, tremendous punching power from the man from Mauritius to finish that round. It's a 10-8 round. We've seen one.
Well, John, I expected to see a lot of things in this tournament. I did not expect to see Thorley dominated. And that's pretty much what we saw in that round. That was a huge round from St. Pierre. That was really terrific stuff. I've liked the look of this young man all the way through the tournament, but that was a huge round. 10-8, no question. See, Thorley stands tall, and too often St. Pierre had no problem whatsoever finding his head with those overarm right-hand punches. Found the answer. Yep, 3. Had to be. Couldn't be any other way.
So round 2, and Kennedy St. Pierre of Mauritius well on top, 10-8 on every judge's scorecard. Thorley's come out and he's going to try and earn some respect here and try and slow this man down. That's what he needs to do, but he's taking a few punches to do it, and the power is with St. Pierre.
See, when you're caught with full-blooded punches with your head high, they're energy-sapping punches. They knock the energy out of you. You know, you hang on in there because you're in good shape, you recover for them, but they have an effect. You know, and he's not riding with the punch, he's not cutting the damage down. He took them full force in the opener. These are big punches again.
Yeah.
Those ones caught him high, which is sometimes even worse. Scramble your senses.
His corner's calling on him to work, but
there's a tired look about him. These punches are knocking the energy out of him. He's heavy-legged.
He's getting hit at will now.
He's so brave.
He sure is.
But his punches are having no effect on St. Pierre. He doesn't have the balance, he doesn't have the strength, because it's been knocked out of him. What a show of heart we're seeing from him.
St. Pierre ducking low.
He really looks heavy-legged, but you know what? He's taken a lot out of St. Pierre in this round with his tactics.
He has.
What a crazy business we're in here.
Oh, this is just toe-to-toe exchanges here. He's taking a lot of punches, but he's standing there in front of him. Remember, these are light heavyweights. They're big men. 81 kilos. They can both really punch. And a tremendous display of heart from both fighters.
And it's amazing that he's sapped the energy out of the tank of St. Pierre, but he's taken too much in the process. If he had a couple of close rounds behind him, you'd think, fine, he's kept himself in this. But he hasn't really, unless he can force a stoppage in the third. He needs it.
He's just lost the gum shield. St. Pierre is not on camera at the moment, but he was over holding onto the ropes a second ago, having a good breather.
Well, St. Pierre needs a little bit of range again. That's it, get those overarm right hands off. Thorley has cut the range, got himself closer and put up a terrific show. But took a lot of punches, certainly in the first couple of minutes of that round. But that was a terrific round.
It sure was. Good round from both boxers. St. Pierre would have won it, you'd think, but Nathan Thorley, absolutely courageous.
Just caught too often with his head high. A lot of work to be doing on his defence, but probably he's facing a man with a style that kind of exaggerates the mistakes he's making defensively. So then, yep, only way to see it, another round to St. Pierre, but what a show of courage from this young man here, Thorley.
So round three, the Welshman in the blue needs a knockout.
Round three.
St. Pierre is 3 points in front on every judge's scorecard.
He's hurt again.
Yes, he is. Thorley, who works as a lifeguard by trade, is looking for some support here himself. He's so brave, keeps coming back despite how badly he's been hurt.
You know, the work he's done to keep him in this fight and the clean punches that he's taken to the head, I'm amazed that he's still in there firing. Oh, back on his heels there. He sagged.
Yeah, that left hook.
He sagged back there after that punch.
But how fit do you have to be able to take these punches and still be on your feet? Half of this division to be on the canvas by now.
He's got nothing left except heart. You know, he's put a big dent in the energy levels of St. Pierre, but he's got nothing left himself to capitalise on that. This has been an amazing show of courage from Thorley. Trying to pump the punches out, but there's no real snap in them.
And not a lot left for St. Pierre either. Who's looking pretty weary himself. He's giving away 6 inches. Oh, right hand, and he's still standing there, still throwing, but the big left hook has got him in a bit of bother now. You'd think the referee's going to walk in any second.
The towel's
They've
in.
thrown the towel.
That's clever. That's
fair
clever.
enough. Fair enough. He was hurt.
Yeah, but one of the few times when the referee has taken a little bit too long to act, and the corner did exactly the right thing. I tell you, I was uncomfortable as early as the halfway stage in the second round about the punches that Thorley was taking with his head high. He was taking the full force of the punches. He wasn't moody riding with the shots. He wasn't taking the sting out of them. He wasn't getting the chin down between the shoulders to to tense the neck muscles to help him take the impact of the punch. He was taking them full force all the way through, and I'm pleased that that one is cut short. The courage he's showing here, nothing, not a thing left but his heart, and in comes the towel. Good move.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we go to our scorecard. Referee stops this contest in round number 3. Therefore, the winner by TKO victory and through to the light heavyweight final in the red corner from Mauritius, Ladies and gentlemen, would you please show your appreciation for bronze medalist from Wales, Nigel.
Well, the first of the women's hockey semi-finals was one-way traffic between Australia and South Africa. The Australians, the defending champions, through 7-1. This one still very much in the balance. England are 1-0 up against New Zealand as we rejoin the action.
Now Denson gets the ball across to Ansley and Owsley. Twig. A little bump ball from Unsworth. Again, the Kiwis search for, just hit the heel of Whitelock.
England are working so hard though defensively. They're not giving the New Zealand ball carriers a single opportunity to get their head up and make the pass, and I think they realise that the threat from New Zealand is their pace, and if you don't give them the opportunity to get their head up and see the space, you can counteract it very easily.
Now Denson. Under 13 minutes left in the second semi-final. There's Mark Hager. Oh, and that one will be pulled in by Charlton, ever watchful. Unsworth. And they have starved New Zealand of possession today, England. Big stick check. And again, they forge forward. Dennison. And Charlton does well, and it comes off the foot of Nicola White. And they're off. Up and over. Good save from Flynn, and finds Cox. Sophie Cox, can she bat it back? And gets a foot. Penalty corner, New Zealand. 11 minutes, 23 seconds left in the match.
Well played, Sophie Cox. Slightly out of control here, but does well to keep the ball in play. Plays the ball onto Holly Webb's feet, even though Holly Webb's gone low. And with 20 seconds left, England are going to...
scrambling to defend, get the right number of defenders back, England. Yet they're in the zone, England. They've got under 6 seconds. And Webster to inject from the base. Punt it is, and it's caught the leg, and it'll be another penalty corner.
New Zealand need to remember they don't have a referral. They're running towards Kylie Seymour, making the video referral sign, and they haven't got one. But it's great running by Ellie Watton. It is the England #1 runner, the number 8, doing absolutely brilliantly. Gets her stick on it, unfortunately deflects onto the leg.
Punt this time, catches the stick, it'll be a long corner. So everything that New Zealand is throwing at England is not coming off, it's being mopped up. They're reading it, they are in the zone, England. And there's Danny Carey in the stand, more instructions down to the bench. Webster brings the ball down. Free hit for New Zealand just outside the dotted line.
I'm not sure why that's been overturned, but there isn't any complaints from New Zealand players.
A race between Grant and Bray. Oh, good spotting, what a pass. Danson on top of the D, and Rutherford does really well, and she's got it on her skirt. That is outstanding vision from England to put the up and over. Rutherford on song with her save.
It's a great ball by Giselle Ansley. Danson, one touch control, one touch to hit it.
Gemma Flynn finds punt out on the left. Into the circle, soft under hit ball, and a free hit defence. Card for punt.
Yellow.
Yellow, so 5. Is it Webster?
Yellow card shown to New Zealand, number 32, Anita Funtan for breaking down play.
No.
Minimum 5 minutes suspension.
Well, who's off? There's no one sitting in the chair. It's Webster now. Yes, there she is.
Correction, number 6, Katrina Webster, 5 minutes suspension.
New Zealand playing the last remnants with 10 players. Twig. The noise increases. And Mickelson's won it for New Zealand in the midfield, out on the right. Pops it through to Forgeson, who had her back to her. New Zealand have got one too many on, have they?
They got 11 players on the
No, they've got 10.
No, they're meant to have 9 field players with Webster. 9 plus the goalkeeper, 10 for Webster, who's on the...
Yeah.
So they had too many. Now they've just had Mickelson taken off.
Okay.
Come here. Okay. You're going to go off for the 11 players on the field. Okay, sorry.
So the captain has to go as well. So for a mistake in the rotations. Now, New Zealand played, while they were meant to have only 10 on the field, had 11. And so because of that, the captain has to be removed from the field of play. Hagar is upset. The New Zealand manager has come over to calm things down.
But is it a yellow card offence? I guess it all happened in the World Cup with Argentina men against England in the bronze medal game, and it's something clearly that the technical officials are picking up on.
New Zealand playing with 9 players, Whitelock and Webster off Webster for a stick challenge and Whitelock because of a technical issue over the rotations and the number that are meant to be on the field. Charlton remains the one player for New Zealand who has played to such a high standard. Danson and the goal scorer, Owsley. Punt. It's 11 versus 9. And no one there to pick up the ball. So free hit for New Zealand. Charlton. And Grant makes a little bit of progress. Punts. Runs with the ball. Finds Grant out on the right flank. Smacked into a group of players. Up and over strength at the back from Ansley. Look at that, putting the ball back, making New Zealand work so hard with 2 less field players. And punt now. It is Owsley with the ball. Charlton and Naylor are there. Oh, excellent tap, came off Owsley's foot. Unlucky for New Zealand, but play on, and they're playing to the whistle. Charlton affected it, and Naylor a very good tackle. Oh, it's all happening. And a free hit to the defence. Mop up well, New Zealand.
New Zealand is just going to have to calm themselves down with what's just happened. Got 5 minutes left of the game. 3 of those are probably going to be with players down. And England using their experience very well to waste a few seconds where they can.
New Zealand robbed of their inspirational captain. And a big drive through from punt. Under 5 minutes to play in the match. Webster on a yellow and Whitelock on a yellow because of the technical infringement. Too many players on the park. Now Twig. Grant, clever skill. Yeah. So another card, is it right now? It is a yellow this time for Danson, so she'll finish the match on the bench for England. New Zealand get Webster, or the player who's replaced Webster, back on, so they've at least got 10 now, New Zealand, so it's 10 aside. Webb has it for England.
A yellow card for Danson. She's already been off once today for not being 5 yards, so England will definitely finish the game with only 10 on the field.
Lucy Wood mesmerising the Kubi defenders, but Mickelson wins it back. Drives the ball downfield and Ansley mops up. Oh, and that probably just about epitomises the type of game that New Zealand's had today. Under hit ball from Forgerson. But an inspirational game from England. Hugely disappointed after the 11th placing at the recent World Cup. Had a London tournament before Glasgow and won, albeit closely, but the talk was that they needed to get quite a bit better, but they have put together one of the best performances. And a chance, a goal! It's all tied up. It is Katie Glynn, the player that has worked so hard for New Zealand. Who would have believed it? With the skipper on the field now back on, Whitelock re-enters the game, and Glynn has given some hope for New Zealand.
What a ball in by Crystal Forgerson. Best piece of play by her today, without a doubt. And Katie Glynn, you've got to take your hat off to her. That is just an unbelievable strike with her back to goal.
No, Cox drives the ball in once more. Oh, it hit the post, New Zealand. It's still with New Zealand. The skipper's back, trying to weave her way in corner for New Zealand. So will they have a referral? Unsworth's over there.
Oh, this game's got all of it. Mickelson it is, I think, getting the great reverse stick shot onto the post of all places. And I think Kate Richardson-Walsh, with a minute to go and knowing exactly what is riding on this game, is absolutely right to refer this.
Yes, I can hear you, Kylie. Okay. England have said that there was lots of stick checks there and they don't believe theirs was the first. Can you have a look for the first infringement, please? I will. Thank you.
This is the off the post. Unbelievable. Centimetres away. Stacey Mickelson on her 150th game. And that leads to the penalty corner that's been given there, I think, for the tackle by Laura Unsworth. It is.
Now, this is what we're looking at here. Where does that stick come from? There. Penalty corner, for my mind. I think that Mark Hager has seen that as well and is offering up some instruction to Forgerson, who runs out with the message now. There. A big call.
Kylie, I have a decision for you.
Yes, Ayana.
There's no clear reason to change your decision. The PC stands and England lose their referral.
Okay, so we're staying with the penalty corner and England lose their referral.
Yes.
Is that correct?
So 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. The 40-second clock for the defence to don their protective equipment is counting down. 27 seconds for them to get the gear on. New Zealand seemingly desperately trying to get themselves back into the game, have evened up proceedings through a most magical goal from Katie Glynn. And it will be Whitelock at the goal and saved. So under 1 minute to play. Bray has the ball. Forgerson's dive to try and unsettle her. And a penalty corner this time. No referral for New Zealand. Annalise Rostron, the South African umpire, has pulled a...
They take the free there with a face mask on. Sorry, speak slower. I can't hear both, okay? Yeah.
It has to be an umpire's referral.
The question that New Zealand are saying is that Kate Richardson-Walsh has taken the free hit with her face mask on, and you're not really supposed to do that.
No, well, I didn't. Okay. Sorry, we both didn't sort. I'm sorry. Go.
8 seconds remains on the clock in the second semi-final. In the last 3 minutes, full of drama, well, 10 minutes with New Zealand losing. There it is. There it is. Richardson-Walsh with the mask on. The Kiwis had lost their opportunity for a referral. It doesn't go all the way back there.
They're going to wind the clock down so you hear the hooter. Final play of the semi-final. Unless it goes to the shootout.
Poised and waiting. Richardson-Walsh, and it's battered out for New Zealand by Naylor, and it's out of the circle, and it is a 1-all draw at the end of regulation time. There will be a penalty shootout. It is 1-all between England and New Zealand. And what a comeback. New Zealand, England, at the end of 2 lots of 35 minutes, it is 1-1.
Well, almost a big shock there in the hockey. We'll be back at Glasgow Green for that penalty shootout very, very shortly. But we are just going to bring you a medal ceremony from the men's fours gold medal match. And as you can see on your screen there, it was Scotland who took the gold medal in this one. David Peacock, Neil Spears, Paul Foster and skip Alex Marshall all stepping up there to get their gold medals, having beaten England in this men's fours gold medal match. Marshall and Foster adding this gold to the gold they took on Monday in the pairs event. So 2 golds for both of them, and a very, very happy Scottish men's fours team there. And from the lawn bowls to the gymnastics, the lady on your screen at the moment punching the air triumphantly is Elizabeth Black of Canada, and she took gold in the women's beam final at the SECC Hydro. A wonderful performance for her on the beams to take yet another gold for Canada. And still plenty more gymnastics to come for you here on day 9. The men's parallel bars coming very shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen. Did they just stapled it across and then deal with it?
And as you can see on the Games channel, back at Glasgow Green for this hockey match semi-final between England and New Zealand. England took the lead, but New Zealand not down and out. They managed to get a late goal to force this penalty shootout. And as you can see on your screen, the highlights of the action in this one. So England going ahead there. Lily Owsley with some wonderful skill to flick the ball back across. Bit of confusion in the New Zealand defence, but finally getting the ball home, and the goal was awarded. And just as it looked like England were going to be heading through to the final to face Australia, New Zealand hit back. A lovely touch there from Katie Glynn. Look at that lovely flick there, and this goal coming with just 2 minutes remaining in the match. England thought they'd done enough to make it into the final, but they still have a little bit more to do if they're going to beat this New Zealand team. And in fact, it turned out that they were lucky to hang on, New Zealand hitting the post there in the dying seconds of the match. Stacey Nicholson there, unlucky to watch her shot rebound. And these are the scenes now at Glasgow Green. The match finished 1-1, and we're about to bring you live commentary of the penalty shootout.
We'll be watching their teammates participate in a penalty shootout. Mark Hager has kept the faith with Katie Glynn, her 4th and her most important goal of this tournament.
Yeah, and I think you have to, and you've got to keep faith with your players and believe in them. You know what their strengths are, and I'm sure she's had her critics over the time. Every player does, but she always seems to bounce back. And Maddie Hinch, for me, in this scenario, she is very, very good at the shootout. It's something that she loves because she's quick and she's agile. It will be interesting to see, New Zealand. The last time I remember seeing them in a shootout was the Olympic Games semi-final. I'm sure they've had some practice and got used to it since then. So yeah, it's not a nice way for someone to win and someone to lose, but it's great for the spectators.
It most certainly is, and we have memories also of 2010 final Commonwealth Games gold medal match, New Zealand, Australia, and that went down to the wire and needed the shootout to separate the two teams, which New Zealand subsequently did lose.
So Georgie Twigg is stepping up first for England. She's got 8 seconds to get the ball from the 25-yard line into the goal. The only way that New Zealand or Sally Rutherford can win this is either that 8 seconds runs out, the ball goes out of play, or it comes out of the circle. So if Twigg plays the shot and Rutherford saves it, but it stays in the circle, Georgie Twigg can have another go.
As long as it's within that 8 seconds. And here we go. Twigg on the move. Rutherford bunting it in. 1-0 England.
It's good by Georgie Twigg. She changes her angle, doesn't run straight at Rutherford in goal. Knew which side she wanted to go and executed it very, very well.
Now Hinch, realising and making sure she knows where her goal is. 8 seconds for the New Zealand captain, Whitelock, to get her team on the board. Less than 3. And in it goes, 1-1.
Really composed finish by Kayla Whitelock. Dribbling the ball the whole time, looking at Hinch, seeing which way she's going to go. Hinch thinking the ball's going to go along the floor, and Whitelock has the skill to go over the top of Hinch.
Alex Danson now with the ball for England. And again, the umpires make sure everyone's set. Off she goes. Danson. Again, Rutherford hovering, trying to affect, and in it goes for England.
It's well played, Alex Danson. Again, runs on the angle, does the spin. Possibly could have been a penalty stroke, but Carly Seymour holds the whistle well, and Danson diving puts the ball into the empty goal.
And that can still happen, of course. There can still be a stroke awarded in this situation if there has been a deliberate foul by the goalkeeper.
Anita Punt up next for New Zealand.
Here she is. And this time, Hinch starting from her left, not in the middle. And now she creeps across. Mind games being played by Maddie Hinch. And works. She's done it, Maddie Hinch. Now 1 ahead, England.
Just as she goes to make the dummy and drag the ball, she leaves it behind. And Hinch comes out holding her stick higher up to give herself more of a lever, longer reach.
Drama. Semi-final number 2 at the Commonwealth Games.
Susie Gilbert next for England.
Gilbert versus Rutherford. At the top, Rutherford's come out a little bit further this time, and a stick save, and it's in. 1 more for England.
Susie Gilbert is always looking at where Sally Rutherford is going, and it's little drags as she comes in, and then when she goes to put the ball in the goal, she just moves it that little bit further, and Sally Rutherford dives but couldn't keep the ball out.
Glyn's turn, the goal scorer for New Zealand. They evened it up and put it into this situation. Glyn versus Hinch. Now this one has to go in. The pressure now on Katie Glyn. Already found the net once. And again, no foul. And it is over the baseline. Another one to England. Another save.
Just too straight, Katie Glyn. Fortunately for Hinch, she does take the ball before she takes Katie Glynn. Just didn't really look like she knew where she needed to go, Katie Glynn, on that one. Sophie Bray, if she puts this in, England are into the final.
They most certainly are. There, the green for the goals and the red for the failed attempts. There she is. 24-year-old. Now has the ball, and Rutherford makes a strong stand. It's missed. Hope for New Zealand yet. Oh, the first miss for England. Bray. Much more aggressive this time. Rutherford cutting down the angle.
Yeah, Sophie Bray will be disappointed with that because she's usually very, very good on her backhand.
Oh, the drama continues, the heart races. Stacey Mickelson, pink mouthguard in, and off she sets. A little bit of deception, it looks across, and it's wide. It's all over. It is England. They have won the penalty shootout and they head towards the gold medal match. And it has been their keeper, Maddie Hinch, who has provided the heroics for her team. Mickelson comes off the park, the New Zealanders. They got the late equaliser. It had to go to a penalty shootout. And it is the only way they have been able to separate these two sides. It will be an England-Australia final. There's the coach for England, Danny Carey. Hugs all round, especially for the goalkeeper. And they've put aside the 3-0 loss to Australia earlier in their campaign, England.
You've got to give them credit, haven't you? They finished 11th in the World Cup 6 weeks ago, and it really was doom and gloom city. And they've come here, they haven't always played their most attractive and best hockey, but they're into a final. They've guaranteed themselves a medal. And it just gives a little bit of a nice shine to the summer, but you've got to feel sorry for New Zealand. It's a horrible, horrible way to end a match.
So the players now, after the English celebrations, shake hands. And there, New Zealand 1-all at full time into the shootout. And it finishes the match 4-2, courtesy of the shootout. England go through to the gold medal match by 4-2 over New Zealand.
Well, what a dramatic finish to that semi-final match between New Zealand and England. And as you've just witnessed, England winning by 4-2 on penalty shootouts to go through to face Australia, who a little bit earlier on beat South Africa by 7-1. So with that final to look forward to in the women's hockey, and a couple of other semi-finals in the men's hockey to bring you a little bit later on. For now though, we are going to cross back to the gymnastics, where we can join the men's parallel bars final.
Max Whitlock, what a gymnast he is, and another opportunity looms for him to add to his medal collection. Niall Wilson of England, Zach Clay of Canada, Luke Wadsworth, Australia, Scotland's Frank Baines, Dan Purvis, Kevin Litwin of Canada, and Naoya Sukahara, Australia. That's the field for the men's parallel bars.
From the qualification, top four, just over 2/10 apart, so really is an open competition. Sukahara, of course, has tradition on this apparatus. He really is one of the best in the world. Medals to prove it. Frank Baines, the current leader, but the others just fractions behind him.
A few of the gymnasts with the same D score from qualifying of 6.2. Purvis with the 6.5. His execution was just down a little bit. Max Whitlock part of the English team that won gold. He's the all-around champion and the floor champion, silver medalist on pommels, 5th on rings.
Such a shame Keatings didn't make parallel bars final. Sat down on his dismount. He has the highest start value, but gave the chance to the others. Straightforward. 2 Aussies, 2 Canadians, 2 English, 2 Scots.
Fascination around Max Whitlock, I suppose, because he's so good in the all-around and floor. Is he a genuine chance here, do you think, Vince?
I think not. Would be if you push me to try and rank these. The top 4 from qualification: Baines, Wilson, Purvis, and the great Sugihara. I would think have better exercises than him on this piece. But he's certainly no shirt, only an absolute minimal behind, maybe 2/10 behind them. Can he ride the crest of the wave that he's on?
Representing Australia, Noya Sukahara. And from Scotland, Dan Purvis. Those are our finalists.
It'll be hard as a gymnast performing at home not to think, when you hear that extra big roar, go, oh gosh, they so want me to win.
There's 2 ways you can react, isn't there? There's that timid reaction, or there's, wow, I'm loving every minute of this, I'm not going to let them down. And it's the degrees of how you cope with that excitement and emotion and pressure of expectation.
Yep, use it. Max Whitlock. All-around champion, team gold, floor champion.
Go on, one more. Pommels.
Oh, yes, well, that was only silver. Only, he said. What a competition that was.
Really was special, wasn't it? To see Keatings succeed there. Magnificent. Well, that's charming. Well done, Mum, for creating that. Princess of Scotland.
The children who've been fortunate enough to be taken along to these games, I'll never forget it. Got a shopping bag full of chalk.
Special Max South Essex chalk. Been blessed for good routines. Big jump into the under somersault, locked arms, fraction shorter handstand. Good giant. Here comes the big skill. The double backs high from support. Over the uprights, uprise and clip. Pirouettes to the end, fulfilling parallel bar requirements by going to the end there, the upper arm element. Back into the middle. Excellent strike out from the front uprise into the straddle, front somersault. Wonderful hip extension on the Healy. Dismount to go. Stutz out onto one bar, named after Bilaserchev. Nice legs in the press handstand from the stoop. And the double pike.
It's his final routine of the program here. He's not in the high bar final. And he did give us something special. His body position on his handstands are just magnificent to watch. He's a straight line.
I don't think we can rule Whitlock out of the medals. That was a very, very clean performance. Very little in the way of deductions, anything more than a 0.1 on any skill, except maybe for the dismount. So I think he's going to pick up a very good execution score. Although his difficulty score is just a bit below the others, I can see him really featuring here, particularly if the others falter. You can see here, pushes up for the double tuck. Extremely hard to get the height from the bar. You can imagine if you're not around all the way, you'd be catching on the back of your arms. Very uncomfortable.
Particularly elegant catch position.
15.066. That beat all the qualifying scores, even Frank Baines.
Huge execution score.
Yes, 8.966 for execution.
Well, as they say, he's put the gauntlet down. Up to the others to raise their game to that standard or better.
Niall Wilson from qualifying had the best execution score of an 8.8. His D score though, just 6. Can he make it enough?
Swings with a half turn into perfect handstand position to one bar, holds it for 2 or 3 seconds. That's mastery. Healy turn to handstand. Under the bar, gets that right up to handstand as well. Giant swing. There's his upper arm work. Very nicely executed to pelt. Stuck double.
Well, he's delighted. The execution absolutely top order. There's a man making the most of what he's got.
Wow.
What a standard, Vince.
Wow, wow, wow. I mean, he's just lapping up this pressure. How much do you want to throw at me? More is better.
Thank you.
What a fighter.
Qualified with a 14.5.
Precision of these elements, just awesome. Under somersault to one bar, like you said, how long do you want me to stay? Sharp on the under somersault half turn. Different angle. So difficult to hold. That handstand on one rail. There's the Honma to start. That was a fractional pause before the press up. On the tip out, we're being hypercritical. Pointed toes on the double pike. Quick to sell it to the judges. How much do you want to give me for that?
Brilliant, brilliant.
Wow, this is going to be a hell of a competition.
15.433. His execution 9.033. And Whitlock, one of the first to congratulate him. His correction to something I said earlier, his qualifying score was 14.833. And he's bettered that significantly. 0.6. Zach Clay.
Trouble having to use some strength. Lost his line. High on the front somersault. So trying to make amends for some hiccups at the beginning. From upper arms. Oh my goodness. That's why your grip's so crucial. Wasn't happy with the forces on his palm on the giant, slips off. Just about regrasps to take the sting out, the dynamics, the rotation. With a stutter, solid stutz. Front dismount, packs it all in, but right from the first element, caught a little bit low and had to bend his arms and try and muscle out of trouble.
Just never looked quite happy up there, and the other days, he's only 19.
Just never quite got his rhythm going. It can be for a variety of reasons. Most likely it's nerves. The adrenaline takes over and you have a kind of an out-of-body experience. Feel like you don't belong to your own body. Just trying the ginger there. Timing of the swing way off. He does that one well at the beginning of the routine from upper arm. Hardly a movement in this routine that doesn't appear to be a struggle other than the dismount.
Amos Gymnastics at the Twisters Club in Abbotsford, British Columbia. 11-8 to Zach Clay. He's our leader. 15-4-3-3, if you don't mind.
Surely that's enough for a medal. How many years ago was it this young man, Tianjin, I think, Liz, that, I beg your pardon, it's not Sukahara, it's his teammate.
And Luke Wadsworth is up next.
Wadsworth into this in 7th rank. He's got a difficult routine, 6.2. A little problem at the beginning of the routine there. Fall onto the apparatus. Felger to handstand. Giant struggling a little bit there. Has another go. In fact, he was going for a tipel. Sorry, a moi. Healy turn is struggling with his rhythm. There's the tipelt. That's performed well. Nice high straddle front summy. Stays on his feet in the dismount, but some problems early on in the routine. Takes a good look around at the crowd.
Well, whatever was bothering Zach Clay seemed to have spread over into Luke Wadsworth's performance. He too looked uneasy on the apparatus in the first 20 seconds.
Lifted his hips a little early there on the Honma. Couldn't get a good regrasp. Important to extend big into the swing, drive your heels. His rhythm back. There's the overhead of the Tippelt. Moy into the middle. The straddle up. Catch, lift your hips. And after the East German.
The organisers have obligingly found down under to play for the Aussie replays.
Double pike used by most.
It's not the same smile as Noel Wilson's, is it? It's different. See, comme ça. Yes, you're on.
I'm on television.
And your man is up next, Frank Baines. Still waiting for the score though for Wadsworth, so Frank has to wait a little bit. Try and get the bars wide enough for this man's shoulders. Out of my hands, he says, over to the judges. The score is not far away. Here it is. And a 12-4. Philip Wadsworth is in third position with four men having gone up. A room full of hope for Frank Baines. See what the Scotsman can do. Nicknamed Frank the Tank. He's a big lad.
Excellent sequence. Much better than previous routine. Locked arms on the under somersault. Perfect on the one rail handstand. This is more like the quality that Baines can perform. Nice. Wonderful line on the stutz. Double pike is nailed. That's more like it. Frank, my boy. Sometimes mentally fragile, but managed there to get all his ducks in a row and do the best routine of his life. Could that be enough for a Commonwealth medal?
Wilson set the bar so high, 15.433 to beat, and Frank Baines was the leading qualifier, but that was a 14.966. Is it there?
Can't see Baines coming up ahead of Whitlock or Wilson, but this was a very nicely performed routine. Major problems, of course, is perhaps not long enough hold on this element here. It's okay, but not the same quality of Wilson's. But he certainly has improved on his previous performance and maybe close to a 15, but I'm not quite sure he's going to make it there. Felger right into handstand, locked arms. What was impressive was the dismount. It's got good height, excellent leg position, nice tension, and completely sticks the landing.
Above the Scottish flag or below the Scottish flag.
And 14.866.
Well judged, Liz. Just 2/10 short. The top two.
Kid's having a great day out. Kevin Litwin, who was silver medalist on rings. Big, strong lad.
Such a high standard final. Starting with a Felger to handstand, immediately into the tippelt. Now that's done so well. Back cut, right through to handstand. Overbalance on that as he comes back up to handstand, and once again relaxed in the lower back. The judges wouldn't penalise him for that. What he does have is excellent dynamics in all of his somersault movements. Stutz to handstand, really missing control through the lower back. So the good dynamics of that routine might be overshadowed by the execution deductions.
His gold medal winning teammate Scott Morgan applauds the work of Kevin Litwin. He's from Calgary.
Came into this competition in the 6th ranked position. There's the Healy turn, leans too far to the left, brushes the parallel bar. Judges may not be able to see that completely with their side and below the podium view. Good overhead of Diamondov. There's the tip hilt. No resting permitted. He's got to lift straight up to handstand. Oh, man.
And Kevin Litwin 14.033. He's just behind Baines, so the Scotsman remains in bronze medal position behind Whitlock, and top spot is Wilson. He's on track for another medal. At this stage, it's gold. Naoya Sukahara of Australia might be good enough to throw down a challenge.
So we go back to Tianjin, where he took the silver parallel bar medal at the World Championships.
He's a bit rushed. He's got just a couple more seconds to get up, and
Wow,
made it.
he really was. Took his time chalking up the rails there, under somersault half to start. Almost ran out of time, and I think he is rushed. This is poor quality. Under somersault and giant, both with bent arms. Double back, that's more like it. Bicep protectors. Take a little bit of sting at the rails. Healy on the way down. Stutz. Stutz onto one bar. Flexibility required for the stoop through. Little flex of the feet. Quarter pirouette back. Dismount to go, the double pike. Spotted nimbly.
Well, some questionable management there, Liz, that he found himself so rushed.
It's a tactical error for him to be so short of time, and once you get up on that apparatus, you've got to find your rhythm, and he just was rushed from the beginning. He had 1 second to go to jump up and start his routine, or the whole thing would have been disallowed by the judges. They would have terminated the exercise only 30 seconds from when you actually get the green light. So yes, bad management there.
He and his coach would have been chalking up the bars immediately after the previous gymnast, adjusting the width. So they had a period of time before his name appeared on the console and the green light went up, and then he's got 30 seconds. So I don't know quite how he managed to take that long to do his preparation.
If you go back a little bit further, the judges didn't take long to put Litwin's score in compared to, say, some previous competitors, and whether that caught them short.
Well, you should be prepared for it, I suppose.
Maybe you're right. Maybe they were used to 2 or 3 minutes and they only got 2.
Goes right back to 1997 at his first World Championships of bronze on this apparatus. It's been his best, but he's not going to medal today, unfortunately.
Such a shame that those first 2 elements will pick up a a couple of tenths each for the bent arms.
Perhaps even missing on the difficulty. He might not have been awarded the full difficulty. Well, the next competitor's getting plenty of time because the judges are taking a long time to get this score together.
And that would have been scandalous if you start your routine a second late and you get 0. What would they do? March up and jump between the rails and stop him, or?
I don't know. I think, I don't know. I've never seen it happen. Still okay. Wow.
14.133.
Salvage something from that.
Yeah, but it's 4th. He's out of the medals. It's still Wilson, Whitlock and Baines. 1, 2, 3. Last chance for Scotland here. Dan Purvis.
Purvis starting with the Honma, swinging seamlessly through to the handstand. Felger to handstand on 1 bar. This is the most difficult routine anyone is posting in terms of on paper. He's just got to execute it well. Stutz to 2. There's the upper arm support through to the front summy. Show elements below the bar, upper arm through to an element. He'll eat a handstand. He's looking really solid. Well, that could be a medal.
Purvis is hungry.
Mark Hateley, a Rangers player.
More difficulty, but less finesse, do you think?
Well, there was one prominent skill where there was a form break, but I think he is going to get a 15 there, maybe just between Baines and Whitlock. A little heavy after the double back, but that's characteristic of the skill.
My guess is he's going to pop in behind Whitlock because Whitlock was so clean. And again, he does have that difficulty advantage.
I'm going to challenge you. I think he's going to go 15-1.
See which of you two is the better judge. Well, you might. Yeah. It's not quite the best way to put it, perhaps, but because the judges have got their job, and as coaches, you have yours. But
Form breaks in a couple of places. Purvis desperate to do of his best.
15.533. Hold on, he's taken the lead. Scotland to the top. He's nudged out Wilson by a 10. Whoa. They loved his execution. 9.033, a match for Wilson. And 6.5 on the D score, a 10th better than Wilson.
Such a difficult routine, did it for him. Now he won't have a dilemma which side of the podium he goes up.
Oh, come on, little one, wake up and take in some of this. Wow, the best to last. And so Wilson the silver, Whitlock the bronze.
Well, you couldn't predict that one.
Well, we thought in the 15s, but 15.533 for Purvis. And Keatings who won the pommels. Purvis, the parallel bars, and joy again for Scotland. We're going to hear the flower of Scotland again. Now that'll get the blood pumping. St Andrew's Cross getting a fine old workout here at the Hydro. Well, Whitlock, who went up first, gave us a 15.066. Niall Wilson, we thought 15.433 was impossible to beat, but Purvis knew otherwise.
The extra 10th on Purvis's difficulty was significant. Extends out high on the double back.
So Purvis by a 10th from Niall Wilson in a really high quality P-Bars final. Max Whitlock will pick up a bronze, so he's going to have the full set. Frank Baines just out of the medals.
So another gold medal for Scotland. Dan Purvis getting in on the act, and that's his third medal of these Commonwealth Games, having taken bronze in the rings and silver in the men's team event when Scotland got that silver behind England. So Dan Purvis receiving his gold medal, as I say, third medal of these Commonwealth Games for that performance there on the parallel bars. And that is not the end of the action on day 9, as you can see from your screen at the moment. This is the start list for the women's floor event, and we can cross live to the commentary team.
Fragapane also an all-around, needed a big score on floor, and she was last up. If you're with us, you recall she put out a mighty performance. But let's go to the top of the order, and Kirsten Beckett from Johannesburg.
So Beckett, very powerful tumbler. She's one of the most talented girls I've ever seen come out of South Africa. Here we see that half in, half out. It's a little bit too powerful for her. Unusual to see the twisting in that sequence for a girl. And double Arabian second line, well, that's near perfect. Artistry playing a very large part in the performance now. There's more in the code of points, which is the rule book dedicated towards this area. Girls have to do 8 elements that are counted towards their difficulty score. Maximum 5 acrobatic and minimum 3 in the dance.
Kirsten Beckett qualified with a 13.266. England, Ruby Harold would also have qualified, but under the 2 per country rule had to make way for Fragapane and Whelan. That allowed Beckett to get in.
Powerful gymnast. Double Arabian, adds the half turn at the end. Slightly different technique than others. Knee strapping protection. Round off backflip into the double Arabian. That's where she'd do the additional half turn on the first tumble, but continues with the front somersault. Ready to land. Solid double tuck for final tumble. Music needs to contribute and accompany the dance.
That's the end of her competition, and a 13 for Kirsten Beckett.
Hug from the coach. Approval.
Wales have picked up a medal already today on beam. Gina Hockenhull. Jessica Hogg's shot at it now.
I think it's likely that this will be Jess Hogg's last competition. She made a humongous effort to prepare, train hard, get in great shape. Always been one of Britain's best tumblers, beating for Wales. Nails the full in back out, the double back with a full turn. Master of landings. Performance quality. Switch change ring. Switch side with half turn jump. Adding to her tariff. Difficulty score. Solid on the hug spin. That's cute. Good personal interpretation. Judges need to see. Well, if it is her last competition, she should be very proud of that.
Did so well to control that last tumbling row. Could easily have stepped out, but didn't.
I think she had a lovely performance quality about her routine, and that's the artistry area where the judges are looking for that connection between dance and tumbling. And her tumbling was also very clean. Just the facial expressions are lovely to see. And sometimes the gymnasts find it difficult to marry the concentration required to do all of these massive acrobatic skills with the need to have real performance quality in between. Takes the double pike up nice and high, pulling hard on the back of the knees to make sure she gets those legs around down to the floor solidly. And here we see the lovely performance quality, connection with the audience and the judges.
A bit more Tom Jones to enjoy while we wait for the score for the Welsh girl who so nearly gave it away a couple of years ago. Training hours impinging on her schoolwork, but she's kept at it, and she's got a 13.166 to move into top position. Well, Lauren Mitchell knows her way around floor as a former world champion 4 years ago.
Nice pull in pike. Just watch for this lovely performance quality. Out of the floor, misses a stag jump. Triple wolf turn. Combination line coming up. It's good. Gets the tour jeté full all the way around so far. It's a good floor routine. Finishes strongly. Just beautiful.
Well, can she revisit the glory days of 4 years ago? So at the end of that first row where she stepped out, Liz, she also missed something. She was going to pop on the end of that, a little leap.
Yes, she normally does a little stag jump. It's a signature move of hers. Also the first line, she sometimes tries to connect that to a split jump.
There's the full-in pike. Just managed to squeeze the heel inside the line on the hop back. Double Arabian, too long, hops forward. Two tenths, that's where she adds a jump and gets combination bonus if it's well performed.
Did she start this move on beam or floor?
Beam.
Okay, so we see it on both.
Actually very hard to do a triple turn on floor. The friction on the foot stops the spin. Very few girls can do that.
Yeah, no rhythmic shoes for the artistic gymnasts. Gives a little bit of additional spin ease. There's the Mitchell eyes, staring down the camera.
Oh, that makes me sound old. Yeah, I know.
All the teams have had great medical support, their own and from the organisers. Physios and doctors here, the best in the world.
I suspect Mitchell will score high 13 for that. She had about 16 months out after the Olympic Games and just resumed training last November. Had some time off and then some shoulder surgery and just come back into it. So it's great to see her back on the international circuit again.
Silver medalist on floor 4 years ago behind England's Imogen Cairns.
The D score is going to be a bit down. She got a 6. Oh.
And 13.833 as expected. She goes to the top, but that's certainly beatable.
She gives it a nod of approval. I think that's fair assessment. It's the outward image anyway.
Stephanie Merkel.
Good jump sequence. Kick her off. Lovely blues with the maple leaf. Twisting double back, pulling back out. First tumble. Accurate on the full turn jump. Twist to the front somersault. Gymnasts use just 4 tumbles. The rest of the time has to be creative. Good choreography. Sharp on the triple twist, no doubt about that's completion. And all this fitted into a minute and a half. 90 seconds, gotta be busy. Impressive package.
Stephanie Merkel's only final. Certainly made the most of it. Canada just out of the medals in team competition with a 4th. So if she's to collect the medal, it needs to be here.
Merkel showing the full in back out. Landing's good. It's a little untidy in the air. General impression here is that she's got quite good difficulty, but lacking a little bit on the precision throughout the routine, and just small separations of the legs. Although this is in super slow motion, so we get to see more than the judges do, but the judges will see the impression there, the legs crossed in the twist and slightly relaxed. And they will notice that. And
these images are being portrayed on the big screen above us all, and the judges would not be looking up at that, I guess, Liz.
no, I think they're sitting right underneath it. There's no screen underneath. They shouldn't be able to view it. It'd be pretty distracting anyway.
And 13.433 in behind Mitchell, who's 13.833. Then Hogg, then Beckett. So halfway through the final event for the women.
I still think that's mean, is to take 2.1 marks off execution. I don't know quite where they found that.
Hannah Whelan.
Whelan capable of big things. Pull in back out, outside the floor. 0.3 plus the stumbles. Two and a half front layout. This has got a nice performance quality about it as well. Okay, double pike at the end. A little bit of dance to go. Change ring to finish. It's a good effort. Movement out of the floor is going to cost her in terms of her chance for a medal. Claudia Fragapane's parents up there looking uncomfortable before their daughter goes.
There's a lovely performance from the two-time Olympian. And Fragapane is up next.
Powerful on the full in back out, but only a half a metre from the corner. And if you've got a little bit of extra rotation, you're out.
That low angle of the floor, Vince, just shows you how much movement there is in the sprung floor.
Really does shake, doesn't it? Especially in the corners with the force of the landings. Simple answer is take an extra stride out of your run-up, but in her eyes that might remove 10% of her speed, and then she couldn't do the element. So fine balance, head alignment on the 2.5 twist, punch into the straight front somersault that would follow. So all the landings giving the judges some scope to deduct.
Come on, Fred!
Whelan into 4th position with a 13.133. Pretty tough on it. Claudia Fragapane. That's a feisty competitor.
Now her first tumble is exceptionally difficult. There have been concerns raised that after 5 days of intense gymnastics, will she be too tired to be able to pull this off? Well, you will see now. Any doubts have been allayed. The double layout adds the full turn. Overcooks it, she's so powerful. There it is without the twist. Faultless landing. Good style in flight. Fast on the jumps. Dynamic and energetic. It's her style. Clever choreography to maximise. Modern music. Nifty on the backspin as well. Double Arabian is secure, slightly low on the landing. Double cat leap to the floor. Last tumble. This is looking like gold medal material. Well, is that enough? I expect it is.
What a superstar.
She loves this stage, doesn't she, and makes the most of it. Mum and Dad, well, they think it was pretty good, and they won't get anyone to disagree. Lauren Mitchell knows she's under pressure from that performance.
Fragapane doesn't know what fear is. She's just come out here and performed every single routine brilliantly. And those 3 floor routines, team, all around, and apparatus finals, so well performed, and that shows how well conditioned she is as an athlete. She can go through 5 days of competitions, as Vince said, and still show such good physical condition.
Floor tumbling, Vince, allows her to make the most of her diminutive stature.
That's right, to a degree, the smaller you are, the faster you can go around, but obviously longer levers can in principle apply more force, but yeah, you're spot on.
And this double layout, she rises into the second salto, full stretch over the top, spots the landing. She knows that skill inside out and back to front. And I love the little dance parts she's got. Energy and the choreography suits her perfectly. She doesn't have a classic style, but she does have her style. And she looks fresh as a daisy as she runs down into that last line. Still plenty of height.
It's amazing, Liz, that she's had many of these skills, not just in the last few months, but she has come good. Just more than I have ever seen in the last 6 months from a gymnast.
It's just great to see the pure joy of competition. All the sweaty hours in the gym. Got its reward now with a 14.541, and Fragapane in front of Mitchell, way in front. So an E-score of 8.541.
So difficult to get high scores on floor.
Ellie Black, gold on beam.
Black certainly capable of a medal here. Best score being a 13.633 in the qualification. Opens with a beautiful double layout, floats it around. pass, her lead pass. Performs both of those well. Here we watch for this very, very difficult second 9. 2.5 step out, through to outside the floor. Unfortunately, dramatic movement to dramatic music. Front full step out, through to double tuck. And once again, that foot just passing over the line. Well, it may be good enough for a medal. I don't think she's going to challenge. Definitely not challenging for the gold. And I think Mitchell may be safe in silver position with one more competitor to come.
Well, it was brilliant tumbling, but she's been out the square on a number of occasions. It's easy to sit here and advise on taking a stride out the run-up, but always at risk.
It is, isn't it? The extra difficult tumble she's putting in there.
First tumble was secure in the square, no problem there, but the 2.5 twist to double twist, I think, Liz, has that been changed from previous competition? Here it is. 2.5 twist walkout, that's so complex.
I think she's been doing that to a more difficult. I thought she did it to double back.
Yeah, I think
before.
She's reduced that tumble, but not reduced the length of it. And the front semi full turn into the double tuck is on the long side.
Well, I'm thinking that she may also have trouble coming up against her teammate, Stephanie Merkel. Merkel scored a 13.433.
Not easy coming down off the high of winning the beam. And in the same session, going out and competing again. 13.666, third. Well called, Liz. She's just behind Mitchell. So Fragapani it is still, and there's just one to come, and it would be a major upset if young Charlotte Sullivan were to produce something in the mid-14s, but I wish her best as she commences her floor routine.
Starts with a double turn on one foot. Triple twist to open. Sullivan needing to make more use of the music here. Basically, it's carrying on as background music, and she will get quite a large deduction for in the artistry area. She's clean enough in her tumbles, but the floor itself lacking somewhat of a connection to the audience or to the judges. Jump full turn. Final tumbling line coming up for women's floor final.
And fitting that it should be a good one from Charlotte Sullivan, 16-year-old from Christchurch, only made her debut for New Zealand this year, so new on the international scene, and a great talent. To have made a final in Glasgow, got to be happy about that.
Young New Zealand team, they'll go back with vast experience gained. Extends the legs on the back flip, snaps down to punch on the floor for the somersault takeoff. talented girl. Triple twist. Judges will penalise for incomplete rotation. It's not unknown for gymnasts that are an 8th short on a triple twist for them to downgrade it to 2.5 twists. Solid and high in the double tuck dismount. And her choreography will grow with experience and expertise.
Just waiting for one last score on the women's floor. Charlotte Sullivan. We can confidently say Fragapane is going to win this one. And she must know too.
I think she's not trying not to be presumptuous, and
no.
Mitchell, who scored the silver last time, will most likely end up in the same position again.
Judges making us wait for this one. There it is now, 13.033, and that'll be a 7th placing for Charlotte Sullivan, and it is Fragapane's gold again. Well, that's one happy family. And Lauren Mitchell, a silver. And Eilidh Black of Canada. It's the bronze to go with the gold earlier on beam. Fragapane missed a medal on beam, even though she stayed up on the apparatus. That wasn't quite good enough. But she's certainly good enough on floor. She owned it. She won it by 0.7. That is a big margin.
Well, it's about the size of her qualification lead, so just replicated. Such difficult tumbles, so well sold. Mature performance from Eilidh Black. Even more from Lauren Mitchell. Wonderful class from the world-class athlete. Is it a pocket rocket or a pocket dynamo?
Take your pick and use both, but it's Claudia Fragapane. She's done it again.
Unbelievable human skill. Double somersault done in the straight position.
So Claudia Fragapane wins the women's floor from Lauren Mitchell of Australia and Eilidh Black of Canada, who just kept out her teammate Stephanie Merkel, Jessica Hogg of Wales, Hannah Whelan of England, Charlotte Sullivan and Kirsten Beckett.
And there is Claudia Fragapane receiving her gold medal. She is the first Englishwoman to win 4 golds in a single Commonwealth Games for England in 84 years. All 4 foot 4 inches of her. A remarkable achievement. And there she is with Lauren Mitchell in second and Elizabeth Black of Canada, who took the bronze. More gymnastics to come, but we've got some boxing news to bring you now. The man on your screen is England's Joseph Joyce, seen here in his quarter-final bout, beating Ross Henderson of Scotland. And the super heavyweight was due to fight a little bit earlier on, but that was called off against Mike Sekabembe after Sekabembe failed a medical. Well, Joyce will face the winner of this clash between Efe Ajagaba and Joseph Goodall.
Boxing out of the red corner, representing Nigeria, Efe Ajagba.
20-year-old who had a first round stoppage in his last contest with Paul Schaefer, who we were all pretty impressed with, is that South African.
Representing Australia, Joe Goodall.
And Goodall, 2 unanimous points decisions to get through to here.
This one from Scotland.
He's 22, fights out of Brisbane.
3 3-minute rounds.
So in the red corner, Efe Ajagba of Nigeria and Joseph Goodall of Australia in the blue corner. And everybody that follows rugby league back in Australia will be happy to know that there's just been 2 shouts of Queenslander from the crowd here in Glasgow, which is it's a famous call, Jim, in the state of origin. Yeah, the biggest football matches played back in Australia in terms of rugby league. They shout Queenslander, Queenslander. There's been a couple of those already for Joe Goodall, so some Australians in the crowd to support the boy in blue.
Well, pretty obvious the first thing that has to deal with is the reach of Ajagba. Ajagba hasn't been impressive in the tournament. He's tall, he picks his punches, he doesn't do anything, wild and woolly, he keeps things nice and tight, tries to use the long reach. He's tall and slim, but he's strong and he's powerful, and there's that right hand.
Super heavyweights, of course. The winner of this contest will fight Joe Joyce of England for the gold medal. The loser will take a bronze.
Getting close without taking the jab. Good work there from Goodall. A kind of glancing shot, but at least you heard it reached the target.
We thought he looked as if he was just doing enough in his first 2 contests, and we were wondering whether he had another gear to go, and he's going to have to find it against Ajagba. So Joe Goodall giving away some reach, but getting inside, which is what he needs to do, but taking a few punches on the way through.
Yeah, but he's doing well. I mean, he doesn't want to have his back on the ropes. He wants to spend as much time as possible out where he is now.
Good head movement. Nice evasive skills from a big man. Remember, they're over 91 kgs, and that was a terrific left hand.
Ajagba not pinning Goodall down quite the way he would like to do. So Goodall's movement, he's a little bit sharper with his movements than he was in previous contests. That was nice. I mean, no power in the shot. He was running in with it, but it landed.
And there's a good left hand. He's finishing this round strongly.
And that landed where you want the punch to land. That was on the chin.
So end of round 1. How do you see it, Jim?
Well, Goodall's done enough. He took the first minute to get his act together, but he didn't caught. He wasn't caught with anything cleanly. So I mean, the judge, there's every reason the judge can like him. The judge is what he did. Not a lot to split them action-wise, but that was the good shot, and that was right on the chin, and that was the reason they got the reaction. Ajagba trying to grab hold. Now they liked Ajagba. Well, okay, a little bit unkind to Goodall, but not a lot to split them clean punches-wise.
Remember that when he bent, you uppercut him. It's okay. Don't let him grip you. Don't let him fight you. It's out, my dear.
So second round, and Joseph Goodall of Australia is down on the judges' scorecard. All 3 scorecards went for Efe Ajagba of Nigeria in that first round. He needs to claim this round, even it up to get into a third and decider. But of course, they're big men. Stoppage always on the cards in this weight division.
Jagba looking to impose himself, I think, at the start of the second. His punches are just maybe a little bit telegraphed, the Jagba. Goodall dealing with that. The first round tells us that Goodall's going to have to do a little bit more work than he did.
Yeah, even though we thought he went okay and should have got the nod, he didn't do enough to impress the judges, so more of the same is not going to be what he needs.
Right, it took a little while to get going, but then I thought he was the one getting the clean punches, so they weren't, you know, terrific punches. That wild swings there from Goodall.
He just needs to be first on that jab at the moment. He's waiting for a Jagba to come at him and potentially counter-punch. The reach is obviously with the Jagba, but he needs to just get a little bit busier.
Yeah, I mean, the pace we're looking at here would suggest this, you know, the last minute of the last round. You know, it's a slow pace from both men. Someone's going to have to, that was nice stuff there from a Jagba. But then again, back comes Goodall. That was good.
But as we get towards the last minute of this second round, Goodall behind on the judges' scorecards. Needs a big finish. He just doesn't look quite busy enough at the moment. Still the overhand left. Wonder whether he might be worthwhile trying a few rips to the body. That's a nice right hand, the backhand lead from a Jagba.
Jagba, well, a good response again. A Jagba looks to be in the driving seat, but again, another round with not a lot to split them clean punches wise. A Jagba is landing some nice looking long straight shots that could well impress the judges, but another round where nobody really put in the kind of shift you would expect at the semi-final stage. You know, no one's really gone out to try to take this fight with a scruff of the neck. It's been a slow pace.
And the winner's going to fight a man who's had a walkover in the other semi-final with his opponent with an injured wrist, and that's Joe Joyce, who's involved in that absolute domination of Ross Henderson. Terrific fight. From what we're seeing here, either one of these boys will have their hands full with Joyce.
Yeah, I think so. We'll have another round, but really it's really difficult to split them. Not enough quality work from either man. A couple of decent long-range punches landed from a Jagba. And some of the punches that come back, a little hint of the inside of the glove. And there, a wild swing from Goodall. But there you go. I mean, a good response when it was required. But certainly the best punches of the round came from a Jagba. We'll see if there was enough. Yep, they'll switch back that way then. Goodall's got it, so fine.
Well, look, it's hard to argue with, because if you're
not
scoring
enough to split them.
Yeah.
Not enough to split them. We need more action. Someone's got to go out here and show that they really want to win this round.
So third and final round. Who wants it more? They're tied up. Goodall has taken the second round. The Australian in the blue with 19 apiece with Efia Jagba of Nigeria. Interestingly enough, we thought Goodall took the second and probably would have shaded towards a Jagba in the first round. The judges have got it even either way. That's probably about right.
Well, it's good that all the judges have gone the same way each round. You know, so fair enough. So it's left a clean cut mathematically. Whoever wins this round, that's the end of the story. They've won the fight. But I'd like to see one of them up the pace and just look to bring more out of themselves. That was a good jab from a Jagba. Better punches in that exchange again from a Jagba.
10-point must system. 3 threes. Already he's seen his teammate Maloney go through to a gold medal game. He needs to lift now. Or he's walked into a little left hand that shortened him up a bit.
I wonder if Goodall is the one who's finding this heavy weather now.
Yeah,
he's been caught cleanly in this round, and he wasn't caught with too much cleanly in the previous two. So is he the one feeling the pace a little bit? I mean, it's heavy weather up in this weight division, especially with the wrestling that's been going on. And Ajagba does lean on up close, but he looks the part. Yeah, flailing a little bit. Goodall looks like he's the one who's finding it heavy weather.
So Joe Goodall starting to realise he needs to come alive and pull whatever level of energy he's got left out of his body. A couple of tough fights to get to here. Can he find something this last minute of the round? He'll need it. He's just got another clean punch from Ajagba.
Yeah, just a good jab just before that as well. Ajagba, he's been quicker in his previous encounters, but it's been a bit sluggish here. I mean, they both have. I mean, as I was saying in the second round, it looked like the end of a hard fight. Not much of a pace in this one. But Ajagba, I think, has landed the better quality shots. The judges are surprised us twice already. We'll have to wait and see if they're going to surprise us again. But I think Ajagba is the one. No one dominated any of the rounds, even any of the action. But I get the feeling Ajagba produced the better work in the round that counted.
I think you're right, Jim. So we'll wait to see if that's the view of Jim Watt, former world lightweight champion. And Joseph Goodall, I think he thinks that it might be one that got away from him as well. He's just looking at his corner. I think they think it's got away from them. If it does, he'll still leave Glasgow with a bronze medal.
Well, this is one that, you know, we don't really know how it's gone because nobody put their stamp on the fight. We've been surprised with the scoring in the first two rounds, although we're not arguing with the scoring. But the three judges we've got, well, obviously, we can't anticipate what they're going to do here because we got the first two questions wrong.
Yeah, that's right. We've gone opposite to us both times.
So, ladies and gentlemen,
so let's see what happens here. The official decision.
And we have the judges' decision. The winner by unanimous decision. Now through to meet Joe Joyce in the super heavyweight final. In the blue corner from Australia, Joe.
Well, there you go.
Well, I don't know what he did to win that round, John. I don't know what he did to win that round.
I got to tell you, I don't think he's corner knows either because the reaction of the corner was one of surprise. Joe Goodall is through.
Your appreciation for bronze.
But we thought he had won the first round as well. So either way, Joe Goodall, the Australian, will fight Joe Joyce.
So Joseph Goodall there winning through to fight Joseph Joyce in the super heavyweight final. And that final, like all of the finals on Saturday, will take place at the Scottish Hydro, which is where we are headed now for, as you can see, the men's horizontal bar. This, the start list there. Daniel Keatings, who already has a gold to his name, lining up for another attempt at a gold medal for Scotland. We can cross now to commentary.
Welcome to now for Sean O'Hara, our first finalist on high bar. It's dangerous up there. Good luck, Sean.
O'Hara starting with a very nice Yamawaki over the bar. Great quality. Nicely kicked out Kovac. Stretch Sukahara, Kachev. Pirouette to his L grip, which is one of the compulsory grips and comes to grief. Can't quite get it up to handstand. He's only got 30 seconds. Chalk up and get back up on the bar. The time is going. Just taking a little look over his shoulder to make sure he's got enough time. And hear a beep at 10 seconds. That's now. Desperate to finish off well. Disappointing about that problem because the rest of the routine was very nice.
Yes, it's not just missing a catch that can bring you off the high bar. If you don't get round in your full circles or just slightly miss a grip, it's very technical.
Sean O'Hara starting us with some quality, but his handguard a little bit twisted. The leather sometimes can rock up. 3 great releases to start. There's the first. Catches on full extension. Just his eagle combination. It came to grief. There's the Kovac, double backs over the bar. Kicks out. Bar's where it should be. Leg snap for the catch-up. Look at that bar reverberating. Tensile steel, giving him that height. Here's the endo circle, but doesn't manage to get his legs in sufficiently. And the circle's killed. Such a minor misposition. Such a large outcome.
And for Sean O'Hara, a 12-7 on high bar as our first score. Let's see how they go against that. Christian Thomas qualifying with a 15, so there's lots of room to move.
7 to go. This final dominated by the big four. Australia, Canada, England and the Scots. 2 of each. Shoots out to start the routine. Simple into the Healy to Eagles. Half turn, cranking up for his release. Straight full turn in the Kovac with a Casina. Impressive. Same.
Oh, and a heavy fall.
Same in the tuck position.
He might be winded.
Yeah, knocked him around a bit.
A little bit of whiplash on his head. Might be in a car crash. Extends, can't quite grasp his fingers round the bar. Over rotates.
He's only got 10 seconds left now. Get a big cheer if he goes up again. Yes.
Tough in this sport. It won't be the first time that he's wiped out on that. Repeats it. Oh! Goes for the Gaylord too, but hits the deck a second time. Exciting.
Well, that's courage, isn't it?
He wants to keep going.
Breathtaking stuff. Keeps you on your edge of your seat. Teammates and peers loving it.
Serious courage.
And he goes.
There it is, the Gaylord 2. Well done, young man. That really is an example of guts. Adds the Giants with 1.5 and full turns. Big crank for the dismount, the full twisting double out. Faultless landing.
Well, that's got the crowd very much on his side. Get back up there, David Bishop of New Zealand, who won a bronze medal on floor. He appreciates what's required at this level, particularly to really have the wind knocked out of your chest with a huge fall.
what do they say? No guts, no glory. And he can't say that he's lacking courage. This is the first big release, the Casina, so that's the in full layout position, and the second one coming up shortly, I'm sure we're going to see it. He pitches it a little too long and no chance of grasping the bar, and that's an almighty fall, coming from about 3, maybe 3.5 meters up in the air. And with the speed, the angular momentum, he's wishing his fingernails were just a touch longer. But when you catch underneath the bar like that with the forces, it makes it very difficult. He tries his second one, and that's the Gaylord. So what he was going for was the combination bonus. Pops the dismount up above the bar.
Had a bit too much drama in some ways, and 11.866, and don't like to see them risk so much that they'll have an injury, but I'm happy to say he's fine.
He represents England. Please welcome Nigel.
Here's a man who enjoys the stage. And he can perform.
Qualified in second spot. It's going to be a big routine. Opens with his Yamawaki, which is almost a compulsory movement these days for guys. And there's his Kovacs, judging the distance perfectly. Hop full. Hop 1.5 through to his L grip ever so briefly, and changes to reverse. Stretch body Kachev. Now tuck. Beautiful body alignment. Pops it up almost to vertical. There's his close to bar element there. And now he's just got a good dismount to come.
That was special. Dad loves it.
Dad's jumping around more than the boy.
It might be a bit sore. Certainly put some forces around that bar in a long routine. He's got such power, Vince. Halfway around the circuit, it's like, okay, here comes the next release. He doesn't wind up for them. He only needs like 2/3 of a circle to generate the speed and power.
We are seeing some of those brilliant athletes in the making for the future. Two young English gymnasts. This seems invincible. So secure. Does he ever fall?
Well, he did when he was little. That's why he went to the gym. He said he was clumsy. It's hard to imagine that being the case.
Well, you certainly couldn't use that adjective now, could you? This form is so immaculate. Whatever happens, his legs are locked together, his toes pointed. Great technique on the Chinese giant. Wraps in the double-double.
Such determination and pride in his performance. He so badly wants to get it right, and he does. And he loves it. Oh, yes.
They're all here in force.
Oh, that's great. And a 14.966. To the top he goes, of course. Had to. Plenty to come though. Another 5 competitors. Dan Keatings, gold medalist on pommels.
Good extension to the giant half. First release, shakes the bar. Yes, slightly too aggressive. And the amount of rotation is Kovac, the Coleman. Catches a little bit flat, can't quite grasp his thumbs round. Thumbs are crucial. All your fingers, and you've got to engage that final digit.
He's tweaked his ankle in that fall.
A bit worse for the wear. Got to get up now.
Such a shame, he was so up for it. Shows you how precarious these release and recatches can be. Can so easily be release and not recatch. Good work on the stoop out, half turn, catch off half, little form break. Nice endo in the eagle grip. Such ease on the crank. What could have been?
No, he's lost no fans with that performance.
Looking a little bit worse for the wear after 5 full days of competition. Been a tough program with his split sessions.
There's certainly a little leg injury in there. May not be little.
Maybe his hip or back, actually.
Yeah.
Here we watch. Here's that Kachev with half. It's a very hard skill to judge the distance required. You can see the bar, late half turn, catching in reverse grip. And this is impressive, his stoop in work. One there's very hard to do, half turn out. He does it straight to the Kachev half. So that combination, very, very difficult. And once again, more in-bar work. Dismount, has to release at the right time. You can see he's been very well schooled. Perfect positioning with his hips, arms, head, everything in alignment. Yeah, it's his foot.
13.366. Second behind Wilson. Read there, Wilson was saying, come on, Frank, to his Scottish rival, but British teammate.
Baines with his tall frame is spectacular on this apparatus. Stretch body, Kachev. Straddled this time. Stoops in, right up to half turn in vertical. Kachev half. A little struggle to the handstand, but nothing too serious. And some form breaks on top of the bar, and that could make a difference for him. Nice in-bar work, quite complicated. Full twist.
Up goes the noise level again at the hydro. A good performance from the Scotsman.
So accomplished in his line and quality. Astonishing high bar final. Uses his body, whip himself over, backwards to forward rotation on the straight catch-off, regular catch-off. Just a little out of line on that eagle recatch, just to pull hard, just about enough momentum to optimise the swing. Just the full twist in the straight double back, but faultless landing. Stunning work.
I think it's enough to dethrone Niall Wilson from that top spot.
Ooh. Tricky one.
Not quite. 14.566. By point 4, Wilson's got him.
Couple of little wavers in his line.
I want to see a good performance here from Christian Thomas. Could have done so much more on vault. Didn't work out for him. He's the top qualifier for the high bar final.
Impressive on the catch-off with full turn. Caught a look in. Shoot out with half. Straight into the straight catch-off. As the catch-off half turn, caught on extension. Just gets his fingers round. Nice on the endo from turn. Nearly there. Full turn in the giant. Dismount to go.
Well, is it good enough? He certainly gave it everything.
Well, if he gets credited with his full difficulty, a 6.5, got a big buffer against Niall Wilson, 6.1. Wilson probably more finesse in his routine, but Thomas with all the big moves in that routine. Here we see the big man launching himself into the air, full twist in that stretch Kachev. Some bit of strength used sometimes at the end of his large elements just to keep the swing going, but I think his execution deductions will be minimal. See, plenty of time to look at the bar, and as Vince said, those thumbs have to wrap firmly around the steel bar.
Gee, if he'd absolutely nailed that dismount, it might have been the difference between first and second. Thomas, 14.966. He's equal with Wilson, but he's separated on
Tie-break rules
Yeah.
apply, and the tie-break rules are to do with the permutations of all the scores from all the judges. It's too complicated to explain, but so Wilson in top spot.
Let's go straight on to Naoya Sukahara. We can revisit the battle between Wilson and Thomas in a minute.
Sukahara, just beautiful bar worker. Full Kovac, sorry. Yamawaki over the bar. He shows impeccable form in all his elements. 1.5 to L grip. And there's his in-bar work. with a full pirouette. Again, stoop in. This work's really beautiful to look at, the style, noticeable. Full twist dismount, just about stuck. Difficulty, perhaps not good enough for a medal, but a very nice performance from Sukahara.
And at 37, you'd be tipping that he won't go around in another 4 years on the Gold Coast. So the last Commonwealth Games performance perhaps for Naoya Sukahara.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Eyes glued to the bar on the Kovac recatch. Wonderful style on the full twisting double. Last couple of gymnasts haven't stuck their dismounts, leaving that little taste with the judges of lack of sharpness, perfection. Twisting giants and in-bar skills can still accrue considerable difficulty, not as exciting as the big release and recatches.
There's a Stolder moving into the rest of the routine.
So he'll certainly go to the next World Championships, maybe even 2016, but not Gold Coast.
14.066 for Sukahara. 4th place at the moment and 1 to come. So Wilson and Thomas are short of medals. As Kevin Litwin of Canada comes up to complete the artistic gymnastics program.
Last routine. This wonderful championships. Good shootout. Into the vault, over, bend, with the arms on the giant. Twisting Kovac, final one, safely navigated. Fast on the 1.5 twisting giant, whizzing through this routine. Wow, I love that. Shootout, with half turn to handstand, immaculate form. On the Ginga with full. Double, double, wow, just a fractional step back.
Oh, a catching performance from Kevin Litwin. The Canadians have had a very good day.
Captivating stuff. Not quite enough to challenge the top 2, I suspect.
Ellie Black and Scott Morgan have won gold medals today for Canada. Maybe it's not good enough for another, but it was a very enjoyable performance.
Clay is having a 5.0 difficulty, so he's going to struggle to come up into the medals, but he's performed well.
Now the pictures are spectacular. I want to give a nod to our sound boys who put the microphones around the place. The noise coming off the bar and the gymnast working so hard at the top, the breath coming out, all adds to the picture you paint of what it's like to be performing at this level.
And likewise, there are so many cameras positioned around the apparatus to give us these magnificent footage and capacity to analyse every twitch of muscle.
So, thanks to our production crew who do such a great job to bring this to you. Hope you've enjoyed it as we're nearly at the end. And Kevin Litwin.
Staggering footage, staggering biceps.
Yeah, don't show them too close. I'm a bit intimidated. And he's got third behind Wilson and Thomas and squeezes Baines out of the middle, so a gasp of mild disappointment, shall we say, for the Scots in the crowd, but joy for Wilson and the whole family. Well, you could mount an argument he was a little bit unlucky on P-bars, but now on the tie-break he's got gold from his teammate Christian Thomas, so swings and roundabouts, eh?
I wish they wouldn't have those tie-back, count-back rules. I'd give them both a gold.
Yeah.
And we think they might still get the top spot.
Final medal presentation is not far away. It's going to be England and Canada, and I'm sure not too many will leave.
The different rules apply to different events, but during a tie, the higher execution score normally secures the win. Considered more important than the difficulty value.
Great effort, Kevin Litwin bobs up to win the bronze medal for Canada. And Christian Thomas, well, we talked about just the minor deduction on his dismount. That was all that separated himself from a gold medal, probably. What an impressive young man is Niall Wilson. Let's give him the goal because he's earned it.
Such accomplished style and precision.
The tie break is applied to separate Wilson and Thomas. Their gold and silver. Kevin Litwin of Canada will get the bronze. Frank Baines fourth, Sukahara, Keatings, O'Hara and Lauren.
And there he is, a very happy Niall Wilson of England taking the gold medal in the men's horizontal. Yet another gold for England there, just embracing Christian Thomas, his England teammate, who took the silver. And as he receives his gold medal, a well-deserved gold medal as well, that concludes the gymnastics. It's all over here at Glasgow 2014 in this category, and Niall Wilson taking that final gold medal of these Commonwealth Games in the artistic gymnastics. And this is the scene at Hampden Park as we speak, and we can take you live to the women's high jump. This the start list heading into this event, a glorious occasion at Hampden. The sun is shining and we can pick up live commentary now.
Opening height then, opening attempt, 178. So smooth. Lovely start for the 21-year-old. Nice way just to settle the nerves, get into the competition. Was miles over there, Catherine. It was a lovely fluid jump.
It was. She said, obviously my height is an advantage. She really has a wonderful physiological setup for a high jumper, and that was a great start for the UK champion. So Sarah Cowley of New Zealand, she has a lifetime best back in 2012 of 1.91 meters. So she used to travel the world with 12 pairs of shoes as an Olympic heptathlete. It's so much better, she says, just to take 1 or 2 pairs around with her now, concentrating on the high jump. First attempt then. 1.78 meters.
Pretty good as well. 30 years of age, she's been around a little while. She won the New Zealand high jump title earlier this year, and with that heptathlon background, not surprisingly, she came 3rd in the long jump as well. So 2 jumps so far, 2 have gone clear. Can Le Fond make it 3 in a row? Close. Looked as though she may have just brushed the bar with her calves there.
Oh, she's got a lifetime best, Rob, this season of 1.83 meters, and she did that in the 2013 season as well. So starting at 1.78 meters, she'll have 2 more attempts at that height.
Zoe Timmers, 5th in the World Juniors a few years ago. Also finished 6th in the World Student Games. 3rd in the Australian Championships. Longer run-up than Le Fond. And she's over. Little clenched fist salute to the packed crowd here at Hampden.
Well, early clearances at the earlier heights in the competition, as we've seen so many times over the years at major championships, could prove vital as the heights go up when we need to sort the medals out. Everybody would like a clear scorecard. And Jane Nisbet of Scotland then, she opens her high jump final campaign, 1.78 meters. Nice clearance by the 26-year-old. So I mentioned before, 5 times the Scottish champion she's been. 1.83 meters in 2014, 1.86 meters back in 2011, and a good opener.
We'll be back to Hampden very shortly. 7 finals to bring you from there. But as you can see, we're at the Commonwealth Pool in Edinburgh for the women's 1 meter springboard. Grace Reid there, the only Scot taking part in this event for the host nation. And I can tell you that the Canadian Jennifer Abel, there she is in 8th, is the reigning Commonwealth champion.
Springboard final gets underway. 5 rounds of diving. Tracy Tuket of Malaysia will get us underway. Inward 1.5 somersault, piked 2.4. The tariffs will be key in this competition, we feel.
And a great start for Tracy. Had some interesting reactions to some of her dives this morning. She wasn't all that impressed with her diving.
7.5.
She's got another opportunity, and they will all be starting on 0. They did have an hour to change their dives after the preliminary, and 54 points.
A lot of Tracy's experience has been on the 10-meter board. Plenty of English supporters. Alicia Blagg, inward 1.5 somersault.
And Alicia really looked like she was ready for that. She'll have her game face on. This is for the medals. Stood that up over the board.
7.5.
And Alicia with the same dive, the inward takeoff. So standing backwards, rotating forwards towards the board.
3 7s, 50-40, 57-20, her biggest total this morning. Here's the young Australian girl, just 15 years of age. All of this a new experience for her. Back 1.5 somersault.
Oh, and a magnificent start from the 15-year-old. Interesting to see the first dive, how they handle the nerves. Starting with the back 1.5, beautiful. Come out, and then the save underneath the water. We've been talking about that, bending the legs under the water and pulling them straight through.
Very nicely done.
And the score, 55-20. Now that's better than any of her dives this morning. 54.60 was her best, so what an encouraging start.
8 is a magnificent score from the judge, if you get that from these judges.
Emma Friesen, inward 1.5 somersault for the Canadian girl. Started really well this morning.
Yeah, she obviously put her stronger dives at the start. These divers must have their dives into the referee 24 hours before the competition, so the referee can check that they are doing a forward, a back, a reverse, an inward, and a twisting dive.
To generate as much power as they can through their legs to get
7.5, 54.
Representing England, Hannah Starling. Forward, 1.5 somersault.
Hannah Starling.
Position 3.
Always had a big smile on her face right through this morning's competition. Just 19 years of age. Forward 1.5 somersault, 1 twist.
And the 1.5 with 1 twist, only 2.2, fairly low degree of difficulty.
7.5, 8, 8, 7.5, 7.5,
But performed
And this is our first look at the hurdle step.
very successfully.
And the big jump into the air. And
She didn't start very well this morning, so that's a bit more encouraging for her. Big cheer coming up. Grace Reid from Scotland. She's 18 years of age and popular. She starts with an inward 1.5 somersault. And when she's completed this, Dee might just explain again that a lot of the divers quite keen on an inward dive to start.
Yes, and well, it takes away the risk of doing a hurdle first up if they're a bit nervous and want to get into the competition. You see, standing it right up over the board, they really have to just be strong and risk potential harm if they get too close, but you need to keep that dive close to the board to get high points.
Legs nice and straight.
So it's a sensible opening dive. 54 points from Grace Reid.
Representing England, Rebecca Gallantry.
Now, Rebecca Gallantry has already had a great week. Gold medalist in the 3-meter synchro competition. And she was absolutely overjoyed and flabbergasted by her own performance. Very experienced diver, inward 1.5 somersault. Another inward dive to start.
Wow, as you say, 30 years of age, lots of experience there, the wily character. I'm sure she'll have a few tricks up her sleeve here in the final, and you can see keeping that one right over the board. She knows what she has to do and what is required to win a medal in this competition.
She is the most senior diver in the whole Games. Too much of a gentleman to say the oldest. Good start, though.
Representing Canada, Jennifer Abel.
Jennifer Abel. Now she is a real performer. Defending champion at 1 meter. Inward 1.5 somersault for Jennifer.
And a good finish from Jennifer there. And it's interesting, Jennifer likes to keep herself wet before she dives. A lot of the other divers are all dry and they spend hours drying themselves with their chamois. Jennifer likes to be wet when she dives, a bit of a difference, and that was a good start from her.
Quickly grabbing her hands for the entry.
Being quite serious there. Quite a smiley character normally. 3.8 should make her fairly happy with the start. As you say, got the game face on tonight.
Chung Jun Hoon. Inward 1.5
Chung Jun
somersaults
Hoon,
height.
4 foot 11-inch. Dynamic little diver. Competed the 10-metre platform sink, as well as the 1 metre, 10 metre, 3 metre, the lot.
Yes, and one of the prettiest divers. So she's got nice lines. We say she's got beautiful toe point. Just going over slightly with the heels. She had been able to, as we said, under the water, pull that down.
Beautiful flexibility there, and divers must always finish the dive with their toes pointed.
3/8.
Representing Australia,
Now, Madison Keeney.
Back 1.5 somersaults, point.
Stand out at the selection trials in Australia for these games. Won 3 titles. Really made a mark. Can she keep this tremendous year going? Back 1.5 somersault.
Well, she's really given it everything on that dive. It's gone over a little bit, but see here, really going for it. She's got plenty of time to fall. She does a nice save underneath the water there, but she just does go over. I'm sure some of her old coaches, Iris and Shannon, will be up in Australia now watching this event.
Well, not the greatest of starts, 46 points. Leaves her a little off the pace. That's the poorest total so far. Pamela Ware. Already got a silver medal with Jennifer Abel from the 3-metre synchro, inward 1.5 somersault.
And a super finish from Pamela. This Canadian too, they're very experienced, especially Jennifer and Pamela. Stopping that on the entry.
And Canada's Pamela Ware, another very strong diver. Really good job on her first round.
Very good. Lots of 8s. 57.60.
Inward 1.5 somersaults, point.
Now, Esther Chin. How has this afternoon affected her? Plenty of time to think, as well as rest and prepare. Inward 1.5 somersault. Is she going to continue her good start to the day?
And she's kept it up over the board. She's got good power, Esther. She's really into that dive. She's held on quite a long time. She's done good work underneath the water.
7.5.
But maybe just going a little bit too strong.
Esther, good flexibility there and stretches
54 points. I'll keep her on the pace. Well, an interesting first round. Pedigree there of Jennifer Abel, Rebecca Gallantry, and 4 divers there. Chung and Pamela Ware, all on 57.60. And rather surprisingly, Madison Keeney is bringing up the rear at the moment. 4 rounds to go. Grace Reed, joint 6th.
Tracy, forward 2.5 somersaults, point.
Well, maybe not quite what we might have expected on the first round. Makes it very interesting. Tracy Duquette from Malaysia had a very decent start. Round 2. Forward 2.5 somersault.
And just making it round, Tracy. She's not the powerfulest girl in this competition. See here, really squeezing, reaching for the entry, still going through the water, piked.
6, 6, 6, 6, 5.5.
This time we see the hurdle step, which is used to jump as high as
The tongue means she was
2.5
all that happy with that.
Well, just 6s, 46.80. Really want to be keeping well up into the 50s if you can.
Alicia reverse 1.5 somersaults, point.
Alicia Blagg is 17. She won a British title when she was just 13 years of age on this board, the 1 metre.
Oh, and unfortunately for her, she's left that a long way short. Had it up high, good position, just looked back, left the legs. And that is a big mistake in this event with only 5 dives.
And this is the reverse.
A lot of them don't have big degree of difficulty, so they need to all stay very close to each other, and that's a big miss.
She's had a lot more success and experience as a synchro diver.
Georgia, reverse 1.5 somersaults pikes.
Georgia Sheehan. Reverse 1.5 somersault for the 15-year-old.
Oh, a magnificent finish from Georgia as well. She looked a bit cautious on the hurdle. You see she finishes short on the board, but she waited. And look at that form that she has on her beautiful pointed toes. And just relaxed it around and dropped it in.
This time, vertical entry.
55.20 with her first dive, 51.60.
More from that 1 metre springboard final to come, but as you can see, we're back at Hampden Park, where it's a busy day 9 in store. 7 finals for you. We've already seen some of the high jump, but as you can see now from your screen, we'll bring you some of the discus final.
So getting ready to get underway, and Eden Francis, the girl from Leicester, representing England, a Birchfield Harrier, is going to get this competition underway. So she was the European Under-23 champion back in 2009. When you consider the strength of European throwing in this event, the discus, that was a pretty impressive performance. Hasn't necessarily delivered on that potential as yet, but certainly more than capable of getting up there. Her best is just shy of 60 meters, but she can deliver an awful lot of power, this girl. Very strong, very powerful, coached by her mother, Glenys Morton. So Eden up for her first attempt in this women's discus final. And that one's not a good start for Eden. She's going to walk out on that, I think, perhaps. She topped that, got on top of the discus, and it didn't go very far. She is keeping that throw. It's surprising to me, but not a good start. She saw it straight away. You know it's not a good throw. So Eden's opening attempt, 41.02. That's going to bring up Tarin Golszewski. Very impressed with this girl in the qualification. Lifetime best, 58.24. Very tall, rangy, very athletic. So she's got a lot of development. She can make good frame for discus throwing. You can see tall and elegant. That length of arm is very important. The radius on the discus. So as I said, 58 meters, 24 in qualifying. If she can repeat that now, that's going to put her in a very strong position. And that one's not quite in the same distance, around about 45 meters or so. Got her feet a little caught up on the circle. So you see, just not driving the hips through and up. So also getting on top of the discus and pushing it down. So 44.18, not the best of starts for her. So we've had good performances from the throws from New Zealand. So, and with a gold in the women's shot put from the great Valerie Adams, a silver in the men's shot put, and also a silver in the women's hammer. So the New Zealand throws program is doing very well. And this is the next athlete up to show what she can do. And that's 20-year-old Tina Hakia. So 3 times the New Zealand champion before her 20th birthday. Following on from the great Beatrice Faumina, from former world champion from New Zealand, who holds the games record at 65.92. Tina is the next generation, coached by Matt Dallow. 57.19 in qualifying, 59.65 this year is her lifetime best. I think she's just waiting for the start of the men's 1500 meters that's taking place right next to the circle. So she's just holding on for a minute. The race gets underway, so she can now prepare for her first attempt. So Sios Tina Hakia, known as Tina, into the circle for her first attempt. This women's discus final. And that's a little better. That's out there getting close to 60 meters. So certainly she puts a mark on this competition. I said the New Zealand athletes are doing so well in the throws. It'd be great if she could get them another medal. Very powerful. Big drive, long pull. And that discus sailing out there. Waiting for the result to come up, but she's happy. Let's see what that distance is. I think it's further than the qualifying mark. 57.94, that's a good start for Tina. So, Kellyanne Knibb of Jamaica. This is the athlete, coached by Dorian Scott, former record holder and champion in the shot put in Jamaica. Now the coach at Florida State, where she is an athlete. So this girl at her best is over 60 meters this year, and she's not having a good time of it here. That wasn't a good start. The Jamaican men's athletes have been really making a great stamp on this competition in this championships, winning the men's shot put and getting a bronze medal in the men's discus with Jason Morgan. But that's not the most auspicious of starts for Kellyanne Knibb. 42.86. She will improve. So Seema Antilpunia, one of two Indian athletes here in this competition. So 2 Commonwealth Games medals. She was second in 2006 and third in 2010. She's going to have a tough time looking for a gold medal here, but she's been throwing well. Training in California with Tony Chiarelli. It's a well-known coach out there. Just for the last couple of months. And that's a good start, around 55 meters. So she gets a safe one in. She looks back, I think, to her husband's in the crowd. So she struggled in qualifying with 2 fouls and then got a big throw out in the third attempt. So 53.64 for Seema on her first attempt. So Chamberlain, the second of the Australian athletes in this final. Coached by Dennis Knowles. Same coach as Danny Samuels, so training partner of Danny. 25 years of age. That's another big hit from that young lady. 53 meters or so. It's going to take probably about 58 meters to get up amongst the medals, but it's going to take probably about 53 meters or so to make sure of 3 further throws. 52.61. The next person up, Jade Lally of England. So Jade is looking to improve on her 6th place in the Commonwealth Championships 4 years ago. She's been steadily improving over the last few years, was 3rd place in the European Under-23 Championships in 2009, but working hard with her coach, Andy Neal. Really improved, was disappointed not to be selected for London 2012. She'd achieved the qualifying distances, but didn't make it to the championships, and that's a good start for Jade. A very good start. So good throw for her, out around 58 meters. That'll give her a great deal of confidence. Turn around, big hit with the right hip. Using that long arm to full advantage. And that's a good start. Her best this year is 58.25, and that's very close to it. So it's a good start for Jade. Next woman up is Krishna Punia, the defending champion, now 32 years of age. So hasn't been throwing much in the last couple of years. She was 6th in the Olympic Games in 2012, but I think she was talked into coming back for these Commonwealth Games. She's thrown only 54.92 so far this year. Her lifetime best is some 10 meters further than that. So that's not a good start. She walks out the front. So I think the defense of her title is a big ask this time. So a foul for Punia in her first attempt. Kirsty Laura, Scotland. Well, the crowd knows that she's here. She's going to get a big support from this Hampden Park crowd. She's been throwing very well this year. She's been working very hard with her coach, Jim Edwards, in Loughborough. She's living down there with Alison Roger, who competed in the shot the other day. So what can Kirsty do on her first attempt? And that's okay. It's not great, but it's okay. So I don't think Coach Jim Edwards is here, but Danny Greaves, who won the Paragold medal in the discus, the Paralympic silver medalist, is here in the crowd, one of her training partners. So he'll be looking out for her in this competition. Just looking up for the mark to come up, 51.95. So Danielle Thomas is the next athlete up, the second of the Jamaican girls. So 59.38, her lifetime best set earlier this year. Kent State University in Ohio in the United States. She was second in the NC2A championships in the discus throw. So here Thomas with her first attempt. Turns and drives across the circle. That's better for her. Better balance. So going out around 54 meters.
So the women's discus final currently taking place at Hampden Park. We'll have more of that as it unfolds over the course of day 9 here on the Games channel. But as you can see on your screen, while that discus final has been going on, there's been some heats for the men's 1500 meters, and this the lineup for that final. That will be taking place on day 10, which is Saturday at these Commonwealth Games. So this the scene at Hampden then. The weather is holding out very, very different from what we saw on day 8. And we showed you some of the women's high jump final a little bit earlier on. And we can head back there now with the athletes attempting to jump 1.89 meters.
The high point was there for Spencer, but she clipped it off. So that's her first failure of the evening. She'll have 2 more attempts if needed at 1.89 meters. Well, I mentioned before she won bronze in Delhi 4 years ago behind Nicole Forrester of Canada. That's her first blip of the evening, the Commonwealth leader. But this young athlete, Eleanor Patterson of Australia, preferring to jump here in Glasgow at these Commonwealth Games rather than go to the World Junior Championships, which were so successfully held in Eugene, Oregon. 18 years old, 1.94 meters in 2014. Oh, that's nice. A tidy technique, good speed into the bar, nice and compact. She's the reigning world youth champion, isn't she, Rob? And she really is in fine fettle in Commonwealth season.
Big decision that, to choose to come to the Commonwealths instead of contest the World Juniors, as you've already said. Morgan Lake, the English woman, doing the double, the heptathlon and the high jump, but Patterson clearly deciding she'd rather perform here. And what a good year Isabel Pooley's having, 21 years of age. Here she goes, she's got a clean card so far. Can she keep it going? Yes, she can. She looks really, really good.
Oh, she does indeed, Rob. Nice, smooth jumping. First clearance at 1 metre and 89. She has a clear scorecard so far. Only 2 or 3 athletes have got that, and she's one of them. Sarah Cowley then from New Zealand. Her first attempt at the new height of 1 metre and 89. It took her until her third attempt to get over the previous height of 1 metre and 86. 1 metre and 91, a lifetime best set 2 years ago for the former Olympic heptathlete. Her first attempt at 189. Well, again, 95% of the body was over, the high point was over, the arch was good, the bottom was over, but scraping it with the back of her right hamstring. She'll have 2 further attempts at 1 metre and 89, or the athlete from New Zealand. Oh, Joy from Australia. Her first attempt, Rob, at the new height of 1 metre and 89.
Another teenager trying to make her mark here on the big stage. 7th in the World Youth last year.
Well, this would equal a lifetime best that's been set in 2014. So first attempt at an equal lifetime best. No, she'll have 2 more attempts at this height. She went over 1 metre and 86 previously on her second attempt of asking, as you can see.
Well, I'm just wondering, Catherine, how costly that first miss at 189 could turn out to be for Laverne Spencer. A lot of excitement on St. Lucia. If you ever go to the island, her billboards are prominent. She's a big, big star over there on home turf. And she's been around a long time now, considering a lot of the girls in this competition are still teenagers. Spencer, one of the oldest in the field at 30. And you do get the feeling this is her year to deliver if she is going to upgrade bronze from Delhi to gold here. It's her 4th successive Commonwealth Games.
So very busy on the first bend of the track. And they're being held, understandably, for the next track action, which will be the heats of the 4x400 metre relay.
So the penultimate day of action, so we do start turning our attention to the relays. Oh, in fact, Atkinson Greer is going to have her attempt before the relay gets moving. Flower in hair as well. No, she doesn't like it. And perhaps the will she, won't she element just causing her a little bit of disruption to her usual build-up. So, the first of the 4x4s. Kenya will start on the outside. Shikanda goes lead leg for them. Mayo will bring them home. And listen to the reception for the Scottish quartet. Kirsten McCaslin going lead leg for them. Zoe Clark on anchor. Eilidh Child being rested significantly. Lane 6 is empty. The Ugandans have decided not to start, so it's Papua New Guinea, their best athlete, Toia Visil. But it's Donna Corneal who starts for them. Christine Day, the bronze medalist in the individual 400 metres. She starts. Anastasia Leroy, Sharika Williams on anchor. The Jamaicans, victorious in Nassau, will want to make sure they move through to tomorrow's final. Annalisa Ruby goes lead leg for the Australians. And then in 2. Good quartet from Trinidad. Shauna Firmin, Ramona Modesta goes anchor leg for Trinidad, who've never won a medal in this event in the Commonwealth Games. Games record held by Australia, 3:25. Jamaican national record, 3:18. So first 3 here, plus 2 fastest losers going into tomorrow night's final. Trinidad and Tobago in 2, but it will be Australia and Jamaica in 3 and 4, who may well set the pace here. Scotland will be roared all the way round. They'll be hoping to make it through so that Eilidh Child can have another chance of a second medal after her marvellous silver behind Khalees Spencer in the 4 hurdles yesterday. And watch out for the Kenyan quartet as well. They're the 3rd fastest in the field on season's best. So, who will move first? Annalisa Ruby for Australia. And it's Christine Day, the individual bronze medalist, who goes lead leg for Jamaica. And for Scotland, McCaslin is making up good ground on Shikanda on her outside. Good work by the Scot, but this is a long first leg, and she needs to make sure she's still got it towards the finish. Good run by Ruby of Australia, who's now starting to make a move and make an inroad on Christine Day. And the Jamaicans' arms are rocking and rolling, but now Day is starting to respond, and the Australians going backwards. Also just beginning to tie up a little bit is the Scot McCaslin. So Jamaica are away with Australia in 2nd place. Trinidad and Tobago making up good ground on the inside, and Scotland will have to hang on in the form of Ramsey. And as they break down the back straight, it is a sizable advantage. It's Leroy on the 2nd leg for Jamaica, and Sargent, the Australian, is beginning to get reeled in by the Trinidadian Williams and also Ramsey of Scotland. So Leroy coming home here at the end of the 2nd leg with a big advantage. Sargent is beginning to respond. Williams is tying up a little bit. This is a good end to the 2nd leg from Ramsey, and also Makunga of Kenya trying to ensure the African nations stay in the mix. So Jamaica lead, Australia 2nd, Trinidad 3rd, and Scotland, Nicol being roared on round the back straight. She's coming up onto the shoulder of Bilili, trying to close in on the Australian, who's in 2nd place. The Kenyans just becoming a little bit detached here. Bilili is a class athlete. She's now coming up onto the shoulder of Gooley. So it's still Russell leading for Jamaica by quite some margin. A real battle going on for 2nd place, and the crowd responding because Nicol is running wide in lane 2, trying to come through and come up onto the shoulder of Bilili, who in turn is just beginning to close on the Australian Gooley. Jamaica are away on the anchor leg, but there's an opportunity here, and listen to the roar. The Jamaicans are going to take this one. It's Williams on the anchor leg, and a storming start to the anchor leg from Zoe Clark, the Scot. Clark has moved away from the Australian Pekin. So it's Sharika Williams down the back straight now with 200 metres to go. She's away and clear, and this is an impressive piece of qualification from the Jamaicans. Clark is still running well, but now she's been passed by Pekin, and she's got to try and hang on here because only the first 3 are guaranteed a berth in tomorrow's final. Sharika Williams is away and clear. Pekin is bringing home the Australians for 2nd. Modesta does overhaul Zoe Clark for the 3rd spot, and the Scots will have to wait to see if they can go through as fastest losers. Well, it went to the form book. The Jamaicans were pretty comfortable, and when you bear in mind they're going to bring in the likes of McPherson and Williams-Mills, who both won individual medals in the 400 metres. Their quartet is sensational, but a great effort from the Trinidad and Tobago quartet to go through. Good effort from the Scots, but they'll have an anxious wait as they watch the times for the second of the heats.
Outstanding action there from the Jamaicans at Hampden. Much more to come from Hampden Park here on day 9, but as you can see, we are back at the diving. It's the women's 1 metre final, and we can join it with 1 dive remaining.
What is this table going to look like after all of that? After 4 rounds of diving, Jennifer A. Bell is out the front. Grace Reed and Georgia Sheehan, that's 2 of the outsiders. Young Georgia Sheehan in the bronze position. Scotland could get a medal here. All down to the last round. Pamela Ware coming right up the rankings there. Well, what do you make of all this, Dean?
Wow, what a big mistake from Madison Keeney, the favourite. So she's let the Canadian in.
The story could be in the minor medals, so to speak. Tracy Touquet signs off with a back 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twist.
Oh, and Tracy just getting that one around. She could do with another metre or 2. Good twist, but she's got her leg. She doesn't have enough somersault going, so it makes it hard to get it around to vertical.
This event was her first appearance at the Games. She's had a long wait, just 36.25 from that. Alicia Blagg finishes with a reverse 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twist, worth 2.6.
Oh, a magnificent finish from Alicia. Oh yes, and she'll be ruining what might have been. Wonderful position, beautiful toes.
And a good finish to her competition. The reverse twist
No glory
1.5 times round.
tonight for the synchro gold medalist. 58.50 to complete her score.
Georgia, inward 1.5 somersaults piked.
Well, Georgia Sheehan, up in the bronze medal position, has an inward 1.5 somersault worth 2.4 to go. She is in effect diving for a medal, and then she's going to have a long wait. Do the job first.
Oh, and she slipped it through the water. Very impressive finish. As you say, she'll be wanting to keep this up. She does that. Beautiful form. Nice position. And look at that entry straight down. She'll be asking the judges for big points.
Well, she has really put on a show here. Great first performance. Look how pleased she is.
60 points. That will really bump her up.
Some 9s in there, and they've been in short supply. Not just tonight, but throughout the whole program. Interesting. Very interesting, this.
1.5 somersaults, 1.5 twist, position 3.
Really a long 5 or 6 minutes for her. Emma Freeson of Canada. Back 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twists.
And a good entry from Emma. Very nice soft sound on the entry. See, getting that somersault moving so she can get it around.
7, 6.5, 6.5, 7, 7.
On the back 1.5 1.5 twists. Divers wrap their arms across the chest to create the twist, send them out to the sides to stop the twist.
52.50,
Well
3 sevens for Emma. Most of these girls, remember, will be concentrating on the 3-meter competition. And a starring 19-year-old English girl down in 6th position. 2.4 inward 1.5 somersault. Needs an excellent execution.
And I don't know whether it's as clean an entry as we saw earlier. You see, good dive, but just going over slightly with the heels. You see the heels, the last thing the judges see.
Great flexibility and nice entry.
50-40 sevens for Hannah Starling. Hold the front page. Scotland could get a medal in the pool here. Grace Reid, in her home pool, in front of her own fans and family, is in the silver medal position. Back 1.5 somersault, has a modest 2.3 degree of difficulty, so she has to nail it, and the roof could come off.
And she has done a wonderful dive. She moved it away from the board, but that doesn't matter. She's got the good entry. We've seen some mistakes on this dive, but look at the work she does underneath the water, pulls her legs in, and she really will get some good scores from that dive.
Well done to Scotland's Grace Reid. Really nice back 1.5 somersaults piped.
48-30.
Great competition.
Sevens is decent. Don't think it's going to be enough to get her a medal, maybe. She's behind Georgia Sheehan. To see what happens in this competition, you wouldn't be counting any chickens at all.
1.5 twist, position 3.
Rebecca Gallantry wrapping up her individual program at 1 metre.
And a good finish from Rebecca. You're using those arms, getting into the somersault.
7, 7, 7,
And
7.5, 7,
a nice
7,
entry.
7.
I mean, she'll be really happy with her goal the other night on the 3-metre synchronized.
Reaches high into the air.
Good professional in all the right senses of the word. 3 sevens, 54, 60.
Representing Canada, Jennifer Abel, reverse,
Jennifer
1.5 somersaults,
Abel,
1.5 twist, position
defending
3.
champion, looking for gold. Reverse 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twist.
And a pretty little dive. She's in the corner on the hurdle, but she reached all the way up.
7.5,
Just reaching, a bit cautious on her entry, but that'll be enough. Just a nice finish.
Reverse twists, sky high in the air, and great finish.
58-50, 7.5s. Put together a really good 5-dive program and performance, and leads.
Representing Malaysia, Chong Jung-hoon, reverse 1.5 somersaults.
There's the big challenge going to come from. Not Kyung. She's down in 8th. Reverse 1.5 somersault, 1.5 twist was the dive.
And she's missed the entry. Beautiful top. Look at this, right up high. She's looked but just ducked the head and the legs have gone over. She couldn't stop the momentum. She had it in a beautiful position. Might have even opened her hands before the water.
Really good form throughout, just a little bit of over-rotation.
Well, the competition has been so uneven.
Representing Australia, Madison Keeney.
Well, this is the dive from Madison Keeney. 3.2 degree of difficulty. She's going to put on the pressure. Has to be now. Oh, and she's finished with a brilliant dive. A 3.2 degree of difficulty dive. She's got a good hurdle in the right position. This is 0.6 more than Jennifer Abel, but she'll need brilliant scores, and maybe she's rolled that entry a bit, but this will definitely bring her right back up into the medals.
Well, a really good salvage job, you can describe her program. 67.20. It's taken her right up, put her in silver medal position. Pamela Ware must be thinking, well, another day I could have been up there as well. It's been open for whoever can put their schedule together. Reverse 1.5 somersault, 2.5 twists. It's a 3.0 dive.
Ooh, she's gone for it, but just a bit rushed. See, she's really doesn't extend the legs out of the board. But it's a big dive and just leaves it not quite around to vertical on the entry.
And another incredibly difficult dive, reverse twist, this time 2.5 twists round. Just a
Pamela Ware not really showing the form that she's capable of. Well, Esther Chin could have been in a great position. She's fourth at the end of 4 rounds. She really needs to come out with an immaculate dive with a 2.6 tariff on this reverse 1.5 with 1.5 twists to upset the medal apple cart.
Oh, and she's slotted it in. She's waited right till the end. A beautiful hurdle. She's up high and taken it down with a nice entry. She will score very good judges' marks. And will she push her compatriot out of the medals?
Oh, great score, 3.862.40. She's grabbed a medal right at the death. More late drama in a competition that has seesawed. Let's confirm these standings and then we can start the shouting. A really unpredictable competition, but Jennifer Abel has defended her title. Madison Keeney has been up and down that leaderboard and grabbed the silver. It really should have been gold with the big dives she had in her locker. Esther Chin, 2 and 3 for Australia. Georgia Sheehan pushed out, and so too Grace Reed. There's the rest of the picture. Well, the phrase that comes to mind for this whole competition for so many divers, what might have been. Not for the defending champion, Jennifer, a consistent performer, a proven medalist, comes up with another gold.
Wonderful scenes there at the diving. Jennifer Abel defending her title. But as you can see from your screen, as we were watching that, we saw the second heat in the women's 4x400 metre relay, and England recorded the fastest time. This, the lineup for that women's 4x400 metre relay final. And we can join the live pictures now at Hampden Park, where we can rejoin the women's high jump final.
Shame, she waves to the crowd. Got a good pedigree, this young woman. US collegiate champion indoors and out this year. And the Cypriots have a good history when it comes to high jumping. Oanu getting himself yet another medal in the men's high jump.
Oh, she's currently in a bronze medal position, tying with 3 other athletes. It may be over for the gold and silver, but she could still take a bronze, the Cypriot. But this athlete, well, Laverne Spencer, her third and final attempt at 1.92 m, the Commonwealth leader. She won bronze in Delhi 4 years ago. She's gone over 1.96 m this season to stay in the competition. Oh. Well, we talk about class shining through when is needed. And Laverne Spencer, the 5-time Central American and Caribbean champions, keeping her hopes of Commonwealth gold alive. 3rd time over 1.92 m. So now she goes into bronze, which means the Cypriot will leave without a medal.
Oh, that was so tight. Wobbling the bar, but it stayed on. So Spencer's aspirations of finally taking the Commonwealth title is still alive. Hannah Joy, she's already equalled a lifetime best with 189. Can she reach new heights? No, just not quite ready, didn't like it. Trying to get herself ready and prepared mentally as well as physically. Great entertainment for the crowds on that side of the arena, Catherine. Wherever you look tonight, there's action going on track and in field.
Oh, there is indeed. But here she goes again, Joy. The clock is ticking, but she didn't break the plane of the high jump. So she jogs back. Her third and final attempt then at 1 metre and 92. No, she never set up properly from the get-go. So she leaves the competition, does the Australian. She'll finish down in 6th place overall in the Commonwealth final. So there'll be one more athlete to come and attempt 1 metre and 92. Or Rob Walker. We'll know our 3 medalists.
Yes, Pooley, Patterson and Spencer have all gone clear. No disgrace at all for Hannah Joy, bowing out, equalling a lifetime best. But can Sheffer join her compatriot and make it 4 athletes over 192? Remember, she's aiming here for a lifetime best. If she fails this, we know the 3 medalists. We're just not quite sure yet in which order they will stand on the podium. And once again, as with Hannah Joy, she's decided to go again. Second in the Central American and Caribbean Championships last year. Big jump this for the young woman. No. Well, it would have been a new lifetime best. Absolutely no disgrace at all, jumping 189. So Isabel Pooley, Eleanor Patterson and Laverne Spencer for England, Australia and St. Lucia will take the medals, but in which order? We are one stage closer to finding out.
And now we go back to the discus. Completing the 3rd round, Danny Samuels already in the gold medal position. Got a best throw so far of 62 metres 30 in her first attempt. Here she goes, she's the Commonwealth leader. Oh, that's a big one. That's further. It's close to 65 metres, and that might just have put the competition to sleep. You may there have seen the gold medal winning throw. She's thrown 68 metres this season, but 65 metres or thereabouts, it looks like, in round 3. And the 26-year-old Australian is taking a terrifically firm grip on this competition. At 64.88, she is a long way clear of the rest. Jade Lally in 2nd place with 59.98. Seema Punia, India, 58.62. That is long.
Laverne Spencer from St. Lucia, her first attempt at the new height of 1 metre and 94. She's the first athlete to come up and attempt it. As Rob Walker said, just Spencer, Patterson and Pooley remain. Where are the medals going to go? No, a first-time failure then for their national record holder. She'll have 2 more attempts at 1 metre and 94. It's actually her 4th failure of the competition so far, which could prove costly. Patterson's had 1 failure. That was at 1 metre and 92. And Isabel Pooley of England, well, she's had no failures so far and has the perfect scorecard.
So, Patterson, her decision not to compete at the World Juniors looks as though it's paying off. She will be on a big podium this year, but in which position? Aggressive in-run. Oh, yes! 194 at the first time of asking. That equals her season's best. And the reigning World Youth Champion has just taken 1 jump closer to the Commonwealth title.
Well, a super jump. equaling the season's best, just 2 centimetres shy of a lifetime best. Morgan Lake won the World Junior title in this individual event with 1 metre and 93, so that would have been a nice battle over in Eugene. But what has the UK champion got in a response? A smiley athlete, a happy athlete. First attempt at 1 metre and 94. No. Her first failure of the afternoon. So Pooley now goes into the silver medal position. Passed by Patterson with her first time clearance of 194. 2 more attempts for Pooley. So we've seen the heats of the women's 4x400 metres. Now it's time for the men. Here's your lineup for heat number 1. Ghana, Bahamas, Canada, Australia, and Uganda are due to start. First 2 in each heat, and the next 2 fastest will advance to the final tomorrow evening. So 3 heats are due. They're using lanes 3 to 7. And the athletes are ready to rock and roll. So you can see there on the outside, that'll be Uganda. Okiro is due to lead off the Ugandan athletes. There's the Bahamian lead-off man. He'll go first, Russell. There's Chris Brown, the familiar face of Chris Brown. And Bahamas, well, they always seem to defy what their team put together in terms of results. They always seem to have super running. And let's not forget the super stuff they did at the Olympics, World Championships. They are always there or thereabouts. So Ghana in lane 3, the Bahamas in lane 4, Canada in 5, Australia 6, Uganda in 7. So a clean start. Expect a fast start from the Australian lead-off man, Stephenson, in lane number 6. And he is going well. He's tracking a quarter of Uganda outside him. But the Bahamas have started well. In lane number 4, Russell. The 200-metre mark. It is the Bahamian team that are going off well. It is Russell that's running well, as is the Australian Stephenson. The Bahamian team will sweep into the home straight, but a good response here from the Australian and good running as well from the Canadian Barnaby on the first leg. It'll be Canada that will hand over marginally in front from Russell of the Bahamas, and it is the Canada team which take the first changeover. Osik from Canada, the second leg runner. The athletes will break down the back straight. Mateu of the Bahamas, though, he's trying to get the inside line. And good running from Beck of Australia. Remember, it's the first 2 only in each of these heats. And the next 2 fastest, which are guaranteed a place in the final. And we currently have a 3-way battle. Canada, Bahamas, Australia. And here comes the attack from Mateu of the Bahamas. But the Canadian, Osai, well, he's trying to hold the inside line, but he's tightening up as the Canadian athlete, and that means the Australian Beck is going to hand over dead level with the Canadian. Bain of the Bahamas takes the lead. 3 into 2 doesn't go. We're on the 3rd leg of the first heat in the men's 4x400 metre relay, and the tall, long figure of Rodney of Canada sweeps into the lead. And the even taller figure of Burns from Australia is tracking the diminutive figure of the 3rd leg Bahamian athlete, Bain. So into the home straight. We're going to hand over to the last leg runner, Chris Brown for the Bahamas on the last leg. And look at the Australian actually having a storm of Burns down the home straight. He's going to hand over to his teammate Dewhurst. So Australia lead. Chris Brown of the Bahamas goes into 2nd. And Robertson of Canada into 3rd. Well, you know historically in relay running who you'd put your money on here. Remember, first 2 guaranteed. Dewhurst from Australia. And the Canadian's going to go for it, you know. There's not many athletes that pass on a bend in relay running, and the Canadians decided against it. Robertson's holding back. Chris Brown's going to put his foot down any minute and potentially pass Dewhurst. Here he goes. Chris Brown sweeps into the straight, and he's bringing the Canadian Robertson with him. First two guaranteed. The Australian is spent. Dewhurst is done, but he'll go for a fastest loser spot. And very comfortably, very controlled John Rawling. Chris Brown, there is no other man that the Bahamas will probably ever put on the last leg.
He's one of those athletes who, as a relay runner, he looks a more complete athlete than he does as an individual runner. And he judged that one absolutely superbly. He was under a little bit of pressure. The Canadian, Robertson, came hard down the back straight, and at one stage looked as though he was going to give it a go, thought better of it, and Brown just realised, waited, and then he took Dewhurst on the run-in, and a pretty good time as well, 3 minutes 3:71. They were clear winners.
Well, the action continues thick and fast here. Isabel Pooley, 194, third and final attempt. Laverne Spencer has passed because, remember, she's had more failures so far, so she knows she needs to go higher to win the gold medal. Pooley, can she keep her dream of gold alive? Not this time. She will finish on the podium. A brilliant performance from the 6'3" English woman. A clear card at 178, 182, 86, 89 and 192, which could be crucial. Will it be silver or will it be bronze? It will come down to Laverne Spencer. A fabulous competition, though, from Isabel Pooley. A personal best as well. Spencer. She's had the bar raised to 196.
It's her first attempt at this height, Rob, because she passed after a first-time failure at 1m94. No, and she runs under. So she'll have one more attempt left to potentially snatch the gold medal away and become Commonwealth champion. It's a game of cat and mouse, as we say here, very tactical. But Patterson, well, she's in the driving seat because she went over 1m94 at the first time of asking, and now she's going for 1m96 to equal a lifetime best. Oh!
It wasn't far away, was it, Catherine? She's having a fantastic night.
Well, a lifetime best is 196 set last season, and the 18-year-old, well, she equaled a season's best with that first-time clearance of 1m94. So the medals, in terms of the top tier, are still yet to be decided. Patterson will have two further attempts if wanted and required at 1m96, and there is Laverne Spencer. A failure at 194. She passed the remaining attempts to go to 1m96. She had to do it because Patterson had gone clear at 1m94. And she's had one failure at 1m96, which means she has one more attempt, which she will do shortly.
Meanwhile, in the discus, we're into the 5th round. Danny Samuels still leading the way, the Australian. New Zealander, Hakiai. The best prior to this, 57.94. Looking to improve, and she may have done. Only one throw remaining after this, and 58.67 takes her up into 4th place.
So Laverne Spencer of St. Lucia, this is her second attempt at 1m96, but it's her last attempt of the competition, passing her second attempt at 194 to stay in the competition. No, it's not to be for the athlete from St. Lucia, which means she'll finish in the bronze medal position. Isabel Pooley of England will take the silver medal. And that means your Commonwealth champion in the women's high jump is that young lady, Eleanor Patterson of Australia. A super performance, deciding to compete here in Glasgow rather than the World Juniors, and it's gold for her.
Well, we've got the result of the first of the men's 4x400. Look at that, 3 disqualifications. That must be on the handover. I can only assume Bahamas and Australia going through. So we've got plenty of couple of fastest loser berths available, and they'll all come to the last 2 heats because only 2 teams legitimately finishing. Well, this is the lineup for the second. Watch for Trinidad and Tobago. They've got the individual silver medalist Lalonde Gordon on lead-off leg. Nigerians always strong at this event. They're on the lane 5. We have Mark Mutai on lead-off. He was the gold medalist in Delhi in 2010. Boniface Mucheru will be on their anchor leg. Inside the Kenyans, this is Zambia. Titus Mukala, there he is in picture, leading off, handing on to Emmanuel Mwewa, Prince Mumba and Saviour Kombe. And the Nigerians on the inside, Salihu Issa, Robert Simmons on second leg, Okwu Noah, and then Arayakan Arukpe. There are the Trinidadians. Lalonde Gordon. They've got Jehu Gordon on the third leg as well, who saw his individual chances go in the hurdles, finishing behind Cornell Fredericks, the South African. So, second of the men's 4x400 meter relay heats. See what Lalonde Gordon can produce. First leg always so important, vital to get a good start. Sri Lanka, the other team, and Papua New Guinea. Sri Lanka in 6, Papua New Guinea in 8. Away they go. Packed stadium here in Glasgow at Hampden Park, and a good start from Gordon as he flows down that back straight. Also the Kenyan Mutai looks as though he's gone out quite well, and the Nigerian Issa on the inside. Around the bend they come, and Gordon looks very comfortable indeed. He leads for Trinidad and Tobago. They've got a best at this of 2:58.34. If you've never watched the relays before, anything around the 3-minute mark, you're getting into real world class, and down the straight they come now. Lalonde Gordon is going to be handing over with a sizable advantage for Trinidad and Tobago, and he hands on to Jarin Solomon, and away they go on not a great handover, it has to be said. And on the inside, it's Robert Simmons making up a bit of ground for Nigeria, but it's still Trinidad and Tobago who have the lead by some 4 meters or so. Down the back straight, Trinidad and Tobago with Jarin Solomon. Then comes Nigeria, and then comes Zambia with Emmanuel Mwewa. Their lead-off leg man for Zambia, Titus Mukala, ran a good first leg, and there's a gap to the pursuing Kenyan team back in 4th place with Solomon Adongo Buoga. And into the straight, this is Trinidad and Tobago. Jarin Solomon with a lead of more than 10 meters, and he looks so strong. Nigeria just hanging on for 2nd place, ahead of Zambia. And for Trinidad and Tobago now, this is the hurdler, Jehu Gordon, as around they go. And in pursuit for Nigeria, Noah Akwu, and for Zambia, Prince Mumba. And then behind him comes the Kenyan, Nicholas Bett. But a long, long lead for Trinidad and Tobago. It's at least 15 meters as they come around the 2nd bend. Bravely digging in, Noah of Nigeria and Mumba of Zambia. Kenyan coming up into 3rd place is Nicholas Bett, who's running a really good leg and starting to put Nigeria under pressure in 2nd place, but this is a big lead for Trinidad and Tobago. Jehu Gordon, running in the dark glasses, has run a great leg, and he hands over now to Zwedi Hewitt on the anchor leg. Nigeria in pursuit with Arayokan. And in third place, it's Kenya behind that. And on their anchor leg, Boniface Mucheru. Those are the three who'll get the first three places at the moment, although Kenya now under pressure from Zambia. Savio Kombe is mounting a really good challenge and has come past and taken fourth place, and is taking closer order. They go round now towards the final straight, and it's still Trinidad and Tobago from Nigeria, then Kenya. Nigerians coming under a bit of pressure. Mucheru is closing on Arayokan. Can the Kenyans get there? And I think they can. They're coming through to take second. Trinidad win it in 3:4.06, and a really well-judged leg from Boniface Mucheru, and he came past the struggling, tying up Arukpi Arayokan in the closing stages, and much to the delight of the Kenyan athletes and their delegation sitting not too far away from where we're commentating, the Kenyans go into the final along with Trinidad and Tobago, who win in a time of 3:04.06.
So, women's discus final continuing. We're into the fifth round. Seema Punia of India. Bronze in Delhi. Her best to date, 57 meters and 84 in the third round. Married now, formerly Seema Antil. And the medals, well, she's going to have to go close to 60 meters to potentially get herself on the podium again. Remember, bronze in Delhi with 58 meters and 46. That's better, 61 meters and 61. A season's best, she goes into silver. So Jade Lally of England, round 5. She's in with a great shout of a medal here, is the English athlete. She's just seen Punia go 61 meters and 61. Well, she walks out the back of the circle. Going to be close to her season's best. She arrived here having only thrown 58 meters and 25. She surpassed that with a new season's best in the second round. Really is good throwing from the English athlete. She's arrived in good form, 60 meters and 48. Another season's best, she goes into bronze. So the women's high jump final, the gold medal was won. Eleanor Patterson of Australia, a third and final attempt at 1 meter and 96. Oh, well, it was close, but it wasn't meant to be, and the decision for the young 18-year-old to come to the Commonwealth Games and not the World Juniors, those championships in Oregon, was a good one. There's a scorecard, 1 meter and 94. She's the Commonwealth high jump champion. It really was a good competition, and Australia win gold. England takes silver, and St. Lucia, well, they take the bronze. Let's give you the full result then. Eleanor Patterson of Australia, 1 meter and 94. Pooley from England takes the silver in a personal best performance. And St. Lucia, well, Laverne Spencer, she picks up the bronze, 1 meter and 92. So we're into the final round in the women's discus final. Hakia of New Zealand, 58 meters and 67 in the fifth round. She's in fourth place. She's just off the podium at the moment. And she needs over 60 meters to get on it. No. It's going to fall short. And the three-time New Zealand champion arrived here with a season's best of 59 meters and 65, excuse me. She's not going to get on the podium today. Finishing in fourth, 57 meters and 31 she ends with. A horrible fourth place position, which means The 3 medals have to be decided. And this athlete, Seema Punia, in her 6th and final attempt of the evening.
This is the defending champion and her last chance to get past Dani Samuels. She's got a best throw so far of 61.61. The lead is 64.88 for Dani Samuels. Seema Punia of India does not do it, and now so this is Jade Lally. This is the only person who can deny the gold medal for the Australian. Jade Lally, final throw.
She had a season's best of 60 metres and 48 in the 5th round. The bronze medal will go to England.
Well, here's the results of the last heat, and look down at the bottom of that list. Kenya, who finished in a qualifying position, have been disqualified. So Trinidad and Nigeria, the teams going through. National record for Zambia, and at this stage Zambia and Sri Lanka, 3 minutes 7 and 3 minutes 8, are the 2 fastest losers.
Well, that could be significant for the 3rd heat. Sierra Leone don't start, but an opportunity for 2 nations here to join the 2 automatic qualifiers. Jamaica will hope to flex some muscle here. So, Fitton, Steele, Graham and Johnson. And what an opportunity for the likes of Chris Robertson, Jamie Bowie, Greg Loudon and Grant Plenderheath. Big chance for them. Turks and Caicos start in lane 3. The Jamaicans have already been introduced to the crowd, and the Turks and Caicos also trying to get in on the celebrations. England are on the outside. There they are. Daniel Awade, Nigel Levine, and Matthew Hudson-Smith goes 2nd for England. Broke 45 seconds here on this track just a few weeks ago. So Fitton on the first leg for Jamaica. Daniel Ord for England. England in 8, Jamaica in 5. So big gaps on this first leg because we only have 5 teams taking part. Ord will have to run hard down the back straight, and indeed he is doing. Robertson's trying to maintain his position against Fitton, the Jamaican. Ord is going well on the outside at the moment. Robertson's made up a little bit of ground on the Jamaican outside him. It's a long, lonely leg, this first effort, and Ord seems to be kicking again here. Good run by the Englishman, who'll hand on to Mark Hudson-Smith. Fitton trying to re-establish a little bit of a gap on the Scots, so it's England first. India going well, and Jamaica will try and close down Mark Hudson-Smith. It's Adino Steele on the second leg for the Jamaicans, and it's Bowie for Scotland in 3rd. Hudson-Smith going really well here. Remember, he ran 44.97 on this track just a couple of weeks ago. Hudson-Smith now needs to maintain his focus. Great second leg from Bowie to close down the Jamaicans in 2nd. And Matthew Hudson-Smith is pulling away. Fabulous leg from the Englishman. He'll hand over to Nigel Levine. Levine has an advantage of, what, 10, 15 metres. Scotland aren't out of this battle for 2nd. Loudon. And the Jamaican trying to close the gap and doing so. Levine is going to have to find another gear here, and Scotland are beginning to get isolated there in 3rd place. But Loudon, as I say that, with 200 to go, starts to close the gap. And all that work from Matthew Hudson-Smith is being reeled in a little bit here. Nigel Levine needs to kick again and does find a little gear as Graham just starts to tie up a little bit for Jamaica. His legs are wobbling and Scotland have got a chance here on the last leg. Remember, only the first two guaranteed a place in the final. Conrad Williams with the advantage. It's Johnson on the anchor leg for Jamaica, and Grant Plenderheath trying desperately to respond to the roars of the crowd down the back straight. Conrad Williams with the advantage. Grant Plenderleaf trying to close the gap. A great effort from Scotland. Conrad Williams is going to bring England home. The Jamaican, is he tying up enough for the Scot to close him down? It's going to be very close on the line. England are there, Jamaica are there, and on the basis of the times, Scotland will go through as fastest losers. A great effort there from the Scottish quartet. The English team, well, arguably their best performance. Hudson-Smith on the second leg was brilliant, as he was here 2 weeks ago on this track in Hampden to break 45 seconds. England are there, so too Jamaica, and the Scots, with a new national record, will go through as fastest losers.
So the women's discus throw final. It was a nice throw for Dani Samuels. She was guaranteed the gold medal, was the Australian, the former world champion. Well, she'd thrown 64 metres and 88 in the third round. She'd seen the former bronze medalist Sina Pumia of India not be able to surpass her. Well, and it's going to be about 62 metres for Dani Samuels. Some way shy of a season's best. She's done 1 centimetre under 68 metres this year. But with 64 metres and 88, she is the Commonwealth champion. She arrived as the Commonwealth leader. She won bronze back in 2006. And now the Australian, the 26-year-old, is crowned the Commonwealth Games discus champion. Nice hugs all round. Jade Lally there from England, confirmed in the bronze. And Sima Punia from India, who won bronze in Delhi, will upgrade by 1 medal for the silver. But your discus champion, Dani Samuels from Australia. And here's confirmation then of the full result. Gold for Australia, 64 metres and 88 for Samuels. Punia upgrades from 4 years ago for India with the silver, and Jade Lally from England takes the bronze. Well, the men's pole vault has been going on at the other end of the track, not bathed in the sunshine. Shaughnessy Barber of Canada, his first attempt at 5 metres and 45. He entered at 5 metres and 20. He has a clear scorecard so far, and that's nice. Over 5:20 and 5:35 for the first time of asking. And over now 5 metres and 45 centimetres. The Canadian record holder is the Commonwealth ranked number 2 athlete in 2014. He's gone over 5 metres and 65. So he's vaulting well.
Well, more athletics to come from Hampden Park. We've still got the women's 800-metre final to come and the women's 100-metre hurdles final here on the Games channel. But we can take you back to the Commonwealth pool in Edinburgh and bring you some more from the men's synchronized 10-metre platform final. As you can see there from the start list, there's 4 pairs who go in this one. They each have 6 dives, and incidentally worth noting, there's only a gold and a silver up for grabs in this event, given that there are only 4 pairs. Defending champion Tom Daly has a new partner when it comes to the Commonwealth Games. They won gold with Max Brick in 2010. And as you can see, he is alongside James Denny in this one. And we can now pick up the commentary. They've had one dive, so we join it at round 2.
Always the feeling that the competition really starts now in round 3. The double Ds, Daly and Denny, with a DD of 3.2, inward 3.5 somersault. Now we have the real action.
Yes, lots of somersault. Inward 3.5, good position, spinning in exactly the same time. It's a little bit heavy on the entry from both of them. If they could just slip that through the water, they'd get much higher marks.
73.92.
So now things get more interesting.
Synchronization better than the execution.
Team England just need a little bit work on those entries.
Just need to polish the 2 individual dives.
Team Australia.
Australia next. Dominic on the far side failed to qualify for the 3-meter final. Back 3.5 somersault tucked. This is worth 3.3.
And a magnificent performance by the Australians. Beautiful spinning together and nice kick out. See the good jump, spinning, kicking at the same time. Maybe on the far side, you'll see Dominic go a little bit over on his entry. But good timing. And we might see some lower execution judges in the first one, 6.5, 7, 6.5, but 79.2.
Better synchronization in the animated Matthew Mitchell, always looking to play to the camera.
Team Malaysia, forward 3.5 somersaults, pint.
Tse Liang and Chu Yue. Forward 3.5 somersault piked.
And just a little bit out with their timing. See closest to the screen, just falling a little bit faster than Tse Liang. And rolling his entry.
8, 8.5, 8.5, 6.5.
See the difference there in the slow-mo. Judges needing to pick that up on the first look.
68.40. One good 8.5. Oh, he's so consistent. Has to be with the amount of diving he does.
Team Canada, forward 3.5 somersaults.
And the new boys. Bouchard is 23. Riando on the right, he's only 17.
Interesting starting position with the arms up.
Forward 3.5 somersault.
And very interesting. I've never seen 2 boys run along with their arms in the air. Maybe you'll see beautiful pike position close to the camera. And hitting the water at the right time. One diver slightly further away from the platform than the other diver.
Team Canada with the same dive and the timing.
Unusual or otherwise. Well, it seems to work for them. Straight 8s, 72 points. Well, we've hardly sat down and we're halfway through the competition. Australia in the lead, opening up a bit of a gap there after that first of the chosen rounds, so to speak. Canada getting the other medal available at the moment, but hardly anything ahead of Daly and Denny. And Malaysia at the moment, by no means out of it. 4 points separating second and fourth. Australia looking for that first gold of the Games. Mitchell looking for that first Commonwealth gold of his career. Always pressure on Tom Daley, gets the big media spotlight. If he wins, it's a story. If he doesn't win, possibly even a bigger one. Tough at the top. Just outside. Silver medal, back 3.5 somersault, 3.6. They've got the big tariff program. Can they deliver it?
Oh. And you see James Denny close to the camera here. He goes way over, gets a big jump, so he's a little bit falling, a bit slower, but watch, he kicks out very high and takes it way over. Big bomb on the entry. That'll really affect the scores. Tom pulls his down nicely.
Tough in these team events. Daly's 8 compared to Denny's 3.5, and the synchronization will always suffer accordingly. Oh, step in Australia perhaps. Seen a few opportunities go begging this evening already. Nothing is a foregone conclusion. Bedgegood and Mitchell checking their positions. 3.4 this reverse 3.5 somersault. Their biggest. No, second biggest.
Oh man, we've gone an over rotation as well. Big opportunity after the English pairing had a mistake. You see far away on the other side there. Dominic's gone way over. They've both gone way over. You see, gone for the big jump and they had it, but pulling too hard on the bottom.
And Team Australia with a reverse 3.5 somersaults. So just
66.30. 5.56, not great execution marks. It's going to be about who holds it together and grabs it. Well, the Malaysian duo will have seen that. Inward 3.5 somersault, 3.2. Forget the DD, get the execution right. The rest of it will look after itself. Hoi and Chu. 20 and 18 years of age. Hoi to the right there, the older one, inward 3.5 somersault.
Oh, that was a magnificent dive from the Malaysian pairing. What a time to step up after some disappointing dives from their competitors and take this down. Look at that, beautiful somersaulting together and wonderful entries. That is a world-class performance and will catapult them up into the lead.
Well, there is a hunger about their diving. They love to compete. 83.52. Well, see the chance, take it.
Team Canada, inward 3.5 somersaults with jump.
And Bouchard and Riando, the new boys, can make an impression here as well. So open. They've got an inward 3.5 somersault worth 3.2.
And the timing was out on that dive. You see closest to the camera here, Vincent. He goes way over. Maxim takes his down for a beautiful dive.
Execution 8.5, 8.4.5, 4.4. Synchronization
Just
7.6.6.
Vincent going way over, so you'll see the execution judges 4.5, 4, 4, and that has dropped them back.
So tough when you feel you've left your teammate short by not being able to do it on the day. After round 4, here we go. Malaysia, Australia, England, Canada. All to play for still. Malaysia, though, up the top of the pile. Well, the crowd quite hushed by the unpredictability of this competition. With it being such a small field, it chops and changes even more dramatically. Daly and Denny. Third is not a medal position here, remember. So can this new partnership gel rather quickly? 3.4 this reverse 3.5 somersault.
And again, we've seen a big splash from James. He's not having the best competition. A lot of pressure on him to perform when competing with Tom Daly. Tom does a good dive, but James really pulling hard on the entry. Good dive from Tom, but James, big splash.
Previously in the Olympics, Tom was diving with Peter Waterfield, who was a very experienced hand. James Denny, this is very new, and they're struggling a bit at the moment.
Well, there's an opportunity for the Australian pair here if they want to take it.
Well, Mitchum's got a chance to grab himself the gold he's always wanted from these games. Had enough goes at it. So successful in one respect. Inward 3.5 somersault tucked.
And again, we've seen another diver go over. Dominic Bedgood, good somersaulting up the top, good timing. See, Matthew's gone over a little bit, but Dominic's gone over a long way. Just that rush of blood, the adrenaline is flowing through these boys, needing to control it.
Well, the senior players across all the partnerships are really holding their end up, so to speak. And it's the new boys coming in are finding out just how tough this is. Awful lot can go wrong over that 10-metre drop.
Team Malaysia. Back 3.5 somersaults with tuck.
Oh, Malaysia, with 1 gold in the bag already in these games, got themselves in with a shout. .3 for a back 3.5 somersault.
Good Liang just waiting for his partner to get ready. And good timing. You can hear the clap on the legs as they grab their legs. So powerful. But Chiui, closest to the camera, he's put his dive over. He's just really arching. They've both gone over. Trying to control this energy, realising that there's a gold medal easily up for grabs.
Well, the adrenaline is
If they could just get an act together, the two of them, then this is still anyone's competition. 60-odd points. Bouchard and Riando. Lagging a bit behind at the moment. Back 3.5 somersault is worth 3.3. Can they put their inexperience to one side?
pretty good dive. Not the major catastrophes we've seen from some of the others. The timing is a little bit out. Vincent closer to the platform. And Maxime really dropping his in the water. See, he's on the right-hand side. He'll get good points. The first 3 execution judges' scores should be very good.
Another good performance, 8.5 and 6.5, so a little bit more together in the execution marks. 73.26. So, 5 rounds gone, 1 to go. Malaysia in the lead. Australia facing another silver. Canada, then England looking a bit out of it at the moment, but it's still tight.
Well, there's some high degree of difficulty dives now. The England pairing and the Australian pairing. England 3.7, Australia 3.6, and then the other 2 competitors 3.2. So there's the DD, and they're not out of it if they do a big score, and we've seen the other teams. Mistakes happen.
14 points behind the leaders, England are, so they've got the biggest dive of the competition here. It's worth 3.7. Forward 4.5 somersault. Can they play a blinder and put the pressure on the rest?
And they have. Will they get a medal with one great dive? Brilliant finish.
Look at the English coaches there.
They've done a brilliant dive. Look at the total of 9 somersaults combined. They've both got the good entry, the crowd behind them. And just say one good dive, and they might get a medal. One good optional dive.
Tom Daly has done that before. Oh, look at that, 95.46. That is a storming dive. Have some of that, they said to the other 3 teams. Don't you love it when that last round really produces the drama? Tom Daly looking delighted. Well, Beachgood and Mitchum just have to put that to one side, concentrate on what they've got to do. Well, that was a big gauntlet thrown down by England for Australia in the silver medal position to pick up. 3.6 the degree of difficulty on this back 2.5 somersault, 2.5 twist.
Oh, and the Australian pairing. They've pulled one out as well. Magnificent dive. The young 19-year-old as well, Dominic Bedgegood. This is 3.6. This is a magnificent dive. Matthew Mitchum did this to win gold medal in Beijing. And they have answered. Wonder if the judges will go with them. The English had the crowd.
Look at Mitchum. Well, he's
and
got
it has done it,
88.5.
88.56, put them in first position.
By absolutely nothing. 0.18. Oh, great drama. Mitchum knows he really contributed big style then. Well done, young man, he's saying to young Dominic. Now, Malaysia, who led the competition before this dive, have they got a big dive in their locker? It's down amongst the 3.2s, so they've really got to get this right. Great last round, great entertainment for this crowd here. Oi and Chu, Malaysians, real fighters. Oi's done it at the death already to grab himself 1 gold. What's he going to come up with here? They've got to get their act together.
Wow, I don't know whether it was all that. It's a low degree of difficulty dive. Watch Si Leung, he looked like he landed his a little bit short. He didn't go for the entry. You see further from the camera, he falls into the water. He still needs to do a good dive to keep up with the others. Just didn't look as dynamic.
That's decent, but that's not enough. 70.08.
Just not quite enough degree of difficulty to challenge.
And they've just been edged out by two brilliant dives by Australia and England. The old enemy again.
Representing Canada, Maxime Bouchard.
Well, this would have to be, can't do it basically. Would have to be coming out with all 10s pretty well. Bouchard and Riando. The front two are so close together. Beat one, beat them both, really.
And good dives, but unfortunately with those takeoffs being uneven, one has a much better jump, and you see falling at different times. And to get the big scores, they need to have everything perfect. But unfortunately, they couldn't get there in the end. And lots of 8s, 7.5s.
Good final response, though, from Canada. But the celebrations are with Australia. They have got their gold. And the Australian team have edged out England. It's an Ashes victory for Australia in this one by the tiniest of margins. Two fantastic last dives. England's was great. Australia's proved to be just marginally greater.
And Matthew Mitchell finally picking up a gold medal. A great, just reward for a wonderful competitor who has competed for many years in this event, in this Commonwealth Games, and now picks up a gold medal. And his young partner, Dominic Bedggood, 19. Could this be the start of a wonderful career?
Well, it was short, it was sharp, we said it'd be fun, and it was great entertainment. Mitchum at last. Lucky 7 for him, 6 silvers, and at the 7th time of asking, 399.54, 399.36. Well, almost couldn't be closer. Great stuff. Malaysia, very good and solid, but not enough, and no bronze. And Canada putting up a good show with two total newcomers.
So, another gold medal there for Australia. The pair Dominic Bedggood and Matthew Mitchum taking gold in that men's pairs diving, just pipping Tom Daly and James Denny, who you can see on your screen now, who took the silver. Well, more diving to come on day 10, but we can now head to Hampden Park, where there is no shortage of action to keep you up to date with. Up next, we can bring you the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase. This, the starting list for the final. Number 3 there, Ezekiel Kemboi, is the world and the Olympic champion. He's not the defending Commonwealth champion though, but he is going for gold on day 9 here at Glasgow 2014. We can now bring you live commentary from the race.
68. Well, what are the tactics going to be? In all likelihood, as ever, the Kenyans will run as a team until it comes to burn-up time, and then we'll see. Kemboy's best time of the season, 8 minutes 4.12. Birech's best time, 8 minutes 2.37. And Birech, who we saw introduced, he's got numbers 1731 on his vest for identification purposes. He has been terrific around the world circuit, won wonderfully in Rome, took the Kenyan Championships, then went and won the Oslo Diamond League, the Lausanne Diamond League, and the Monaco Diamond League, and he's not messing about. He has gone straight to the front. Birech taking it out, and the only man choosing to go with him at this stage, I think, is Kemboi. And the gap already between those lead two Kenyans and the rest of the field, with only 300 metres completed, is already some 15 metres, and they blast away in front, coming round towards the 400-metre point, and it's going to be interesting to see what the clock is on these two guys, because they have absolutely streaked away, and they're coming up now towards the 400-metre point. And look at the clock, it'll stop when it gets there, and it is somewhere just on the minute mark. Brilliant first lap.
Well, it's a totally different dynamic to the kind of races we're used to seeing when it comes to 3,000-metre steeplechasing. Jairus Birec has been the standout performer this season, and he's been desperate to break 8 minutes. He's won this year in Rome, in Oslo, in Monaco, in Lausanne. He's miles clear. The only athlete to go with him is Jonathan Ndiku. Interestingly enough, the man who's won so many global titles, Ezekiel Kemboi, is the man leading the chase. So it's Birec, the youngster, from Ndiku, with Ezekiel Kemboi in third, and they're miles behind.
He ran a 62-second first lap.
Luke Cutts from England, first attempt at 5 metres and 55. Oh, yes. Wow, that's an important clearance by the Englishman. He has a clear scorecard from opening at 5 metres in this men's pole vault final. He's jumped into the driving seat. European under-23 silver medalist in 2009. He's returned better than ever after disappointments of not being selected for London 2012 or Moscow for the World Championships last year for Great Britain. He's delighted with that. On the way down, giving himself a cheer. So Luke Cutts of England has gone over, and Steve Lewis, well, he went over 5 metres and 35. He passed at 5 metres and 45. First attempt then for the Englishman, 5 metres and 55. That's good. Well, Cutts from England over. Steve Lewis gave it a little bit of a rattle, but he now goes over 5 metres and 55. And they are tied for gold at the moment, neither having a failure.
The two lead Kenyans in the steeplechase are now 30 metres or more ahead of the great Ezekiel Kemboi Cheboy, as he's got his name on his vest tonight, who's leading the pursuing group. But it is still Birec of Kenya who's led the way from the gun, ran that terrific first lap of 62.8 seconds, and 22-year-old Jonathan Ndiku has gone with him. He's in second place, and Kemboi might just be starting to close the gap a touch in third place. He's got the Canadian Chris Winter there, and James Wilkinson of Leeds City, Englishman. He's in third place, but it is a big lead. Taylor Milne is in fifth place, the second Canadian, and they've come through this time with 4 laps to go. Is Kemboi just starting to work his way back just a touch? Maybe.
Well, it will be fascinating to see what Kemboi does there. As you said, he's got Winters and Wilkinson, the Canadian and the Englishman behind him. Ezekiel Kemboi is arguably the greatest steeplechaser in history. He's a double Olympic champion. He's won the last 3 world titles. He hasn't necessarily had the sparkling form that Birec has produced this year, but Kemboi in third place has plenty of experience, and one thing he won't be doing at the moment is panicking.
And Birec has had to do it absolutely all on his own. He went streaking away, and Kemboi has maintained the distance between himself and Ndiku, who's in second place, and now Kemboi's starting to go a little way from Chris Winter, the Kenyan who is the Canadian who's back in fourth place, and James Wilkinson, who's running a good race to stay in touch at this sort of level. He's got a best of 8:22, and he's the British steeplechaser in form, and he set that best this year, but the gap is definitely closing. Kemboi is now starting to get back to Birec and Ndiku, and the gap now between those lead two and Kemboi is down to about 15 metres, and he is clearly and perceptibly by the moment getting nearer, Rob.
He is, and bear in mind the 2 athletes ahead of him are much younger than him. This is where they'll need to hold on to their belief and their momentum. Birec is far less experienced than Ezekiel Kemboi, and Kemboi's making a concerted effort now. He's running with the bib Cheboy, if you do see a close-up shot of him. Ezekiel Kemboi in third place is beginning to close the gap. And this could change the dynamic of the race. It's going to test the two young men who've set the pace all on their own right from the start. He's almost getting up to closing distance.
Birech has been the man this year. Ndiku in second place on his shoulder, but you can see from that picture as we look back down the lane and there from the side view as they cross the line with 2 laps to go that Kemboy is right back in it, and he is now joining the 2 leaders. He's only a couple of metres behind Birech, and Kemboy is right back in this race.
Well, you can never rule Ezekiel Kemboy out. He is an unbelievable big championship performer. Birech is leading, and Ndiku is in second place with the blue spikes. Ezekiel Kemboy in third, and the crowd are enjoying this one. Winters hasn't been completely detached, but Wilkinson's a little bit isolated in 5th place. So what can they produce here in the last 600 metres? Have they gone too early?
Well, we will see. They certainly gambled by blazing away the lead 2, but the wily old fox, the man who's been at the top of the sport for so long, Ezekiel Kemboy, is very much a factor as they come up this time. Birech leads from Ndiku, but only just from Kemboy, who now is right with them, and he's got them in his sights as they come up this time to take the bell. The time is irrelevant. It's a battle now between the 3 great Kenyans. Birech leads from Ndiku. Then comes Kemboy, just tracking Birech right behind him. Ndiku is on Birech's shoulder, waiting to pounce. Now who's got the sprint speed? Birech still in front. Ndiku looks strong and now takes it on. Kemboy responds and he wants to go with him. Birech looks at this stage as though he might be beaten. It's Ndiku from Kemboy. Birech hanging on for 3rd place. 200 metres to go. Ndiku from Kemboy, and suddenly he goes further clear as Birech now responds and comes back into it. Ndiku over the final barrier and goes for the line, and Ndiku now with just 1 barrier still to clear. Birech and Kemboy, the 2 great names behind him, but Ndiku, over he goes, and the man who he reckoned was ranked 3rd of these Kenyans comes up to the line and wins brilliantly. Jonathan Ndiku has taken that one by the scruff of the neck, and he was poised and placed perfectly as Kemboy comes across the line, desperately tired. 4th place for the Canadian Winter, 5th place for James Wilkinson of England. The 2nd Canadian, Taylor Milne, comes through behind that, and a long gap back to the pursuers beyond there. Well, Rob Walker, as Milne comes up towards the line, we certainly didn't expect that as the way it was going to pan out. Jonathan Ndiku, twice World Junior Champion, he's now the Commonwealth Games Champion. And that, by the way, is a new Games record, beating the mark set by Johnston Kipkoech in Victoria back in 1994.
Well, it was a great race. Lisco's getting a big response from the crowd. He's coming home very, very tired, just outside 9 minutes for the Scot. But it was Jonathan Ndiku who had the pace on the last lap. Some tired athletes, Nipperes coming home for Australia. They're all collapsed over the track, but Ndiku is on his lap of honour. And I just wonder, of course, Ndiku went with the early pace of Birech, but at no stage did he help Birech with that early pace. He tucked in behind. Cheboy, wearing the bib, Cheboy, it's Ezekiel Kemboy, finishing in 3rd. He's definitely got a problem with his left Achilles. He took his shoe off as soon as he crossed the line. And if you watch him, as he comes up to the line, when he realised he tries to go here, he's in 3rd place, Ezekiel Kemboy, the Olympic champion, comes up past Birech, and then he starts to feel some pain, and Ndiku kicks again. Brilliant run from the former world junior champion. And watch Ezekiel Kemboy in 3rd place. He looks over his shoulder. He already starts to jog. He realises he can't live with the pace of the younger men. But I just think, John, that Birech did far too much work in the early stages, and that cost him.
I suggested beforehand that, well, one thing you could guess was that the Kenyan team was going to run as a team. I think they ran anything but. Birech went blazing off in front. He'd clearly decided that that was going to be his tactic. And his teammate Ndiku, the eventual winner, did nothing to share in the pace, and Kemboy had the tough job of trying to close the gap from that huge early lead that these two had established. He got back, but ultimately, I think the aging body let him down a bit. And a new man on the block, Jonathan Undiku, a really good run. And he, you know, I mean, you talk about your teammates, you do stuff for your teammates, you do it for yourself. It's an individual sport, and he did it absolutely right.
This, the scene at Hampden Park, and the start list for the men's 10,000 metres final. I can tell you that there are 26 competitors in this one. No Mo Farah, of course. And we can now cross to commentary.
The World Junior Cross Country a few years ago. He's the third Ugandan who could well feature in amongst the mix. So a long way to go, 25 laps of the track to be precisely. And it will be a cagey opening, you'd expect. That 3,000 metres was most peculiar, with Birech going storming to the front.
Well, I'm going to stop trying to pick who's the favourite, because that certainly didn't go according to plan, did it, with Undiku winning it. But I'm sure that the Kenyans will be hopeful that they can have a clean sweep of medals here once again. And on paper, that would look to be the case. But it's the Australian who's taking out the early pace.
Harry Summers deciding that he doesn't want to dawdle. Perhaps has got a predetermined pace that he wants to run at. It's Bet on the inside. Toroitich just tucking in there as well. But there's an awfully long way to go.
Harry Summers, who ran in the Glasgow Diamond League event just under 3 weeks ago. The whole Australian team then decamped to Gateshead, where they had in the northeast near Newcastle, where they had their holding camp before these games. And Harry very much a part of that team. And look at the gap he's established. It's early stages, but he's a long way in front.
So let me bring you up to speed. The bronze medal's going to Sean Barber of Canada, 5 metres and 45. The gold we do not know. The second attempt for Luke Cutts at the height of 5 metres and 60. Both him and Lewis have failed on their first. And Cutts has now failed on his second attempt at 5 metres and 60. So they are in deadlock. This is the height that both athletes are suffering their first failures. Luke Cutts entered at 5 metres and has gone clear on every height all the way through to 5 metres and 55. You can see the pole is planted, but he takes it off on the way up. Never really close, the English athlete. So Steve Lewis, who'll come up next for his second attempt at 5 metres and 60.
Well, more to come from Hampden. We'll bring you the very latest from that men's pole vault final, and we'll rejoin the men's 10,000 metre final as well. But we are going to bring you a lawn bowls match now. It's a men's singles match over at the Kelvin Grove Art Gallery. It's a gold medal contest, and it comes in between Darren Burnett of Scotland and Ryan Bester of Canada.
It's not a particularly easy shot on the backhand. He hasn't been playing it very often. Neither player has. This is a chance.
Playing firm weight for this.
Well, we can afford to.
Needs a bend.
He's close.
He's very close. Gets connection. He's got this.
He's got it.
Look at that. That's a brilliant ball. If he wins it, he deserved it with that ball.
That was superb. He hasn't been playing the backhand very often, Darren Burnett. But when he needed to, he put the extra weight on, punched the ball onto the jack through to his two, and this is really so difficult for Ryan Best to get out of. Look at that. Everything in front is horrible. He has to control the weight on the backhand. This would be a miracle ball to save it. It really would be. Looks under. It's gone. It's away. Ryan Bester field with the last ball. Darren Burnett of Scotland has lifted the gold medal in the singles. And family Burnett, well, they'll be celebrating this for a long time. A wonderful performance by Darren Burnett, I have to say. Played really well. He salutes the crowd. Checking all the scores, get the formalities out of the way with the signatures, but really good value. The Force boys with their goals. Followed up by the singles, the blue ribbon event with Darren Burnett. No one was sure who was going to get the singles berth. Darren Burnett got the nod. And my goodness, hasn't he repaid them?
Marvellous scenes here. Darren really played well over the week. Had some close shaves, Dave, but he battled well when he was in trouble. And tonight he was majestic, really got in front, controlled the game, and the better man won on the night.
Oh, absolutely. Very, very steady as always, and played the big balls when he needed to. Ryan Bester, well, he tried his best, but he wasn't really there this evening. Just couldn't get the grips with things that Darren Burnett has. And my goodness me, what a games for Scotland. Gold in the singles, gold in the pairs, gold in the fours. It's been a wonderful turnaround for both Scotland in the last 4 years from Delhi.
So another gold for Scotland in the lawn bowls. They failed to win a single medal in Delhi 4 years ago, but Burnett's victory there means that they close out Glasgow 2014 with 3 golds and a silver. Well, still 4 golds to be decided in the athletics at Hampden, which is where we are headed now, and we can rejoin the men's 10,000 metre final.
He's thrown in a 67 second lap, and I think he's kicked on again after that. We're coming up now, approaching the 4,000 metre point, and you can see Bet as Kirui starts to take very much closer order. Tall, long striding, loping Kenyan, he moves through into second place. And the time at 4,000 metres, 11 minutes 18 seconds.
So it's just around 28-minute pace, so it has slowed a little bit. Remember, Summers started them off in around 27.5, but Bet leads, and it was interesting to watch Chariot in the blue spikes, the third of the Kenyans in this field, decide to close the gap. And just putting his arm up there, one of the Kenyans just saying, hey, don't trip my heels. I think that's Kirui in third place, just saying, look, you've got to give me a clear run here. And they're starting to get a little bit bunched again.
Yeah, a little bit of aggro there. He was spiked, or looked as though he was just clipped on the back of his heels, the tallest of the Kenyans. And I think it may have been Kibet, the Ugandan, who just clipped the back of his heels. There you see him right behind there in the red vest of Uganda.
Well, this massive field are still bunched together. Kirui now coming up onto the shoulder of Bet and going past him. Long loping stride, and still the Rwandan, Syriac Ndayeken Gurukei is, well, he's having the race of his life at the moment, considering he was 16th in the 5,000 metres, but that's giving you an indication that the pace is slowing once again.
Kirui, a lovely looking runner, isn't he? He was Kenyan 10,000 metres champion a year or two back, but he's known now very much as a pacemaker on the marathon circuit.
Men's pole vault final, we're back down to 5 metres and 55. Luke Cutts, you clear it, you're in a good position, you're in the gold medal winning position. No, and the athletes are starting to get tired now as well. We'll keep taking the bar down if we have to. And the first athlete that clears will win the gold medal. So Luke Cutts, his first attempt at 5 metres and 55. Looking a bit tired, but still in a hunt. Let's not forget Steve Lewis. Well, he opened at 5:35 and went over first time. 5:55 first time. Whereas Luke Cutts entered this men's pole vault final at 5 metres. So Cutts has done more jumps. There will be a little bit more fatigue there. But the mental strength of this athlete is very, very good indeed. But at the moment, he has to wait and watch to see if Steve Lewis can go over this height. If Lewis does, he gets the gold. If Lewis doesn't, we drop the bar again. So the red tights of England for Stephen Lewis. He has a season's best of 5 meters and 70. He concentrates, drags on all the experience that he has, based in the US of A now, is Steve Lewis. If he clears, he's the champion, and Cuts would take silver. So Steve Lewis, 5 meters and 55. And we have a winner. We have a gold medal winner, the Commonwealth champion in the men's pole vault. He puts his head in his hands. Steve Lewis of England goes over 5 meters and 55. He is your Commonwealth champion. Luke Cuts of England will take the silver. A nice embrace, a good level of respect through all the vaulters. It went up, it went down, but we have your winner. And Steve Lewis of England finally is the Commonwealth champion and has the full set of medals.
Karui still leads from Bet in second place. And moving through the field is Robertson. Jake Robertson, the Kiwi who was so unfortunate to fall in the 5,000 metre field. But they're getting bunched again, John, and just worth making note, even though we don't necessarily know if he's in shape or not, Moses Kipsero is one of 3 Ugandans still in touch in this group. He doesn't, there he is, Kipsero, the defending champion. He doesn't have the form to make you think on paper that he's in shape to defend his title, but he's still in there at the moment.
Yeah, he's not done a lot this year, has he? He ran in the Ugandan half marathon. He was 10th in the African cross country. Then he ran in the Golden Spike 3000 in Ostrava, only 12th there. But you never know, and sometimes the defending champions will raise their game, and he's in the shake-up. And there's a lot of athletes still at this pace fancying that they've got a genuine chance of getting among the medals, and that's your little Rwandan friend who is leading once more, and he's a 29-minute man, so he's performing way, way above expectations.
Yes, they went through halfway just under 28:20 pace, and for the class acts in this field, that is very, very comfortable running indeed. Karui, bit of a surprise Kenyan champion over 10,000 metres in their national champs in Nairobi a few years ago, and then did really well to come 6th in Daegu. Toroitich, the Ugandan cross-country specialist, is coming up onto the shoulder of Bet and Karui, and we're already lapping 1 or 2 of the back markers, and Robertson's still in there for New Zealand.
I wonder if Toroitich for Uganda might be their best chance. He's looked in decent form around the circuit this season, and he finished in the 5,000 metres back in 11th place, but he ran 13:35, and he ran a little bit better than that placing suggests as well.
No move from Cam Levins, the Canadian, just yet. He's at the back of that leading group. Ahmed is in the middle of the pack with the familiar red writing of Canada on his vest. Levins is the fastest non-Kenyan this season in the Commonwealth, and he's quite happy just to tag along the back of that group. No move yet, no need for a move, but he's certainly got the form and the belief to feature in the race.
That was our chat earlier on, wasn't it, when we were looking at this and trying to, you know, sort of second guess how it was going to go, who was likely to provide some sort of a challenge to the brilliant Kenyans. And on paper, Levins, he should certainly be very much a factor at this sort of pace, and he's come into it in decent shape, won the Canadian 5,000 metre title and had experience on this track. He ran in the Glasgow Diamond League meeting just under 3 weeks ago.
We're talking about the Canadian, who's just second from the back of that group. But it's still Karui leading from Bet. Robertson's there. So too Toroitich. And Moses Kipsero, the defending champion, hasn't been dropped yet. Moses Kibet actually just drifting towards the back of that lead group. He was up in the mix just a few laps ago. So slowly and surely, some of these athletes are just beginning to move backwards. Torojic in the middle of your screen there with the red vest. He looks laboured, but he's a class act, and he's right there now in third place, coming up onto the shoulder of Robertson on the inside.
Kirui leading. I talked about his strength. This gives you an idea of it. I mentioned he was a pacemaker on the marathon circuit. He helped pace Wilson Kipsang when he ran 2:03.42 in a marathon back in 2011, and then he continued to finish himself in 2 hours and 6. 2 hours and 6 is a serious marathon.
Well, especially for a pacemaker. There's real strength out there, and there will be more than one or two athletes in that group who will still be operating at a very, very comfortable pace. 2:48 for that kilometre, so that's roundabout, or pretty much bang on, 28-minute pace. There's room for more here, and I wonder if Kirui will just slowly and surely start to wind this up. Limoncello